Off the clock, our dude is dodging ruthless debt collectors and sweating it out at a soul-crushing construction gig. Enter Heaven's Door, the hype train VRMMO that promised he scores an ultra-rare hidden class. Sure, Goblin Summoner sounds like absolute garbage tier, until his tiny green minion drops into the server, built like this tank takes 0 damage and one-taps every single mob in sight. And the more toxic he acts, the more cracked this creature becomes. Now he's speedrunning the server with an unstoppable beast, a troll reputation tanking faster than crypto, and a chaotic playstyle that has the whole player base raging. Yet somehow, this absolute madness is paying off. Let's rewind the tape. Deep inside a nightmare tier raid, a terrified adventurer screams as the ultimate boss spawns right in their faces. It's Sabaramus, the legendary wingless dragon. The colossal beast charges up a devastating wipe mechanic, leaving the raid party sweating bullets. Out of nowhere, a puny goblin drops into the arena, totally tanks a massive blast of hellfire, and literally deletes the boss with one casual swing. The stunned player completely loses his mind, screaming that this makes 0 sense. Did that green dude just slash the boss? Heck no. He absolutely pulverized the overgrown lizard. What in the Matrix was happening? A mob aggroing another mob? Wait, is somebody actually controlling that thing? Suddenly, the party's scout frantically gestures toward a jagged cliff face, yelling for the squad to look up. A shadow looms on the high ground. It's the mastermind, pulling the strings. Chilling at the absolute peak is our main guy, Kim Cholsu. Flashback to the daily grind. Cholsu is busting his back on a dusty construction site, hoisting a heavy cement sack and asking the foreman where to. His coworkers are whispering, totally weirded out. Did this dude hit the jackpot or something? He's literally grinning while hauling concrete. Internally, our boy is plotting. A goblin is universally known as the It belongs in tutorial zones, doomed to be farming fodder for noobs forever. Sure, random folks win the lottery and go insanely wealthy overnight, but a goblin? That's fundamentally hard-coded to stay a scrub, no matter how much XP it hogs. Right then, a laborer leans over to his buddy, asking if he's heard the wild rumors about Mr. Cha. Apparently, the dude got so ridiculously addicted to Heaven's Door that he just ghosted his real-life job. Word on the street is he pulled an ultra-rare hidden class. The second guy's jaw straight up drops. A hidden class? He actually beat the system. That dude is about to be rolling in serious cash. Cholsu eavesdrops, his brain buzzing about Heaven's Door. It's the ultimate full-dive VRMMO that's absolutely dominating the globe right now. The physics engine is so crazy realistic, you straight up forget you're wearing a headset. Naturally, the cutting-edge rigs required to run it cost an arm and a leg. But thanks to thousands of gaming lounges loading up on VR pods to ride the hype, broke gamers like him can jack into the Matrix with 0 hassle. And what happens when the whole world logs in? Cold hard cash floods the digital market. Pixel loot basically turns into legit stocks. Heaven's Door completely flipped the global economy. Cholsu was hyped at first, but the honeymoon phase ended fast. Cut to the digital grind. Cholsu spams his ultimate rock strike, violently slamming his rusty pickaxe into a vein and looting 9 pieces of trash ore. He rages, screaming that this is complete garbage. He busts his tail grinding, just to unlock an even worse grindfest. Even in the fantasy realm, he's suffocating in debt. Where's the epic hero arc? Where's the top-tier waifu joining his party? Where's his happy ending? Heaven's Door? More like Hell's Basement. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a blinding light, a top-tier healing crystal. He loses his mind, shouting that flipping this gem on the auction house will net him at least 300,000 won. This is exactly why he suffers in these mines. Out of the shadows, a high-level player struts up. It's Catherine Lee, rolling deep with her elite squad. Cholsu freezes, internally panicking because she's an absolute 10 out of 10. She flashes a smile and asks if he farms this cavern daily. She figures his mining stats must be maxed out. He nods cautiously, mentally scrambling to figure out her angle. The gamer girl lays it out. Her party is speedrunning this instance, but a massive, unbreakable boulder is hard-locking their progression. Her squad consists of stacked veterans, but they literally have 0 points in the mining skill tree. They desperately need a hardcore digger like him to carry them past the obstacle. Cholsu says he's down. The catch? His level is pathetically low, meaning stepping deeper into the raid is a guaranteed death sentence. The party's dwarf flexes, guaranteeing they'll buy. All he has to do is tag along and stay alive. Cholsu claps back, reminding them that the main objective is breaking rocks. He questions the whole fantasy stereotype. What? Just because the guy is a dwarf, everyone assumes he's born with a pickaxe? Does the server think dwarves are only good for digging dirt? Are they basically saying dwarves are totally useless in PvP and should just catch a respawn screen? Stereotypes aside, Cholsu calculates the odds. If he parties, he can leech massive amounts of XP and totally swipe some legendary tier min. It's a totally cracked opportunity. But surviving the abyss? Sketchy. Sure, he can respawn, but eating a game over screen still hurts like crazy. But there was a catch. Out of nowhere, Catherine Lee grabbed his hand, flashing a flirty smile. She purred that buff miners were totally her type, so she just couldn't resist him. But hey, no pressure if he wasn't feeling it. Our guy awkwardly blurted out that he was totally down. Internally, he was screaming, wondering why he was acting so cringe. Fast forward, they finally hit their destination, the turf of level 7 Grey Wolves. Spotting a beast, our hero broke a cold sweat, realizing the monster's level was lower than he feared, but still way out of his league. Without warning, a wolf lunged straight at his throat, but right then, Catherine triggered her Salamander Flame skill, instantly nuking the entire pack into ashes. Strutting over, she softly asked if he was hurt. Still stunned, he nodded, his mind blown by how she had just one-shotted a whole wolf pack like it was absolutely nothing. She was an absolute beast. Clinging to his arm, she frantically whined about how much the monsters terrified her, begging him to stay close. Because it was just too sketchy out here. Head spinning, he low-key wondered if she was asking him to be her permanent bodyguard. Was his main character romance arc finally starting? Meanwhile, Peter casually dodged a barrage of attacks, smirking as he told him not to trip. Scrub dungeons like this weren't exactly their vibe anyway. Ripping out his weapon, he activated his giant wheel skill, obliterating every single mob around him with one clean sweep. Wiping the dust, Peter grinned, explaining they were only here for some sketchy ore. Stuff that only top-tier miners could crack. They used to ignore this kind of loot because they literally couldn't harvest it. Wasting stats on grunt work like mining felt like a massive L, so yeah, they desperately needed hard carries from guys like him. Our MC's blood boiled. Guys like him? What the heck was that supposed to mean? Was this dude calling him a total scrub? The guy couldn't even break a rock without his help. Gripping his pickaxe, he mentally snarled that he couldn't just let this disrespect slide. Did Peter seriously think he was completely useless in a fight? The protagonist instantly fired up his one and only skill, slamming his weapon into the rock face. Then, reality hit him like a truck. He literally had zero combat skills. Over to the side, the dwarf sidled up to his teammate, whispering to ask if that premium intel they bought was actually legit. If this rock turned out to be a dud, they would be taking a massive financial hit. Peter scoffed, swearing it better be real. Otherwise, someone was going to pay for dragging him into this trash-tier dungeon. Hacking away with his pickaxe, our hero fumed. Was he really putting his life on the line for literal chump change? Getting treated like garbage was so normal now that he couldn't even muster any real rage, which honestly just pissed him off more. Whatever, let them yap. He just needed to finish the grind, secure the bag, and dip. Just another painfully basic day in the mines. He wound up for a heavy strike, driving the metal deep. Suddenly, the entire stone wall shattered wide open, exposing a massive, menacing gate to a hidden dungeon. He gasped, absolutely hyped. A hidden zone meant elite drops, and maybe even a secret class unlock. They had literally just struck gold. Catherine flashed a wicked smirk, right before Peter viciously stabbed him in the back at the speed of light. Leaning in, Peter mocked how insanely hard it was to track this place down. The girl giggled, bragging that a low-level zone secret just required some trash mining stat to crack open the vault. She told him not to be salty. After all, they did all the heavy lifting with the monsters. He just tagged along for the ride, right? Coughing up blood, our MC realized the brutal truth. Were they the ones who just shanked him? They knew about this secret zone the whole time. Peter yanked his head back by the hair, smiling cruelly. Did his tiny brain finally get it? Obviously, they knew about the gate. Did he seriously think they were slumming it down here for kicks? But since he actually proved useful, Peter promised to make his death quick. One savage strike later, our boy's vision went black. A while later, he gasped for air, scraping himself off the cold dirt. Wait, didn't they literally murder him? Did they actually leave him alive? Glancing down, he spotted a shattered superior healing crystal in his palm, an epic tier item that fully revives a player from 0 health. Boiling with absolute fury, he screamed to the heavens. He had actually died and respawned. Those absolute scumbags just cost him 300,000 won. Catching his breath, he noticed the massive portal was still gaping wide, meaning the raid boss hadn't been defeated yet. Did those clowns really think he was going to walk away after getting scammed out of his crystal? He was going to crash their little raid and flip his entire destiny. He swore to become the ultimate sleep paralysis demon for those arrogant snakes. Let them wait for him in the shadows. Without a second thought, he yeeted himself straight into the pitch-black portal, only to immediately faceplant down a hidden flight of stairs, eating a solid 80 damage right off the bat. Groaning in pain, he panicked. Stairs? Right at the spawn point? Was he actually inside the dungeon? Suddenly, his gamer tag and health bar, looking around in awe, he realized he had officially breached the hidden zone. Looming ahead was a colossal stone throne, occupied by a single, smug-looking goblin. Freezing in his tracks, he questioned, "Who does this little green gremlin think he is, sitting like a king? Was this place just a cheap goblin shrine? Don't tell him this was just another goblin cave." A secret tier dungeon was supposed to be brutally hard, right? Was this seriously the big bad boss of a low-level hidden vault? Man, this place is dead silent, and boring as hell. Where did everyone ditch me to? Trudging through the gloomy dungeon corridors, our guy suddenly ate dirt, tripping over a random lump. Squinting down, he spotted a mangled, half-dead dwarf, gasping out, "Bro, what the heck?" The battered dwarf weakly begged for a revive spell. Our MC just awkwardly stood there, muttering that he didn't even have that skill. Was he seriously gatekeeping the revive button just to hoard a hidden dungeon all to himself? Talk about being ridiculously greedy. Out of nowhere, a massive red system alert flashed right in his face. It screamed a warning. This was a hardcore death trap, way out of his puny level. It literally begged him to log out and run for his life. Just then, a blood-curdling shriek ripped through the damp air. He snapped his head sideways, only to witness Peter getting violently choked out by a monstrous goblin. Panic spiked through his veins. Wasn't this supposed to be a low-tier goblin shrine? His eyes locked onto the towering abomination. An absolutely massive level 80 Gigar. Pure terror gripped him. In a split second, the beast squeezed Peter into digital paste. Watching the gruesome scene unfold, he gagged, realizing this was the ultimate worst-case scenario. Tons of VR games bragged about immersive graphics, but Heaven's Door took it way too far, literally wiring real-life touch receptors into the gameplay. Translation: you actually feel the agonizing pain. Sure, they built in some safety nets, so tanking hits from mob-level trash barely stung. Right then, Catherine started screaming her lungs out, frantically sobbing for someone to save her. Our MC's mind raced, getting absolutely demolished by an alpha boss that outleveled them by dozens of tiers? Yeah, that was a whole different terrifying nightmare. "How the hell am I supposed to save her?" he muttered, shaking. What could a total noob do against that monstrosity? He knew damn well that the phantom pain and mental trauma didn't just vanish after a quick reset. The shockwaves fry your actual brain chemistry. Mess up bad enough, and you could end up permanently brain dead, or literally flatline in the real world. A cold sweat drenched his back. There was zero chance he was letting this nightmare beast send him to an early grave. Look, it wasn't his fault his so-called party ditched him first. He was pathetically weak, completely useless in a fight, so saving his own skin was totally justified, right? He instantly turned on his heels and booked it. But halfway through his sprint, a glowing text box slammed into his vision, dropping the weirdest notification ever. The Goblin Lord somehow felt a deep. He stared at the ancient statue, completely dumbfounded. "Cowardly? Pathetic?" he yelled. Did the system seriously think he enjoyed being the lowest on the food chain? Did it think he actually chose to be a walking punching bag? If he had even an ounce of real power, he wouldn't be sprinting away like a scared kid. Right at that second, the hulking beast brutally executed Catherine in a shower of pixels. Tears welling up, our MC screamed that all he ever wanted was a basic class, so people would stop treating him like trash. He just wanted to slay epic mobs, not grind on stupid rocks. He craved those flashy, overpowered skills everyone else flexed, especially since his deadbeat parents left him drowning in massive, real-life debt. His whole life was one big struggle, where he couldn't even do a single thing he loved, and now some random AI is calling him a weakling? Why is the game roasting him so brutally? He hadn't done a single thing wrong. Who the heck did this statue think it was, judging him from a dusty throne? It was literally just a freaking goblin. For crime, he gets bullied in reality, memed on in the game, and now even a low-level mob pities him? Fantastic. So he's practically a goblin himself now. What next? Out of the blue, gold system prompts bombarded his screen, officially crowning him as an honorary goblin. From now on, all goblin mobs would treat him like an absolute VIP. The crazy part? He had accidentally triggered the "Do you wish to awaken as the Goblin Summoner?" the screen asked. Sniffling and bewildered, he stared at it. A hidden class? Bro, are you actually trolling me right now? Hard pass. I decline, he yelled. But the system didn't give a single crap. A new alert aggressively popped up, forcing his race shift and locking in his new class permanently. I literally just pressed cancel, he shrieked. But he didn't have time to complain, because the massive raid boss was already stomping right toward him. His heart dropped into his stomach. It was game over. Sprinting away was absolutely useless now. He was trapped in a dead end. Just then, a final glowing panel unlocked his first-class ability, Goblin Summon. The description was basic. It spawned a minion to tank hits for its master. Praying for a miracle, he activated the spell, desperately hoping for a massive, flashy, dragon-level entrant. But all he got was a pathetic pop. A tiny, beer-bellied goblin waddled into existence. A twisted, defeated smirk spread across his face as he stared at the hilariously Whatever, he thought. I'll just sacrifice this little meat shield as bait and use the distraction to dip. With a quick flick of his wrist, he commanded the pudgy little guy to then immediately spun around, ready to sprint for his life. But out of nowhere, the tiny goblin unleashed an absolutely earth-shattering uppercut, one-shotting the massive boss into digital dust. A tsunami of level-up screens flooded his vision, showering him in insane amounts of XP. He instantly unlocked weird new passives, Feed Goblin and Walk Goblin. The minion's own XP bar completely skyrocketed. His jaw hit the floor. Wait a minute. Is this goofy little fat dude actually max level? He flashback to just a few minutes ago, right as Catherine was brutally crushed by the beast in-game. Her real-world body jolted awake in her luxury gaming pod, screaming in absolute agony. Her personal butler frantically rushed in, yanking the VR headset off her pale, sweating face. Staring at her traumatized, lifeless eyes, the servant completely froze, realizing her nervous system was completely fried from the shock. She might never recover from this. Meanwhile, vacuuming up insane amounts of ultra-rare loot and blitzing through levels like an absolute speedrunner. He practically begged for a breather, realizing his body was completely running on empty. A glowing blue interface popped up, and our guy smirked, realizing he just soloed the hidden dungeon after totally slaughtering Geiger. But since his entire defensive squad got wiped out, his only ticket back home was a literal death warp. Yet, this tiny green menace just solo cleared the entire zone, without popping a single buff. Even though he just hit level 31, this little dude's stats were still completely hidden. How on earth does a bottom-tier trash mob hit this ridiculously hard? Flashing a wicked grin, our MC decided he could not care less. He was going to milk this exploit dry before the devs patched it. With this beast by his side, his days of grinding rocks were over, and absolute top rank was practically guaranteed. Fast forward to reality. Our boy strolled right into a physical bank branch to liquidate his epic digital loot. The teller tallied it up, casually stating that the whole came out to roughly 97,000 won. She offered a direct deposit, totally blowing his mind that real-world banks actually handled in-game currency exchanges. Just how insane was this game's economy? Playing it cool, he asked to wire the cash to a different account. Oh, and he dropped a massive bomb. He had more to pawn off. Specifically, a Geiger membrane and its literal beating heart. The teller's jaw hit the floor. She stammered that with those ultra-rare drops, his total payout spiked to a jaw-dropping 97 million won. Before even finishing her thought, she totally abandoned her station, bolting to fetch her manager, while our MC just stood there blinking. Why on earth ditch a VIP client just standing at the window? A little while later, he found himself chilling in the Nara Bank branch manager's private office. The suit flashed a greasy smile, asking how the tea tasted. Totally deadpan, the MC pointed out the tea was freezing. The boss awkwardly admitted he forgot to heat the water, before smoothly pivoting to business. Our guy insisted he just wanted cold, hard cash for his loot. The suit waved him off, swearing there was no issue at all. He just wanted to pitch a much better parking spot for those fat stacks. Honestly, letting that much wealth rot in a basic checking account was basically a crime. The bank was pushing some premium investment portfolios, practically begging him to lock his millions into their system instead. Our boy scratched his head. Sure, everyone loves securing the bag, but since when do branch managers hustle players like sketchy used car salesmen? He thought his stash was worth maybe 1 million won tops. The manager chuckled, realizing the kid had absolutely zero clue what he was holding. At today's market rates, that Geiger heart and membrane alone were valued at a staggering 230 million won. Hearing that absolute jackpot, our hero practically stopped breathing. Soon after, he swaggered out into the bustling city streets. He summoned his little goblin buddy, hyped out of his mind that this tiny dude just wiped out 10% of his massive real-life debt. The little guy materialized instantly, sprinting over like a loyal puppy. What an adorable little menace. Whoever called goblins hideous? He is straight up precious. Wait, nope. He could not even lie to himself. The thing was a total eyesore. He definitely needed to unsummon it while strolling around town. He spammed the recall command, but absolutely nothing happened. And now their weird duo was drawing massive, sweating bullets. Our guy panicked, wondering if this pet only despawned when it died. The entire plaza was straight up judging him. Random players started freaking out, shouting about a wild goblin inside the safe zone. Who would even spawn something that incredibly busted looking? Okay, so maybe he really was that hideous. Our MC seriously doubted if this thing was even a regular goblin. Out of nowhere, Patton the Annihilator from the Everton Guild stomped over, fuming and demanding to know why a filthy mob was polluting the city streets. The crowd gasped, totally starstruck by the sudden appearance of the infamous Everton Guild heavyweight. Our MC raised an eyebrow at that insanely edgy nickname. Was this meathead actually a big deal around here? A random girl whispered that he literally gave himself that title. Mega cringe. Anyone running around calling themselves the Annihilator had to be a total psycho. Panicking, the MC threw his hands up, yelling for him to chill because his pet was harmless. But Patton was already bringing his massive blade down to squash the little guy. In a split second, the goblin casually swatted the air, dealing a catastrophic 100 million damage and launching the meathead straight through a solid brick wall. A glowing red alert flashed. Player kill mode engaged. The system locked pain sensors just below the blackout threshold to stop high-level griefers from totally torturing newbies. The entire street lost their minds. Patton the Annihilator just got one-shotted. A freaking goblin just deleted a top-tier player. Our boy was having a full-blown panic attack. If this mob realized the killer goblin belonged to him, his life was completely over. Just then, a squad of heavily geared elites, rocking levels 27 to 30, cornered them. An edgelord named Hyuk stepped out of the shadows, disgusted by the sheer embarrassment of the situation. He spat that squashing this trash mob was completely beneath him, but they had to make an example out of anyone disrespecting their guild banner. Heart pounding out of his chest, our hero knew this mess was spiraling totally out of control. But looking at his little green menace, yeah, his goblin, but wiping out the entire squad would stir up massive drama. He barked, "Just let them handle this green freak." Totally clueless, Hyuk demanded to know who he was. They warned him to back the heck off their turf, or he'd be the next one catching a dirt nap. Our guy scoffed, warning them that jumping a single goblin with an entire squad would just make them look insanely pathetic. Out of nowhere, the goblin triggered its rock throw skill, completely obliterating Patton's speedwalker in one single, brutal hit. Boiling with rage, Hyuk sprinted after them. Our hero booked it out of there in absolute panic, questioning his whole reality. He had a max-level goblin and a glittering future ahead. He seriously thought his run in this game was going to be a total breeze. Suddenly, a rusted door swung open from a nearby shack. And that snake of an old man, Sungriel, poked his head out, frantically gesturing for him to hide inside. "Get in here! No time to explain!" As our boy dashed toward the safe haven, the geezer totally backstabbed him with a sneak attack. He scrambled to escape, but a glaring system prompt flashed right in his face, blocking his exit. It announced that the Goblin Lord was utterly shook by his sheer toxicity, and that his cheap shot had forced the enemies to drop their guard. Boom! 1 goblin point awarded. Our guy flipped out. Did this interface just call me a scumbag? First I'm weak and cowardly, and now I'm a massive jerk? For the record, he literally did absolutely nothing wrong. So how exactly is he weak, cowardly, and toxic? He slammed the brakes, his face turning dead serious, reminding the universe that those clowns invited him to their party, only to completely screw him over and backstab him. Honestly, the more he processed, the more his blood boiled. He locked eyes with his goblin. "Listen up, I am done letting these trash mobs step on us for being weak. Starting right now, we are wiping the Everton Guild off the map." Right on cue, Jean, a sniper from the Everton Guild who was still parkouring across the rooftops after him, hollered down at Hyuk and asked if they really needed the whole squad to curb stomp a total noob like him. She was dead set on soloing this guy. Hyuk snapped back, telling her to stay frosty. Patton might have been their weakest link, but that thing literally one-tapped him. The vibes around this goblin were totally off. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams echoed through the alley, and they rushed over to find that Sungriel, the treacherous boomer, had already been completely trashed by the creature. The goblin then shadow-stepped right behind Hyuk, but the assassin's instincts kicked in. He whipped around in a flash and landed a massive strike, only for a fat 0 to pop up. He gaped in absolute horror. "No way, that's totally impossible." Sweating bullets, Hyuk questioned his own sanity. This was an absolute disaster. He was straight up going to get deleted. Just as the goblin wound up its execution swing, Jean unleashed a cover shot, violently deflecting the blow. Shaken to his core, the guy couldn't believe something just parried that monstrous strike. "Don't just stand there AFK like a total bot," the girl shrieked. "Are you seriously going to let a literal goblin pack you up?" Hyuk was severely doubting if that thing was even a goblin. How in the world could a trash-tier mob pump out millions of damage points? It had to be some kind of insane glitch or hack. He didn't know who was trolling him, but he was seriously tilted. The assassin popped his ultimate skill, Extreme Evil, igniting his entire body in a blinding, blood-red aura. A system prompt flashed, confirming that Extreme Evil tanked his speed by 90%. But in exchange, every single strike was now a guaranteed critical hit. "What on earth are you doing?" Jean yelled. "It's literally one basic goblin. Why are you popping your ult?" Inyuk barked at her to chill out. It might be a broken passive skill, flipping his daggers into a lethal reverse grip, which boosted his attack by 30% and his critical damage by 50%. He swore they'd delete this freak in one strike, and then immediately hunt down its master. The girl nodded, stressing that they needed to speedrun this mess. In a blink, she activated her archer skill, Gale Arrows, complaining that catching her on camera, burning her high-tier combos on a lowly goblin, was going to totally ruin her rep. A glowing system text confirmed that. Gale Arrows cleansed all movement speed debuffs inside the zone. Every incoming hit was now critically supercharged, adding 30 attack damage. With the speed penalties totally wiped out, the assassin's class passive stacked another 20% onto the critical damage multiplier. The damage numbers scaled directly with their speed. Launching his assault, Inyuk roared that playtime was officially over. He blitzed forward with blinding speed, landing his ultimate blow, only to dish out a mind-blowing 0 damage. The backlash launched him into the concrete like a rag doll, eating millions of damage in the process. Jean whipped around in pure disbelief, staring at her teammate, who was practically pasted to the wall. She stammered, wondering what in the world just happened. Our protagonist casually strolled up to her and smirked. Who was going to one-tap who again? Maybe you should try grinding to the maximum level before running your mouth. Shaking with absolute terror, the girl choked out, "Wait, is this thing not a normal monster?" Flashing a wicked grin, he nodded and whispered that this apex predator was all his. Jihoon's face drained of color as she backed away. How does a trash-tier goblin have this kind of boss-level energy?" She choked out. Yoon Hyuk of the Darkness was literally a top-tier heavy hitter in the Everton Guild, yet he got absolutely folded. Our MC just flashed a wicked smirk. "Not your problem, babe." He brushed. "The only thing that matters right now is that big guy over there is totally tweaking." Jihoon's voice cracked in absolute panic. "What does he even want? What did you guys do to trigger him?" He threw his hands up. "Are you seriously that clueless right now? This is all your fault for being so incredibly toxic," she shrieked hysterically. "You're literally just a sick, twisted creep." Our guy rolled his eyes so hard. "Whoa, chill out. I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying your squad literally jumped us first. So my precious buddy and I are dealing with major collateral damage here. If anyone walks in on this, it's gonna look sketchy as hell. Tell your goblin to shut her up." Right on cue, the absolute chaos echoing from the rooftop finally caught the attention of the players down below. Dozens of heads snapped up. Our boy glanced over the edge, his heart skipping a beat. Crap, did the mob already pull up? He realized they had to wrap this up and dip, fast. Down in the streets, panic erupted. "Holy crap, that goblin just wiped the floor with the entire Everton Guild," someone honked. "Bro, it's about to violate that last survivor. We're totally next." Our protagonist froze, eyes wide in absolute shock. Oh man, I am so cooked. All he wanted was a little payback against those toxic guild bullies, but now he was caught completely lacking in a major PR. There was absolutely zero way out of this. Swallowing his pride, he commanded his monster, "Yo, stand down, drop her right now." The crowd of players gasped, thoroughly shook. Whispers rippled through the mob. Wait, did that guy just bark orders at a boss-tier monster? Did he just tell it to back off? A total noob decked out in starter trash was literally confronting a beast that had just soloed the almighty Everton Guild. Our guy instantly turned on the waterworks, dramatically sobbing, "It's totally over." The crowd went wild. "Yo, he just told that monster its days are numbered," they cheered. "We don't know who you are, bro, but you got this. W in the chat," they screamed. Our hero stood there glitching out. "Wait, why are they hyping me up right? They should be flaming me into oblivion. Hold up. Do these bozos seriously not realize I'm the one who spawned the goblin? He honestly thought he made it. He swore he literally bragged about it like 5 minutes ago. Wait a second. In their eyes, am I some kind of Giga Chad hero risking it all to save the damsel in distress?" Snapping back to reality, he leaned in close to Jihan. "You want to get wiped out in absolute agony just like your little squad?" he whispered icily. "Yeah, thought so. I'll spare you. But you gotta keep your mouth totally shut about me and my green friend here." Jihan nodded frantically, tears pivoting back to his audience. He projected his voice like a seasoned actor. "You filthy creature," he bellowed. "How dare you pull up on our peaceful server and inflict such— I will never forgive you for this. With a theatrical flourish, our boy activated his Walk the Goblin skill, snapping a glowing leash onto its neck, before straight up yeeting the beast off the edge of the roof. The onlookers completely lost their minds. Bro, what kind of broken mechanic is that? It's just hard CC to boss. To see a flex like that in a starter zone was absolutely mind-bending. The terrifying goblin was now dangling like a helpless puppy. As he hoisted the leash, our guy couldn't help but wonder, is this really just a basic pet walking skill keeping this absolute? Suddenly, a slick system notification popped up. Alert, your goblin's mood has massively improved thanks to the walk skill. He waved wildly at the crowd. Yo, everybody back up. This dude's aggro is insane. I can barely hold him back. The spectators were shook. Makes total sense why the Eviton squad got speedrun. That thing's level has got to be easily over 50. It wasn't that the top guild was trash. This raid boss was just fundamentally unbalanced. Our hero gritted his teeth, shouting, I probably can't solo him. But with my skill, I can definitely force him out of our zone. Without missing a beat, he triggered his Feed the Goblin skill. A massive, juicy sausage materialized in his hand. He chucked it like a grenade, screaming, This is where your run ends, monster. The goblin took one look at the flying food and went full feral, sprinting recklessly after the snack. Shut the gates right freaking now, our protagonist roared at the guards. Just like that, the green menace was totally locked out. Our boy let out a massive, shaky sigh. Is everyone good? He panted. The crowd erupted into absolute pandemonium. He actually cleared it. The legend banished the boss, they chanted. He wiped sweat from his brow. All right, that should definitely keep the heat off me for a bit. He was literally 1 second away from being branded as a server-wiping psycho. As the dust settled, Jihan nervously slid up next to him. She quietly pointed out that her entire guild had been sent to the respawn screen, waking up all the way back in the Rebirth Sanctuary, at the sacred grounds of... She was literally the only living witness to his little monster-taming secret. She nervously verified that his promise to spare her was still... His gears started turning. I can definitely exploit her for my master plan. A dark smirk crept onto his face. So... I heard word on the street is, players get infinite HP in that zone. You're basically immune to aggro from both mobs, hence why they hype it up as the sacred grounds. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. You're gonna stick to our little deal, right? Because if you snitch, I will grief you, over and over and over again. I will hit you with damage that breaks past infinite. That's a promise. Jihan let out a soul-shattering shriek. Fast forward a bit, and our so-called hero flopped face first onto a plush hotel bed. Bro, this is literally not the vibe I signed up for, he groaned. Still, our boy was absolutely hyped to crash in such a luxury suite, all just for playing the good guy. Bro was totally patting himself on the back. Flashing back to that insane hidden dungeon run, he realized how painfully weak he used to be. If he'd only packed this kind of power back then, Catherine would absolutely still be breathing. Bouncing straight out of bed, our MC slapped his forehead. He practically ghosted the fact that he scored a goblin point. A massive drop from that absolute menace of a goblin boss. He only locked in this class because he straight up vibed with the little green gremlins. And now he's farming points just for being labeled a scumbag? Keep this up, and the goblin horde will be claiming him as blood brothers. Ripping open the skill shop UI, he realized the high-tier abilities were completely gate-kept. So he was stuck with literally one choice. What the heck did this rally skill even trigger? Instantly, a glowing system prompt flashed, confirming the activation. Bam! A literal goblin crash-landed straight into his face. Our guy freaked out, screeching. Wait, that was a summon spell? If anyone catches this green dude chilling in his room, it's game over. Total panic mode set in, until... The innkeeper yelled through the door, asking if everything was good after hearing the chaos. Sweating bullets, the MC stuttered out a quick yes, begging the guy to just brush it off. Meanwhile, the goblin was losing his mind, aggressively swinging his club around. Our boy desperately shushed him, dropping a quick apology for the rough landing. Once night fell, they ended up crashing side by side like total bros. The MC vented into the dark, whispering how he literally yet constantly got jumped and trashed by everyone. He looked at the goblin. They were basically the same. This world was just crawling with absolute toxic trash. Fast forward to morning. He strutted solo into the tavern, packing the Everton crew. Patton caught his eye instantly, barking that this was the exact punk from yesterday. The one who actually pulled their guildmate out of the fire. The MC awkwardly nodded, internally panicking over how packed the place was. Flying solo without his goblin bodyguard had him totally on edge. Inhyuk scowled, admitting there was zero logic in saving them after they basically declared war. But he still swallowed his pride and dropped a thank you. Catching Ji-hyun totally freezing up, he nudged her to drop her massive guard. It was insanely obvious our boy wasn't looking for smoke. The girl aggressively glared, realizing his heavy-hitting goblin was missing in action. This dude played them like a fiddle. The MC smoothly cut in, claiming that stepping in to save his attempted murderers wasn't some random act of kindness. It was strictly business. He needed a massive favor. In-hyuk let out a dry laugh, stating that regardless of his motives, the guild owed him big time. The Everton squad never leaves a tab open. They were ready to back him up. So, our guy laid it out, whining that grinding this trash-tier newbie zone was totally dead content. He was already hard-capped past level 30, and desperately needed to unlock the next map. Like yesterday, they held a cheat code for that, right? In-hyuk raised an eyebrow, guessing he wanted access to Fiorindel. If he needed the guide for that, Sung-ryul was the man. The veteran stepped up, smirking that he had the route memorized. He coughed up a quick apology for acting like a total jerk earlier, admitting that after watching him solo that savage goblin, the kid was clearly built different. Honestly, probably way more cracked than their whole squad combined. Hearing that, Patton's blood literally boiled, but he swallowed his rage and kept his mouth shut. Our MC was sweating bullets internally, screaming, heck no. If that massive tank had actually rushed him yesterday, he would have been one-shotted straight to the grave. Sticking to his word, Sung-ryul broke down the mechanics. This starter zone, dubbed the Lion, was packed with 5 basic dungeons. You got your classic slime-spawning grasslands, a grimy mineshaft, some creepy dark woods, the usual setup. Those are basically open-world instances. You can run them 24/7. But if he actually wants to escape this tutorial wasteland, he has to conquer a legit raid boss. And unlike those free entry spots, raid gates are heavily restricted. They only unlock during massive server events. We're talking strict timers and heavily capped entry attempts. Being the ultimate gatekeeper of the region, you absolutely have to hit the level threshold before even thinking about stepping inside. The catch? This boss room only spawns once every 30 days. The guild was camping this spot specifically to wipe it. In-hyuk groaned, explaining that yesterday was literally drop day, but that absolute menace of a goblin completely tanked their run. Now they were totally hard stuck here until the next server reset. The MC's jaw hit the floor. Trapped in this dump for an entire month? He mentally calculated the insane $200,000 loot pile he sniped off that level 80 beast. His goblin sidekick could easily speedrun way crazier maps. But burning 30 whole days in this deadbeat town earning 0 cash? Absolutely not. Sweating, he desperately grabbed In-hyuk's collar, screaming, "1 freaking month? Bro, there has to be an exploit. Am I supposed to just burn my golden hours doing nothing?" In-hyuk sighed hard, nodding that the entire server was raging over the exact same thing. Since they were just killing time anyway, the tab was finally settled. It was time to bounce. With that wrapped up, the entire guild squad started clearing out of the tavern. The second they stepped outside, a goblin was lurking in the shadows, crouched behind a stack of crates. But out of nowhere, a massive raid dungeon spawned right down the street. Everyone's system pinged with a sudden alert. Patton stared at his screen, absolutely floored. "No shot. This literally can't be happening right now," he gasped. They were supposed to have a solid 30-day cooldown before the next raid dropped. Catching the alert, the main character's jaw dropped. He was totally stunned that the boss raid was already. A little while later, the Evidin Guild crew rolled up to the swirling portal. Patton squinted, confirming that the gate was, in fact, wide open. The boss raid had literally respawned in a single day. In-hyuk quickly scanned the area, asking if anyone was already inside the zone. Sung-ryul shook his head, saying the place was a ghost town. All the tryhards who were geared up had already speedrun it yesterday, and pushed. He pointed out that they were flying solo on this one. Out of nowhere, the main character stormed up to the crew, totally popping off. "I freaking knew it," he yelled. "You guys played me. I should have known it was all cap when you told me I'd have to sit around for a whole month. You totally backstabbed me just to steal the first clear. Man, I'm such a clown for actually trusting people again after all the toxic garbage I've been through." Ji-hyun threw her hands up, frantically trying to defuse the situation. No, it's not like that. You've got it all twisted. We swear we weren't capping." In-hyuk just shrugged. "So, are you tagging along or what?" The protagonist scoffed, immediately agreeing. "Like hell I'm just gonna sit on the sidelines and watch you guys farm all the fat loot." In-hyuk sighed, telling him to listen up so he could break down the strategy real quick before they jumped in. Based on their intel, there was a straight shot right into the raid boss chamber. That meant they were gonna aggro the main boss the absolute second they crossed the threshold. So he needed to stay frosty. Honestly, In-hyuk wasn't sweating it too much. since the boss's level was way below their current stats. But playing it safe never hurt anyone. Patton shifted uncomfortably, nervously pointing out that, sure, their guildmaster was missing in action, but the whole Evaton squad was stacked. They could easily melt a boss like this in 10 flat seconds. With that settled, the crew charged through the glowing portal. The MC smirked to himself, thinking it'd be a total disaster if they clocked his goblin companion hanging around. So he ordered the little guy to stay put and camp there until summoned. His mind flashed back to his past trauma, how easily people could stab you in the back. Yeah, he was never letting. He patted his pockets. He had a top-tier healing crystal on deck. Wait, didn't he already burn through that? Ugh, whatever. No time to stress. The protagonist dashed straight through the rift, instantly dropping into a highly restricted zone. Looming dead ahead was the level 40 boss, the Steel Giant. This is straight up a hidden dungeon, he gasped. Eun-hyuk broke a sweat, frantically shouting, "Bro, what the hell is Sungreal scheming this time?" The old man threw his hands up, completely baffled. "I have literally zero clue," Ji-hoon screamed at the protagonist, begging him to stop acting like a deer in headlights and sprint back. But the MC just hit them with a cocky smirk. "Are you guys for real right now? You actually want to dip from a hidden dungeon? Do you have any idea how insanely broken the drop rates are in here? Everybody knows this boss is just a basic level 40 mob." Ji-hoon hollered back, her voice cracking with panic. "If that massive thing claps you, it's not just going to end in an in-game." The protagonist rolled his eyes, arguing that it was merely a 10-level gap. Taking a hit wouldn't be nearly as brutal as failing the clear. "So what? We cough up some blood and black out for a bit. Did you seriously think farming god-tier loot was going to be a walk in the park? You guys can't even fathom the kind of legendary gear hiding in a secret zone. Fine, be cowards and run." Flexing his rally skill, the MC tried to summon his goblin minion, but nothing happened. The summon completely failed. A split second later, the monster absolutely flattened. Patton watched the total wipeout in sheer disbelief. Wait, is this absolute clown really the same dude who went toe-to-toe with that goblin yesterday? Eun-hyuk scoffed. Who even cares what happens to that trash? We've got bigger problems. The portal just slammed shut. Panic creeping into his voice, he yelled, "Only raid dungeons lock down this fast. This is 100% a hidden boss room." Sungreal swallowed hard, that they had totally miscalculated the threat level. Just like standard dungeons have a super low RNG chance to mutate, raids can also glitch into hidden zones. That's exactly why we're staring down a secret raid boss. We're trapped. We literally have no choice but to fight our way out. Suddenly, the MC jolted awake back in reality, shrieking in absolute agony. His brain reeled. How the hell did he just get one shot out of nowhere when he was pushing past level 30? Wait, he was actually level 40, but it didn't even matter, because his dumbass had completely forgotten to allocate his unspent stat points. And now, his goblin summon was totally bugged out, since the dungeon portal was completely locked off. He was so freaking close. The ultimate loot was literally inches from his face. "This is entirely that useless goblin bastard's fault," he raged. "Am I seriously about to get locked out of all those god—" Cut back to the dungeon. Eun-hyuk roared at the top of his lungs. "Evaton Guild, the hunt is on." Instantly, the entire strike team popped their ultimate skills. Sungreal barked out commands, ordering Eun-hyuk and Patton to push the vanguard and expose the boss's hitboxes. With Ji-hoon popping her movement speed buffs, this big lug won't even have time to blink. Every boss has at least one fatal blind spot. Launching into the air, Eun-hyuk and Patton vaulted right over the monster, syncing up to trigger their dual combo. Sungreal smirked, tracking the math. 2 simultaneous bursts of 16 razor-sharp slashes equaled a brutal 32-hit combo, shredding the giant's armor and dealing massive damage across its entire. They figured they could spot its Achilles heel by tracking which gash cut the deepest after dropping a massive nuke on it. But the boss literally tanked every single hit like it was nothing, barely taking a scratch. Patton started sweating, stammering that he knew this. Assault was just a probe to expose the monster's blind spots, but it usually left at least some kind of dent. Eun-hyuk nodded grimly, calculating their odds. Either this raid boss had insane armor stats, or they were hitting a brick wall. Right as the Colossus geared up to strike, Eun-hyuk triggered his unrivaled swordsmanship in a flash, slicing through the air and dealing a solid 1,800 damage. One of the girls gasped in shock, screaming that the boss possessed the Hate the Weak skill. A glowing system prompt popped up, confirming the passive buff. Hate the Weak, totally canceling out any strike hitting for less than 5% of its max health. Patton yelled over the chaos, telling Eun-hyuk he was the lone player, capable of dealing that much raw damage to a level 40 menace. Sungreal shot back with a dead serious glare, correcting him. Eun-hyuk wasn't the sole heavy hitter. They had another absolute unit who could completely obliterate the enemy if the setup was perfect. Q Ji-hoon locking in. She activated her ultimate marksman ability, Death Harbinger Arrow, a high-stakes move that literally drained her own life force to pull the bowstring back. The more health she sacrificed, the deadlier the nuke. While she charged up the fatal shot, she smirked, flexing that every clan out there would be begging her to be their guildmaster if they knew she was packing this heat. Patton roared with insane hype. She is our ultimate wild card. He might not know her full vibe, but if he could just stall, she would clutch the win for the squad. He popped his battle cry skill, violently taunting the beast. Our main character, chilling on the sidelines, literally thought this dude was why the heck would you pull aggro from a raid boss when you should be sprinting for the hills? Miraculously, Patton braced his shield and tanked the eating exactly 1,038 damage. He laughed off the impact, flexing that the monster hit like a wet noodle, and he expected way worse. Sungreal snapped at him to stay locked in and dropped the ego. If this clutch strat was going to succeed, they couldn't fumble even a microsecond. He cast pain sharing, linking their life bars so the incoming beating would split between them. Whoever had the chunkier health pool would soak up the heavy hits. The MC watched, completely mind-blown. These guys were low levels, not a single overpowered hidden class among them. Yoon-hyuk commanded the squad. While the frontline meat shields kept the monster occupied, the stealth crew would completely shred its armor using their passive buffs. A holographic screen popped up, revealing the rogue's passive skill, weakness, elimination. This cracked perk dropped the target's defense by 2%, with a 1% trigger rate on every strike, capping out at a filthy 5-stack combo. The MC was literally shook, staring in disbelief at how undeniably goated this party was. Like, what kind of cracked guild is this? They were actually about to solo the raid boss, which meant his dead self wouldn't leech a single drop of XP or loot. But suddenly, the squad's flawless run glitched out hard, because the Titan violently snapped its aggro away from Patton. And the unlucky victim it locked onto? Our protagonist, who had just casually popped a revive crystal. Smirking, he mocked that he couldn't stomach watching these noobs struggle anymore, so he was stepping in to carry, since his level absolutely dwarfed theirs. But his fashionably late respawn triggered a fatal error. A glitchy red window flashed, warning that the Steel Leviathan had fully locked onto Chulsu. The beast unleashed its apocalyptic area of effect nuke, surface extermination. The massive blast wave hit so hard, Suji, Minsu, and Hansu were instantly wiped from the map. Patton screamed with pure, unadulterated rage. Why didn't that absolute troll revive 5 minutes ago? How dare he get the squad wiped? Sungreal barked at Patton to snap out of it and stay frosty. He triggered his Giga Slash, throwing his body into a desperate charge. But the behemoth swatted him back at the speed of light, dishing out a sickening 3,890 damage. Thanks to the pain-sharing link, Sungreal caught a massive 2,456-point backlash. A brutal death screen popped up, confirming Patton and Sungreal had just been sent to the lobby. The MC, sweating bullets, stammered, "Wait, what did he do? He was totally innocent. He literally just clicked respawn." Eun-hyuk gritted his teeth, calculating the aggro mechanics. Always tunneled healers and squishy archers over beefy frontliners. But Patton's battle cry had successfully hardlocked the boss's rage. But the exact second this uninvited wildcard resurrected, the game's aggro system completely reset. The stealth team caught a total stray and got one-tapped before they could even blink, and the vanguard got liquefied right after. Ji-hoon panicked, frantically asking if they were doomed and if she should just let her arrow fly now. She was already bleeding out, sitting at barely 46% health. Yoon-hyuk screamed at her to hold the line. If she blew her ultimate right now, the entire raid was officially dead. His brain was racing. They hadn't even fully stacked the rogue's armor-shredding debuff yet, so a single shot wouldn't even dent the boss's health bar. He launched himself forward in a blur, roaring that he would carve the monster up. He ordered her not to cancel the charging animation, no matter what happened. If they didn't land her one-shot nuke, they were guaranteed to wipe. Ji-hoon gritted her teeth, locking her focus and cranking the bowstring tighter. The MC yelled over the mayhem, awkwardly asking if there was anything he could do to bail them out. She lost her mind, shrieking back. What the hell could he possibly do without his summon carrying him? She told him to just sit in the corner and shut up, since he was literally doing nothing but ruining their run. The MC, what's with that filthy glare she's throwing his way? Judging him for spawning without his goblin? Bro, that was totally her fault anyway. Thanks to their messy play, his goblin was locked out. The blame falls right on their laps. He might be totally nerfed right now, but treating him like garbage, especially when they literally had zero options left besides him. Whatever. He'd just kick back and watch them wipe. Right on cue, the colossal steel giant locked its sights onto Ji-hyun and bulldozed straight toward her. Eun-hyuk caught on fast. The boss prioritized aggro on their archer. Sprinting right behind the beast, he barked, "Hey, Buckethead, where are you looking? I'm your real nightmare." Triggering his dual blade skill, he sliced for 1,920 damage, sweating over the high risk. The metallic beast absorbed the blow and totally lost its mind. Kicking off the dungeon wall, Eun-hyuk launched into a secondary dash. "We're not done yet." He spammed the exact same skill, carving out another 1,908 points of damage. Hitting the ground, he popped the ability a third time, shredding its armor even more. He hollered out that the absolute best crowd control is just inflicting massive DPS. It took 3 literal full-power combos just to make this thing flinch. A system alert flashed. The steel giant had officially shifted its aggro to Eun-hyuk. The boss's health bar plummeted from 30,000 down to a sketchy 22,460. The assassin calculated his odds. Even with his weakness elimination passive capped at 3 stacks, this massive burst should balance things out. Did I strike a nerve? Eun-hyuk popped his assassin perk, Quick Dodge, rendering him totally immune to physical hits for the next 3 seconds. He yelled out that these next 3 seconds belonged to him, but a glowing crimson error randomly popped up, warning, insufficient mana. In a split second, the boss slammed down a catastrophic strike that instantly one-shotted the assassin, ragdolling his lifeless body straight onto the protagonist's shoes. He snapped in absolute disbelief. What an absolute clown show. They were acting so tough, and it ends like this? He should have just stayed a ghost. Popping that revive was a complete waste. Ji-hyun snapped back, panicking. "Are you actually for real? Do you seriously think I'm just standing here looking stupid while charging this bow? Your dumb revive completely threw off our entire strat." The MC exploded. "So let me get this straight. You're telling me you brain-dead rookies could have actually soloed this boss if I just stayed dead?" The girl nodded aggressively. She clapped back that if she had just 10 more seconds, she could have one-tapped it. He screamed furiously that these toxic players would literally rather wipe the entire raid than split the loot with him. Right then, the towering boss, a blinding system window dropped. The steel giant was now hard-locked. Heart racing, the girl yelled that they seriously didn't have time to play the blame game. Her ultimate wasn't even close to fully charged, but right now was her only window to unleash it. Suddenly, the MC busted out laughing like a maniac and ordered her to hold up. "Quick question," he grinned. "You're completely immobilized while charging, right?" Ji-hyun shrieked in absolute terror. "Dude, what are you doing? Keep that monster away from me." Without hesitating, he hoisted her right onto his shoulders, sprinting for his life as he yelled back. "You said you needed 10 solid seconds, right?" Boom! The metal titans smashed the ground, but they barely dodged the shockwave. Completely rattled, the girl gasped. "How the heck are you almost as fast as Eun-hyuk?" Sporting a wicked smirk, the protagonist realized it was because he dumped literally every single stat point into agility. Not even a hardcore assassin would troll their build with purely agility stats. He might, but his raw mobility was definitely matching pace. Either way, their little screaming match had randomly gifted him a goblin point. Wait, doesn't he only farm those points when he completely messes up? Screw that goblin lord. Was the system trying to say his current game plan was total trash? Breaking his focus, Ji-hyun shrieked that the shot was primed. The protagonist hollered, "Let it rip!" She screamed back, "Stop rushing me. Do you have any idea how insanely hard it is to track a target while we're bouncing around like this? If this misses, we're literally done for." The MC flashed a wild grin, leaned into his sprint, and yelled, "Hey, spare me the excuses. You guys owe me massive time for my spilled blood and popping that totally cracked healing crystal." He started circling the giant like a blur, twisting its massive steel neck in circles. In that perfect window, Ji-hyun locked onto her target, but without warning, the boss triggered its World Destroyer ultimate, detonating the entire zone and shredding the battlefield into flying shrapnel. The protagonist felt his stomach drop. Are you kidding me? A secret full-map nuke attack? Ji-hyun was clinging to 1% HP, and he was capped at a measly 100 HP just from burning that revive token. Bottom line, a single scratch from this debris storm would instantly wipe both of them. Panic flooding her voice, the girl screamed that the air was too cluttered. She couldn't land a clean hit through this chaos. Out of nowhere, an insane rush of adrenaline hit the protagonist, as he claimed his brain was finally cooking. Core gaming memories of carrying his squad flooded back. She gaped at him, realizing this guy literally lived for this stuff. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash erupted, and a goblin smashed onto the scene, ripping the dungeon apart with a bone-crushing strike. Our boy totally lost it. "What took you so crazy long?" he snapped. Honestly, it felt like an eternity had passed since he popped that rally skill. Ji-hyun stood there totally stunned, her jaw basically on the floor. Did this monster literally smash through the dungeon walls just to get in? Like, is that even a thing? Our MC smirked, flexing his ultimate trump card, the Goblin shield skill. In a split second, the Goblin dove straight under the crushing debris and tanked the hit, taking a whopping 0 damage. Watching this, the boss shrieked and flashing a wicked grin, our hero taunted. Cute last words, big guy. Now, let's skip right to the grand finale. Right on cue, Ji-hyun unleashed her ultimate ability, blasting the boss with an absolutely devastating strike. Boom! 22,524 damage. The massive energy blast tore right through the monster, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. A sleek system window popped up, officially announcing that they had conquered the hidden dungeon, wiping out the steel giant's lair. Still completely shook, Ji-hyun could barely process their insane victory. They had actually beaten the secret dungeon. Plus, she had totally skyrocketed from level 27 to 31. And our guy? He leveled up from 31 to 34. Instantly, he went into full Goblin mode, screaming at the system to hand over. A hot minute later, the fallen squad members magically resurrected. Eun-hyuk immediately checked in, asking if everyone was holding up okay. Slumped on the ground, Patton nodded, spitting out a bit of blood. Thank goodness that nightmare is finally over, he grumbled. If that dungeon's difficulty had been even a tiny bit higher, the entire squad would have been absolute toast. Suddenly, panic hit. Sungryul wasn't breathing. Eun-hyuk smacked him awake, then whipped around to glare at our MC. Care to explain what exactly just went down? Clutching his precious drop like a madman, our hero yelled, "Back off! Don't come any closer!" Eun-hyuk just stared, completely baffled. Dude, what is actually wrong with you? Flashback to a minute ago, Ji-hyun had tried snatching the grand prize, a super rare hidden class, but the system hardcore rejected her, flashing an error that she hadn't met the secret conditions. Are you kidding me right now? She vented, totally tilted. Beating a literal hidden dungeon wasn't enough? Watching her rage, our MC realized it sounded super familiar. He had only unlocked his own class upgrade by finessing the Goblin Lord's favor. Turns out, you can't just power through. You actually, honestly, as long as you tick off those secret boxes, you could get the class promotion without even fighting the final boss. In his mind, unlocking the overpowered hidden class first, and then wiping the floor with the boss, just made way more sense gameplay-wise. He was low-key dying to know what sick class she almost got, but there was zero time to stress over it now. He had his eyes on the prize. Digging frantically through the wreckage, his hands brushed against something incredibly rare. Jackpot! This has to be it, he hyped himself up. But Ji-hyun immediately called him out. Hold up. You might have landed the final blow, but we all worked our tails off in that fight. She insisted they distribute the reward fairly, but after consulting with the squad, he just aggressively hugged the loot and started shrieking like a literal gremlin. The girl's sweat dropped, realizing he had been acting this unhinged the whole time. Eun-hyuk sighed, officially calling the boss raid a done deal. To be fair, they couldn't deny that our chaotic MC had already saved their skins twice during this massive mess. Plus, they had basically achieved their main objective, so fighting over this bonus loot felt a bit too tough. Out of nowhere, Sungryul marched right up behind our MC, weapon drawn and absolutely fuming. I literally told you this was a trash idea, he raged. I knew he'd pull this garbage. This dude threw us under the bus twice already. Eun-hyuk coldly reminded our MC that jumping him right now would be light work for the squad. If they really wanted to rob him blind, they wouldn't have hesitated. He even told the MC he could keep the steel material. Wait, hold up. Isn't that a literal unique tier item? Our protagonist gasped, his eyes lighting up with greed. And so what? Eun-hyuk shot back. You aren't even an archer, bro. What are you actually going to do with a bow? Our MC started sweating buckets. He knew full well that unique items were strictly account-bound, meaning zero resale value on. Plus, without the right class, it was basically an expensive paperweight. But his inner loot goblin took over, and he clutched the bow, screeching, I don't care, it's mine anyway. Literally everyone and their moms have cool gear, he whined. Eun-hyuk groaned, telling him to quit acting selfish and just hand it over to Ji-hyun, flashing a totally sinister grin, but schemed that he would give them the weapon if they paid up. Since it's an untradeable item, this bad boy is basically priceless. Who loses out if he hoards this item? He does. Are you seriously telling me we have to buy our own drop from him? Sungryul growled, looking incredibly fed up. Bro, please don't tell me you dragged out this whole revival process just to scalp us for an item. Instead of answering, our MC just cackled like an absolute maniac. Eun-hyuk side-eyed him in pure disgust. The guy was literally morphing into that creepy goblin. After some intense haggling, they finally struck a deal, and Ji-hyun snagged her shiny new bow. A holographic system window pinged, confirming the epic stats. Unique tier item, the Iron Giant Bow. It was locked strictly to the Archer class, and completely untradeable. Legend has it, this was the exact weapon the Iron Giant wielded before he got totally corrupted by darkness. Our boy gave the guild a massive shout-out for locking in the deal. Meanwhile, Inyuk chimed in, admitting this exact thought had been living rent-free. The dude seriously had a PhD in being a hater. Where was he planning to dip to once he bounced from this place? He just scoffed. Bro, isn't it obvious? Literally anywhere that isn't swarming with these toxic humans. The stealth main muttered that he was moving super weird, but honestly, that sounded like a massive win. So, are we dropping out or what? Right after that flex, the squad dipped from the dungeon, officially bagging the clear for the... Our guy took a beat to process. Missing out on that legendary bow definitely stung, but let's be real, his build couldn't even run it. Plus, the loot he actually scored was way more top tier. We're talking about a rogue's gauntlet with a one-time absolute swipe ability. But the actual holy grail of this drop? The purified steel. Up until 5 seconds ago, he was literally just a pickaxe-swinging grind bot. Those brain-dead randoms were way too hyper-fixated on the shiny weapon drop, and they completely slept on the insane market value of this material. This was the ultimate carry item. They stabbed him in the back first, so this payback was strictly business. Flash forward, and our MC touches down in the mega hub of Fiorondel. His jaw practically hit the floor as he realized the server's absolute sweatiest tryhards were swarming the street. He was staring at endgame drip he didn't even know existed. Just how much gold were these whales farming daily? He could practically smell the premium currency radiating off them. Mentally calculating his next move, he realized paying off his real-life debt was a priority, but upgrading his absolute trash-tier loadout was definitely step one. Secret boss or not, getting totally one-shotted by a mob 9 levels below his own was a humiliating wake-up call. But to be fair, he'd been rocking this exact same rusty armor since level 3. Wait a damn minute, why are his defense stats literally in the negatives? Out of nowhere, his green little companion latched onto his leg, squeaking absolute gibberish. Our boy totally panicked, yelling. He swore on his life, if this goblin pulled any aggro in the safe zone, his playthrough was toast. But when he spun around, a massive towering beast was suddenly blocking out the sun. He practically screamed, completely shook. Why the hell is a boss-tier mutant chilling in the city center? He immediately shoved the goblin forward, like a meat shield to tank the hit. Plot twist. Irene, a level 78 Beastmaster casually lounging on top of the Titan, flashed a totally relaxed smirk. She teased that picking a base-level goblin as a familiar was a massively unhinged choice. Wait, our guy's brain short-circuited. Hold up, somebody's actually riding that behemoth? Did that mean this literal raid boss was just somebody's pet? The high-level girl waved off his panic, telling him to take a breather. She insisted that Michelle, her absolute tank of a ride, was Bro, she's literally foaming at the mouth, he yelled, sweating bullets. One look at this girl's aura, and he knew her power scaling was off the charts. He didn't need a player versus player duel to see he was totally outclassed. Even the sweatiest factions, like the Everton Guild, would get absolutely wiped out if they ever tried stepping up to her. Irene politely tilted her head and asked for a name. Tripping over his words, our MC gave his gamer tag. But she immediately rolled her eyes. Nah, she was talking to the tiny green dude glued to his leg. She obviously knew its race. Duh. Our guy blinked, totally clueless, admitting he hadn't actually named the summon yet. Bro, why does it even matter? He scoffed. Like, who seriously drops a custom name tag on a starter mob? And did she really just call this crusty little guy adorable? Irene just hit him with the cold, hard facts. One-sided dynamics are a massive red flag in gameplay. Just look at your partner right now. The goblin was literally baring its teeth at him, using a pet as a shield without even dropping a name. Peak toxic behavior. Smirking, she threw out. With that mic drop, she peaced out. Our boy muttered a salty, thanks for nothing, grumbling that he didn't need any backseat gaming from a total stranger. His dynamic with the little green gremlin was totally fine, thank you very much. Fast forward a bit, and he rolls up to the local blacksmith NPC, Humphrey. The burly crafter took one look at his loadout and practically gagged. This gear is straight up dog water. You'd have better stats wearing a— Bro, why do you think I'm at the shop? The MC snapped back, desperate for a gear check. The NPC eyed him, muttering that his top shelf— But for a scrub like him, this chunk of metal was plenty. Humphrey slammed down a massive, pure steel chest plate. The price tag? A whopping 350 gold coins. The MC's brain went straight to the cash conversion. 350 gold? That was like 40 real-world bucks just vanishing from his wallet. Still, he knew the meta. He could have a level-capped beast, but but if the summoner gets sent to the respawn screen, it's an instant game over. Investing in some raw defense, holding his breath, he slammed the purchase button. Humphrey just grunted, tossing the heavy gear over the counter. I hammered that masterpiece out of premium steel, specifically for suicidal newbies, the blacksmith bragged. Our guy immediately equipped the... Instantly, panic set in. Bro, I literally cannot move a single muscle, he screeched. The blacksmith's face turned beet red with rage. That's the point, you absolute clown. Rookies like you survive longer when you're bolted to the floor. Total facepalm moment. Our MC groaned internally, remembering knowing this build was chalked, he immediately tried to refund it. Humphrey slammed his fists down. You want me to buy back second-hand garbage? I'll give you 30 gold for that scrap. Take it or leave it. Our MC absolutely lost it. Dude, I just paid 350 for this literally 2 seconds ago. Was he seriously getting finessed by an AI? Just as things were getting heated, a glowing yellow exclamation mark suddenly popped up right above. Suddenly, the burly guy was flipping his shop upside down, frantically screaming that his favorite crafting hammer was missing in action, and his business was ruined without it. Blinking in sheer confusion, our boy pointed at the literal rack of tools hanging on the wall. Bro, you have like 10 right there. That legendary hammer is supposedly stashed in the underground passage dungeon, right by the village entrance. Time to play fetch for this guy. A glowing system window popped up, officially unlocking the quest, Humphrey's problem. His mission? Track down that exact hammer. The payoff? Unlocking the sick ability to forge armor from raw loot. Our boy realized this skill was an absolute game changer. Suddenly, everything clicked. That is exactly why those hidden boss drops cost an absolute fortune on the market. If he could craft that insanely rare loot into god-tier gear, he would be unstoppable. He slammed the accept button and geared up to roll out. Flashing a wicked smirk, he hyped himself up, saying going solo was the move. Random party members would just totally drag him down anyway. Running solo meant he could speedrun this basic dungeon in under 30 minutes. But out of nowhere, Humphrey marched up, absolutely fuming. Why are you just standing around like an NPC? Move your butt and get my hammer. Right on cue, a system alert flashed, screaming a massive warning. If the blacksmith bites the dust, the quest instantly fails. Our MC's jaw dropped. Why the hell is this boomer tagging along? So let me get this straight. If this guy croaks, it's game over. The system literally wanted him to babysit this level 13 dead weight. Talk about a massive curveball. Humphrey snapped again, demanding to know why he was staring, instead of speedwalking to the dungeon. Our guy started sweating, plotting his next move. Look, they didn't have to be besties. And since he had dumped massive stats into agility, making him fast as lightning, he could totally just ghost the low-level mobs and rush the boss room straight away. Sprinting into the dark cavern, he prayed this NPC understood the assignment. Usually, these brain-dead NPCs trail you for a bit, but if you ditch them hard enough, they just freeze in place like a glitch. He planned to exploit that exact mechanic and leave the old man in the dust, but boom, another system window crashed his screen, screaming that his VIP escort was taking aggro. Looking back, Humphrey was already getting swarmed by a nasty mob of slimes and rabid sewer rats. Stop trying to fight them and freaking run, our MC roared, completely losing his mind. In a panic, he instantly spawned his trusty Goblin, who dashed in and absolutely obliterated the trash mobs in seconds. Brushing off the slime, the blacksmith flexed, shouting that those pests never stood a chance against. Then, catching movement in the shadows, the crazy old dude sprinted deeper into the gloom, screaming, "I see you, scumbags!" Our MC seriously debated just ending the guy himself. This unhinged boomer kept yeeting himself into danger. Should he just command the goblin to play bodyguard? And then he could finally solo the boss in peace. Wait, no. If the goblin was busy, and this suicidal NPC somehow still died, it was game over. There was only one viable strat. He shot his goblin a death glare, ordering him to execute literally every mob in sight from now on. And just as he laid down the law, Humphrey bulldozed into a massive chamber packed with a literal army of monster rats, roaring about how they dared infest Phoenix El Bazaar, and had the audacity to swipe his precious hammer. "I will slaughter you all," he shrieked, while the goblin cracked its knuckles and went to work, tearing through the squeaking horde to keep the crazy old man breathing. Our MC chuckled dryly. Okay, this escort mission was definitely going to take a hot minute. But keeping his pet goblin on defense was the only foolproof insurance policy. Meanwhile, Humphrey raged, offended that these trash mobs were blatantly ignoring his existence. "Back in the day, I was a legendary warrior," he bellowed, popping a massive battle cry skill that immediately aggroed every single monster in the zip code. The sheer noise woke up the freaking Skeleton King, who started marching over with his entire undead platoon. Seeing the Bone Brigade roll up, the blacksmith smirked. so even the ancient spirit asleep for centuries. Want to catch these hands? Let's dance. Our MC practically had an aneurysm. Bro, did you just deliberately wake up a whole boss with a flex? We could have totally stealthed past them. Was this boomer actively trying to sabotage the entire run? The rage was boiling over. If you pull a stunt like that one more time, he hissed under his breath, I swear, if you grab aggro again, I will wipe out this whole dungeon myself, including the quest NPCs. Right on cue, his goblin casually picked up a boulder and flattened the entire undead squad with a single brutal throw. Fast forward through 3 agonizing hours of absolute chaos, and our guy honestly wondered if the NPC had finally stopped griefing his run. Forget the monsters, the true final boss here was babysitting this reckless idiot. But hey, on the bright side, the constant mob-clearing power leveled him from level 34 straight to 37. Out of nowhere, an eerie click echoed through the corridor. Incoming trap, move, the blacksmith barked. 3 razor-sharp arrows shot straight out of the wall. Panicking, the MC threw his goblin directly in the line of fire like a meat shield, and the arrows completely bounced off the summon's crazy high defense. What even triggered that? Our guy yelled, totally baffled. But despite the goblin's insane block, one stray arrow managed to pierce Humphrey's chest. Collapsing in a pool of his own blood, the old man wheezed, such dirty, vile cowards. We might be surrounded by scum, but I ain't going down yet. But then, the dreaded red system alert popped up. The VIP NPC had been hit with fatal poison. The venom instantly drained his HP to 0. Humphrey flatlined, and the massive quest failed banner slapped the screen. Flash forward to and our MC was literally losing his mind, screaming that he was going to drag the blacksmith's ghost out and spawn kill him for ruining the run. Dragging his goblin along, he stormed right up to the newly respawned Humphrey. The blacksmith just blinked at the summon. What kind of trash is this? Is that really your final sentence before I send you back to the lobby? Our guy snarled. But suddenly, the blacksmith did a total 180 and started enthusiastically thanking him for retrieving his hammer. A shiny golden system window lit up the screen. Quest successfully completed. The ultimate crafting feature was finally unlocked. Completely stunned, the MC asked, "Wait, didn't you literally die without the hammer?" The NPC casually replied, "Bro, slicing down that first mutated rat, our boy absolutely lost it, screaming at the system. Why drop this bomb on him now?" Humphrey just scoffed, roasting him alive by calling him straight up garbage. He snapped back, asking if the kid even realized that top-tier gear completely relied on a blacksmith pouring their literal blood, sweat, and tears into the forge. He told him to open his eyes. God-tier weapons are exclusively forged by absolute legends. Forged from the ashes, this armor was an absolute masterpiece, but Humphrey muttered that explaining its worth to a total noob was basically throwing pearls to a pig. Our guy instantly called out the hypocrisy, pointing out the blacksmith hadn't shed a single drop of sweat. Humphrey completely deadpanned, admitting that is exactly why the stats were absolute trash. Brushing it off, the grumpy smith tossed over a fresh set of armor. The moment our hero equipped it, his jaw dropped. He realized it was forged entirely from the insane loot dropped by he had just slaughtered back in that secret, high-stakes dungeon. This was his very first piece of ultra-rare, glowing gear. A holographic system prompt flashed, confirming he had just unlocked the Azure Steel Plate. The equip requirements? A steep level 36 and 24 raw agility. Taking a hit while wearing this bad boy carried a 1% chance of triggering the catastrophic Heaven and Earth Destruction passive. Humphrey grumbled that the gear was on the house today, but warned the kid not to get all sappy and emotional about it, because that was just gross. Our MC immediately clapped back, swearing he wasn't even planning to say anyway. But out of nowhere, Catherine's loyal guard dog, Phil, toggled his player-killer status on and lunged, aiming a lethal backstab straight at his spine. Reacting on pure instinct, our boy dodged with blinding speed, shouting, what the actual hell was his problem? The unblinking assassin just narrowed his eyes, coldly observing that. He totally evaded a flawless blindside strike. Phil hissed that the kid really was cracked enough to push his boss right to death's door. The protagonist nervously bragged that he had min-maxed his agility stats. Wait, no, scratch that. What on earth was this psycho even talking about? Who the heck was this mistress anyway? Phil scoffed, demanding he stop acting completely clueless. After all, the kid was literally in her final raid party. He was absolutely certain this guy was Chulsu, yet he had the sheer audacity to play dumb. Phil swung his blade a second time, roaring, accusing him of faking amnesia about who Catherine actually was. A light bulb finally flickered in the MC's head. Was he talking about that super toxic mage from the underground ruins? He threw his hands up, shouting that whatever twisted lies that girl had fed him, our MC was the one who actually got screwed over back there. She was the one who baited him into a trap and left him for dead. Phil let out a dark, mocking laugh. So the kid was playing the victim card now, while he was standing here perfectly fine. His beloved boss was trapped in an endless coma, completely dead to the world. And this punk had the nerve to claim he was the one who suffered? The protagonist completely froze, his mind racing. He knew the psychic recoil from fighting Geiger dealt insane amounts of mental damage, way beyond just losing HP, but it literally turned her into a brain-dead vegetable? He frantically yelled that Geiger was the one who ruined her, and he hadn't laid a single finger on the girl. Phil's grip tightened on his weapon, locking onto his target once more, coldly stating that it wasn't the kid's place to judge his own innocence. Thanks to his epic failure, Catherine's entire legacy and her rightful throne, as the supreme heir of the mega-wealthy Semyon Empire, were crumbling to dust. Phil lunged in for the kill, but our boy flawlessly parried the crazy psycho, and flashing a quick, confident smirk, calmly suggested they hit so Phil could spill the entire tea without all the stabbing. Wait, did he just say the daughter of the Semyon Group's CEO was on life support? The MC's brain short-circuited for a second. That was the absolute titan of an evil corp that mass-produced the world's slickest cars, smartphones, and cutting-edge tech. A corporate juggernaut that hadn't just conquered South Korea, but had an absolute chokehold on the entire global economy. People literally joked that just breathing the air in their lobby meant you were set for life. And the billionaire heiress of that massive empire was now brain-dead in a hospital bed, all because she partied up with him for one cursed raid? Fast forward a bit, and our dynamic duo logged out into the brutal real world, meeting up face-to-face inside a glaringly white hospital ward. Chulsu stared in disbelief, confirming with Phil, so the boss lady was completely wrecked by a terrifying level 80 raid boss, and our guy nervously nodded along, pitching the theory that maybe her brain just glitched out from the sheer trauma of getting one-shotted. He was totally convinced she just rage-quit reality, but Phil hit him with a deadly glare, demanding to know how he made it out alive then, considering he was basically a level 3 scrub. The bodyguard found it utterly sus that Catherine, a heavy hitter inching right toward the level 40 milestone, got absolutely flattened, while this low-level nobody walked away without a single scratch on him. Sweating bullets, our protagonist swore he only survived by the skin of his teeth, pulling a massive clutch by unlocking a totally overpowered hidden class mid-fight. It was pure, dumb luck. Actually, scratch that. He blurted out that Catherine was the one who needed a desperate class swap, not him. Inside, he was totally freaking out over how insane this whole mess had become. Even with a literal army of top-tier surgeons working around the clock, she remained completely unresponsive. If their roles were reversed back in that dungeon, she'd be a permanent ghost by now. Phil's expression went stone cold, echoing the sheer absurdity. A pathetic somehow evolved into a secret god-tier class, and moonwalked out of a death-trap dungeon without taking aggro. But did that crazy flex actually fix the nightmare they were currently in? Panicking, our hero leaned in and practically begged, asking if there was even a 1% chance of her waking up. Phil instantly growled, telling the punk to watch his tone. Her heart was beating, sure, but her mind was completely MIA. The most elite medics in the country had thrown everything at her, only to hit a massive wall. Not a single doctor could figure out what was keeping her locked in this endless sleep. Our boy was completely out of options. He practically scoffed, wondering if he was seriously supposed to just sit around twiddling his thumbs until she miraculously woke up. Look, if she got wrecked inside the game, shouldn't she get patched up in there too? Phil gave a hesitant nod, muttering that it was at least worth a shot. He completely pulled a story out of thin air, claiming he read some obscure American article about a dude who fell into a coma after retiring, and then, wait, did he or didn't he? Nah, when everyone else threw in the towel, Heaven's Door literally dragged him back to the waking world. At least, he figured that sounded believable enough. Spoiler alert, our MC was straight up capping. He knew the odds were absolute garbage, literally 1 in 900,000. He felt a tiny bit guilty for manipulating these desperate folks, but hey, karma is real, and she had totally strung him along first. Putting on his absolute best poker face, he dropped the ultimate pitch. Instead of just waiting around for her to why don't we risk it all on this one last gamble? Fast forward a bit, our guy booted up the game and froze. There she was, Catherine's avatar, standing dead still right in front of him. His jaw practically hit the floor. He genuinely never expected the big boss chairman to actually greenlight this insane plan. Was the guy seriously that desperate to shove a comatose girl into a virtual reality server? But reality hit him like a truck. If they ever found out he conned the chairman, they would wipe him off the face of the earth. No magical game mechanics were going to revive him from a real-life grave. Absolutely unhinged. He had literally never heard of anyone pulling a stunt like this, but hey, at least he would go down in history as the guy who tried to play hero. He was out here sweating bullets to save a mega corporate heiress that nobody else gave 2 cents about. They couldn't possibly ignore all his heart. It would be insanely clutch if she actually woke up. But even if this entire operation crashed and burned, he would still walk away with massive brownie points. He just had to act like he was casting some epic revival magic. He needed a solid script for when he eventually logged out empty-handed. You guys need to brace yourselves for the worst. That is exactly what he would feed them. Honestly, was his brain not completely massive? But wait, that meant he actually had to lug her dead weight around the map. How was he supposed to carry a girl who couldn't even put 1 foot in? So, our absolutely unhinged MC literally strapped a leash around her neck. Yep, just like I thought, he muttered. Give it a tug, and the avatar follows. Surely nobody would report him for this, right? Wrong. The players nearby instantly started. They gasped, pointing out that some dude had summoned a goblin, and now that filthy little mob was literally walking a female player. The MC internally panicked, realizing he was definitely about to get cancelled. Waving his hands, he desperately tried to explain. Hold up, you guys got it all wrong. We are just super close like that. One girl gagged, asking what kind of psycho treats their partner like a literal pet. A random guy with a deadpan expression chimed in, asking if getting closer to him meant sweating buckets. The protagonist realized the crowd was totally closing in on him. This was turning into a massive disaster, straight up giving him flashback. Out of nowhere, Sung Ryul popped out from an alleyway, frantically waving him down. Spitting out that there was zero time to explain, the old guy ducked back around the corner, admitting he honestly thought he would never see our boy alive again. The old-timer squinted, asking if he was the one who summoned that goblin. The MC just sighed, saying that sketchy little guy was the only reason he dodged that angry mob. Still, our hero didn't trust this guy farther than he could throw him. He demanded the old man spill the tea on the Everton Guild's next move. Sung Ryul threw his hands up, begging him not to get the wrong idea. Look, last time was just a super rare, full-scale raid. We hardly ever get the whole squad together like that. The protagonist rolled his eyes, sarcastically noting that it sure ended flawlessly for everyone. Was this geezer some undercover guild snitch? If so, he needed to drop some intel right now, because our MC was basically walking around completely blind in this zone. Sung Ryul smirked, saying if he wanted the juice on the Fiore and Del region, they had to take this conversation totally off the grid. Huge mistake. The old man tried to lead him straight into a sketchy ambush, but our protagonist instantly caught on, absolutely wrecked him. Coughing up dirt, the old guy confessed he barely. However, he did leak that the local boss was way more active than Rev, spawning way more than just once a month. But you had to trigger some crazy specific conditions to make him show up. Rubbing his bruises, the guy asked, "Bro, why are you so obsessively grinding dungeons anyway?" He noticed our boy was getting super toxic the second a raid took longer than 5 minutes. The MC nervously chuckled, admitting he was just in it for the bag. I mean, don't the hardcore dungeons literally shower you in crazy loot and cash? In his head, he grinned. There was absolutely no way he was going to confess that he was basically glitching his way to a perfectly stress-free life. Sung Ryul looked dead serious, warning him that even if he wanted to speedrun the toughest dungeons, he couldn't rush the timeline. Since he was a total newbie in this zone, he should hit up Phoenix Albasar's castle. That is where all the main quests drop, and it is a massive hub for all the sweaty, high-tier players. The protagonist practically lifted him off the ground, screaming, "Bingo! Main quests!" By knocking those out, he would automatically unlock all the overpowered late-game zones. How did his galaxy brain entirely miss that? He spun around to grab his goblin and leave, only to freeze. Catherine was completely gone. Cut to 2 absolute bottom-feeder bandits who had just snagged her. They snickered, wondering what a straight-up 10 like her was doing with such a massive loser. "She's definitely going to have way more fun with us," one gloated. The other guy's eyes practically turned into dollar signs. "Bro, just look at her drip. That gear alone has to be worth an absolute fortune," he sneered, asking if he seriously planned to hit the restroom carrying that kind of top-tier loot. There was zero chance she could fight back against them. They scoffed, calling him totally pathetic. They joked about needing actual security to babysit a delicate princess like her. Panic gripped the MC. He was sweating bullets, terrified that if she accidentally absorbed even a single point of damage, it would be an instant game over for her life. And if she flatlined, he was cooked. They would pin the entire tragedy on him. Right on cue, Phil buzzed him, demanding a status update on the heiress. He wanted visual proof that she was safe and sound. Stuttering, the MC fired back, demanding the cash drop first, claiming they were swamped with a quest. Suspicious, Phil pressed him on exactly what they were up to, questioning why he sounded so out of breath. The MC barked that he was slammed right now and promised to send proof later. After he hung up, Phil muttered that the guy was a total clown. But Han Kamoon, the intimidating chairman and Catherine's father, ordered Phil to back off. What could possibly go wrong? Kamoon knew perfectly well that his daughter was the untouchable heir to the Semyong Empire. No random player would dare lay a finger on her. Still, Phil agonized over why the boss entrusted his precious daughter to such a complete scrub. If the game actually held a miracle cure, why not hire an elite pro from their inner circle? Kamoon heavily sighed, questioning what other treatment options they even had left. It was a brutal reality. Even if there was a 1 in 100 chance Catherine could crash out, did it really matter at this point? She was trapped in the golden cage of the Semyong dynasty, playing the perfect puppet her entire life. And booting up Heaven's Door was her first real act of rebellion. This virtual world was her ultimate escape, the only universe where she truly felt free. Anything beat staring at a sterile hospital ceiling for her final moments. Meanwhile, our frantically scrambling MC cursed the developers, raging about why a virtual reality game needed a stamina drain mechanic, absolutely clueless on how to track her down. The starter village was insanely massive. He swore he was innocent, yet the system somehow slapped him with one random goblin point. A hidden ability suddenly pinged on his interface. He pulled up his stats and locked onto a bizarre new perk called Share Health with Goblin. He squinted at the screen. What kind of garbage skill was this? Why burn a heal on a mob that had not even shed a single drop of blood? But the next ability caught his eye. Goblin Toss. It let you yeet the little monster in any direction. He smirked, realizing this could be incredibly clutch. Locking it in, the MC triggered the launch, sending the screeching green dude skyrocketing, turning him into a living drone to scout from the clouds. Following the aerial pings, he sprinted like a madman, yelling that backup was on the way. Busting into the alleyway, he locked eyes with the two griefers who snatched his VIP. One of the thugs scoffed, recognizing him as the same loser from earlier. The second creep smirked, asking why he was trying so hard. They claimed they were the only ones who could show the lady a good time. Boiling with rage, the MC that he was not here to play games, demanding to know who these lowlifes were. The arrogant dude flexed, bragging they were just a couple of handsome studs, whose main hustle was rescuing damsels in distress. The MC roasted them instantly, shouting to cut the crap. She was literally in danger because of their toxic garbage. Out of nowhere, the duo lunged at him, but the MC snapped, unleashing a brutal combo with his goblin partner, absolutely destroying them in seconds. He laughed. How does it feel getting clapped by a total weirdo? His unhinged cackling echoed through the streets, catching the aggro of a heavily armed city guard. Scanning the chaotic bloodbath, the guard pulled his weapon, accusing the MC of slaughtering the dudes and holding the girl hostage. He roared, asking if the punk thought he could just speedrun a murder charge. Hands waving frantically, the MC begged him to chill, swearing the dead guys through the first punch. Honestly, the scene looked sketchy as hell. The MC knew there was zero chance a programmed NPC guard would buy his sob story. Getting thrown into the virtual slammer would absolutely tank his timeline. He could not afford to waste days rotting in a cell. Luckily, they were completely isolated in the alley right now. The only play left was to flatline the guard before backup swarmed the zone. Just as he braced for a fight, Sungreal spawned right behind him, hyped up and shouting that he had been hunting him down all day. Spooked, the MC demanded to know how he just glitched into the alley. Sungreal's face went dead serious, warning him that putting an NPC cop in the dirt would trigger a massive server penalty if he wanted to avoid catching a permanent wanted level. For the entire game, he needed to back down and let him handle the mess. He stepped up to smooth-talk the guard, buttering him up for slaving away day and night. The MC tilted his head, absolutely baffled. Am I seriously partnering with this weirdo? What kind of setup was going down? And what the hell was Sungreal hiding behind his back? In a flash, Sungreal slipped a massive pouch toward the guard, whispering to just take it and look the other way. The guard's eyes widened, completely shook by the absolute stack of gold being shoved into his hands. Instead of taking the bribe, the guard snapped, slamming Sungreal against the wall and roaring about corrupting an honest lawman. Instantly, a glow flashing that his reputation had tanked for attempting a major bribe. The MC's jaw dropped. Did his savior seriously just catch the aggro and get himself arrested? Turns out, the old guard was actually a paragon of justice. Fast forward a bit, and our guy finally rolled up to the gates of the main citadel, only to hit a massive brick wall. The sentry brutally denied him entry. Furious, the MC screamed that his intel guaranteed. The core storyline started right inside these walls. Just as things got heated, Shin, a major quest NPC, suddenly stepped out of nowhere. This stranger rolls up and tells him to save his breath. These massive gates aren't budging a single inch anytime soon. Our boy spots a glowing exclamation mark hovering right over the guy's skull. He just deadpans. Wait, is this total clown seriously an NPC? Shin watches as the dude completely loses his mind, hammering his fists against the steel and screaming for someone to let him in. Turns out, he is totally fresh to the city, acting. You can see that wild, adventurous spark in his eyes. He locks onto our guy. He is totally down to help with the gig and let him flex his skills. Our boy skips the endless NPC yapping and instantly bags the main quest, show your skills. The mission? Snag a golem core from the Forgotten Ruins and drag it back to Shin to prove his worth. The payout? A solid 250 gold. Fast forward a bit, and he rolls up to the drop zone. A sly grin crosses his face. If this place was basically a full-blown dungeon, the guy should have just dropped that intel. Before him stretches a massive, crumbling wasteland, practically overflowing with boiling lava. Our lead sweats a little, calculating the odds. With his but hauling this unconscious girl through an obstacle course? Way too sketchy. He has to babysit her every single move. He absolutely has to keep her flawless. Don't get it twisted, he definitely isn't her biggest fan, but letting her take damage is not an option. The game plan is simple. He jumps first, summons his goblin buddy, and then he kicks off the ground, launching himself in a massive gravity-defying arc straight across the magma pool. Mid-air, he spams his rally skill. The goblin instantly snaps right to his side. But wait, where is Catherine? Oh snap, the girl is literally plummeting toward the molten rock. Our hero loses his absolute mind, screaming for the goblin to do something right now. The little green dude aggressively yanks the rope. Catherine launches straight up into the air like a rocket, before slamming face first into the unforgiving concrete. He absolutely panics, begging the universe to wake her up. She literally cannot game over right here. Come on, open your eyes. Right at that moment, a dark, suppressed memory floods Catherine's brain. Her father, looming over her with a cane in hand. His voice drips with venom as he interrogates her. Was she rolling in this late just because she was out goofing off with friends? He had drilled it into her head 1,000,000 times. Hanging out with kids her age was a total waste of time, just pointless, pathetic dead weight. And the absolute disrespect of hiking up her school skirt and painting her face with makeup like some cheap club hopper. Did she honestly want to end up as trash like the rest of them? Trembling in pure terror, she stammers out a desperate apology, swearing she would never slip up again. But Kamao ruthlessly snaps back. If she dragged their name through the mud like, he promises to literally beat that rebellious streak right out of her tonight. He swings the cane down with Catherine shrieks in agony, crying out for her own mother to step in. But the woman just turns a blind eye, leaving her completely stranded. After brutally lashing out, Kamao spits that she is the single, disgusting blemish on his otherwise perfect legacy. Snap back to reality. Our guy is freaking out, desperately asking how to fix this mess. The goblin just flashes a wicked, toothy grin and chuckles, totally amused by the chaos. A total scrub like him has zero chance of actually ending up with a top-tier baddie like her anyway. So why not just shoot his shot and give her mouth-to-mouth? Wait, CPR? Our boy short circuits. Bro, this is literally— Sure, the haptic feedback is insane, but nobody actually needs oxygen in a digital world, right? Breathing mechanics are not even a thing here. Giving her chest compressions will not magically revive her. He could totally just fake a rescue attempt and claim the game glitched her out. Still, he convinces himself that the Good Samaritan rule totally applies. Maybe the shock will reboot her system. And for the record, he is absolutely not locking lips just to be it is purely professional first aid. He literally puckers up, leaning in for the save, when Phil suddenly blasts through the comms, demanding a status update on the boss lady. Catching him in the act, the bodyguard loses it. Is this the sketchy nonsense he promised to reveal later? He is straight up going to murder him. Our lead totally backpedals in pure panic, swearing on his life that she is 100% safe and definitely not flatline. He might be stuck in this game on the clock, but top-tier medical pros are tracking the young lady's vitals in the real world If her heart rate so much as twitched, they would blow up his phone. Plus, her armor is basically god tier for her current. With that overpowered fit on, taking lethal damage is pretty much impossible. Well, unless they stumble into a hidden dungeon and catch an attack from a secret mob. Our boy is absolutely floored. Wait, so she is actually— Phil aggressively adds that he is spamming the chat because he is terrified of a single scratch, ruining her flawless vibe while she is passed out. So turn on the camera and prove she is safe, right now. Our hero just deadpan hangs up the call. He looks over and asks his goblin bet. They instantly hit the gas, speed running toward the boss room like their lives depend on it. From that point on, they literally start using Catherine's unconscious body as a human shield to cheese the traps. We are talking sliding under spikes and dodging massive rolling boulders. They even clear a shattered bridge by full-on yeeting her across the gap and tightrope walking over her leash. A few chaotic minutes later, they crash the boss room, where a massive rock golem is waiting to throw down. But our guy is riding way too much adrenaline. Without even thinking, he straight up chucks Catherine's body directly into the giant monster's face. Reality violently sets in. Did he really just get so hyped up that he weaponized his VIP escort against the final boss? Right on cue, a system notification pops up, congratulating him for earning 1 Goblin point. Our boy erupts into a fake rage. How dare this oversized pebble attack his premium trap, disarming tool. They are going to absolutely wreck this boss right here, right now. Meanwhile, Catherine slumped against the cold stone. He barely twitched a finger. But his goblin summon? That absolute unit tanked the monster's hit like it was nothing, then blitzed it with lightning speed, one-shotting the beast on the spot. Our boys smirked, flexing the fact that they barely broke a sweat. The plan was simple: snatch that shiny golem core and dip before things got messy. Out of nowhere, the boss triggered its second phase, mutating into an absolute powerhouse. He choked. Yo, why the hell is this thing getting even chunkier? Whatever. Let the goblin wreck it. His summon dashed in like a literal blur, obliterating the monster's entire arm with a single, earth-shattering punch. But nah, that just pissed the golem off. It evolved straight into phase 3, radiating an even deadlier aura. The protagonist snapped. Bro, stop playing with me right now. Panicking, he spammed the rally skill, desperately commanding his goblin to play defense instead of rushing in blindly. He knew if he smashed it again, the freak would just keep sizing up, but his goblin totally left him on red and leaped in for the kill anyway. The golem countered first, slamming down a devastating strike that dealt a hilarious 0 damage. Thrown into a blind rage, the rocky behemoth went absolutely feral, leveling the entire zone with a barrage of relentless ground pounds. Sweating bullets, our protagonist pieced it together. Wait, does this mean it's just going to infinitely respawn and get more cracked until someone rips out its core? Flashing back to some old guild lore, he questioned if he lacked the high-tier analytical skills of the Evaton squad to pinpoint its weak spot. Honestly, maybe he should just say screw it and brute. But hold up, what if this rock monster scales all the way to level 100? What if its stats actually surpass his overpowered goblin? Mid-panic and frantically dodging debris, he didn't realize seeing the massive shadow loom over her, the traumatized girl had a brutal flashback. This was the exact same strike Geiger used to delete her. Snapping back to reality, she let out a blood-curdling, absolute horror movie scream. A split second later, boom, a blinding shockwave erupted, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Our guy stood there, completely shell-shocked. Frozen in his tracks alongside his summon, he called out through the smoke, "Catherine, you still breathing in there?" Chilling on the sidelines, he mumbled that he literally told her a hit like that wouldn't actually zero out her health. But before the dust could even settle, the colossal beast pulverized the ground again. Boulders exploded like shrapnel in every direction. Chulso's jaw dropped so hard he practically chewed on his own fist from the sheer anxiety. "What the actual hell is happening?" he sputtered. Suddenly, Catherine materialized right behind him, shrieking at the top of her lungs. "What is this? What is all of this?" she wailed. Chulso whipped around, finally registering that she was fully awake. She was having a full-blown meltdown. "Why am I here? Why are you here? How is this even real?" A crisp system chime announced that the mage's emergency escape passive had unlocked. Catherine shrieked, "What do you mean unlocked? How?" Obviously, a squishy mage needs a panic button, but she didn't care about the game mechanics right now. She demanded he spill exactly what was going down. She had literally just danced with death. As the reality set in, Chulso's blood ran cold. Wait, did she remember every messed up thing he did while she was unconscious? Paralysis by pure terror gripped him. But then a sudden light bulb went off. Hey, no matter how sketchy his methods were, she was alive and kicking in the end. She had even woken up from her coma. If anything, she should be bowing down in gratitude, not throwing a tantrum. He practically played knight in shining armor for the Semyon Group's billionaire heiress. That meant he was basically guaranteed a fat paycheck, right? But his daydreaming silence only fueled her blazing fury. "Do you have a death wish?" she hollered. "Or did you just go deaf when I ordered you to explain yourself?" Flipping the switch, Chulso slapped on his best puppy dog eyes and gently promised to lay it all out for her. He fed her the whole sob story. She had blacked out after getting jumped by a rogue boss in some hidden dungeon. With the chairman's blessing, he had selflessly nursed her back to health, enduring endless hardships just so she could open her eyes again. Mid-monologue, a vicious gust of wind ripped between them, making Catherine's hair spike up with pure static electricity. Without warning, she blasted him with a spell so fierce, he crashed straight through the damn wall. Coughing up dust, Chulso whined, "Bro, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Suddenly, Their eyes snapped back to the towering rock beast stomping their way. "What is that thing?" she panicked. Was he just trying to ditch her to save his own skin? Her brain completely short-circuited. Overwhelmed, Catherine just broke down crying, choking out that she was genuinely terrified. Clutching her magical staff for dear life, she kept spiraling. If her strict dad ever found out she was secretly grinding in Heaven's Gate, he'd literally end her. The sheer paranoia took over, making her uncontrollably chant that exact same worst-case scenario on an endless loop. A second later, she shrieked again, absolutely losing it in pure horror. Meanwhile, in the real world, the monitoring VIPs heard their young miss screaming and gasped, completely floored that she had woken up. Confusion erupted in the control room. Then what the hell is happening in the game server? They panicked. The heiress was traumatized. Phil was borderline hyperventilating, buckets of cold sweat dripping down his face. It instantly clicked for him. That total scrub, Kim Chulso, had definitely messed with their precious lady. His blood boiled with pure, unadulterated rage. He pictured the absolute beatdown he was going to deliver. Meanwhile, "Why doesn't she just force quit the game?" one yelled. "Screw it, just pull the plug on the whole rig." But another tech quickly shot that down. "Are you insane? She just miraculously woke up. We absolutely cannot risk interrupting this connection right." The game's mechanics hard-locked players inside during a dungeon raid. Ripping off your VR gear while fully immersed in sensory feedback? Yeah, that's a one-way ticket to a fried brain. If this random kid, Chulso, was actually out there defending the young heiress in the middle of a dungeon break, Phil wasn't about to sit back. He had to see this chaotic mess with his own. Meanwhile, flashing crimson system alerts warned of an incoming attack. The ruined golem was charging up its stone missile skill, completely obliterating the terrain, and unleashing blinding explosions of fire. Catherine sprinted for her life, her heart hammering against her ribs as raw terror fueled her desperate escape. But no matter how fast she bolted, the towering monster materialized right in front of her. It unleashed an ear-piercing roar, but just as it lunged, the goblin threw itself into the line of fire and slammed its bare fists straight into the golem's rocky hide. Catherine gasped, freezing in pure shock. That's when Chulso snapped at her. "What the hell are you doing? Moving at a snail's pace, you're just begging to get crushed." Her legs gave out completely. She crashed onto the cold, hard dirt, sobbing uncontrollably as her panicked eyes locked. Catching onto her totally unhinged vibe, Chulso frowned. "Hey, are you all right?" But Catherine was completely zoning out, spiraling into a total panic attack as she mumbled on a broken loop about being terrified. Chulso closed the distance, completely baffled by her mental break. This was a massive red flag. Before her hysterics could draw more aggro, he shot a glare at his summon. "Goblin, knock her the hell out." The little green minion instantly pounced from her blind spot. She was nothing but dead weight right now, but just as the blow was about to land, Catherine shrieked out a desperate plea. Chulso blinked, throwing up a hand. "Wait, what?" Gasping for air, she begged him over and over again to keep her alive. "Look, I have no clue what kind of shady ties you have with my— but whatever they're paying you, I'll double it. I'll give you way more cash than my old man ever could. Just please, get me out of here." A bewildered smirk crept onto Chulso's face. "The heck are you babbling about? Obviously I'm gonna save you. I'm dragging your butt out of this dungeon in one piece. So take a chill pill." But Catherine's voice instantly cracked as she screamed even louder. "No! You don't get it! You can make a run for it, or you can slaughter every last corporate dog out there. They're all scum. Please, you have to save me from my psychotic father. My twisted mother, and this entire toxic bloodline," she wailed, absolutely paralyzed by her own horrific trauma. Chulso just stood there, totally dumbfounded. Catherine practically choked on her own bitter sobs, whimpering that she just didn't want to be abused anymore. Out of nowhere, a glowing holographic comms window snapped open in midair. Phil had been watching the entire meltdown live. The guy was absolutely fuming, calling Chulso a straight-up scumbag. He wasn't playing games anymore. If Chulso didn't put the heiress on screen this exact second, Phil swore he would track him down and brutally end him. Fed up with the drama, Chulso barked at his goblin to pause the beatdown and buy them a window to ditch that overpowered golem. The goblin gave a quick nod and pulled back. Chulso then pivoted to the hologram, rolling his eyes. "Dude, you're whining way— Do I seriously look like a villain to you? How am I supposed to do my damn job if you have zero faith in me?" Throwing an arm around Catherine's trembling shoulders, he forced a bright, totally fake grin onto her face. "There, you see this glowing smile? Does this make your— Isn't trust the foundation of any good business? I'm a hired gun, bro, not a freaking kidnapper. I am literally busting my back trying to keep your precious heiress alive. She's completely fine, so take a deep breath." With those words, he flashed $1 million smirk. Staring blankly at his smartphone, Phil's brain essentially short-circuited. Not only did Catherine look perfectly safe, but she was fully conscious and upright. Had the young lady just suffered a random stress-induced seizure? Was that even medically possible inside the game? Pushing up his glasses, Phil awkwardly coughed, admitting he might have totally misread the vibe. The lady's physical condition is extremely fragile right now. If you've managed to stabilize the dungeon floor, you need to evacuate her instantly. That formally concludes your escort mission. Cholso's jaw dropped as he shouted, "Hold up, what? Why?" But before he could even argue his case, Phil abruptly cut the feed, plunging the system window into darkness. A heavy, awkward silence blanketed the cave, and Cholso let out a massive, exhausted sigh, silently apologizing. Dealing with that corporate watchdog had literally just shaved 10 years off his lifespan. Snapping back to reality, he looked right at her. All right, time to cough up that extra cash. But Catherine just wiped the grime and tears off her cheeks, deadpanning, "Yeah, I totally lied." Cholso's eyes practically bulged out of his skull as he exploded in a fit of rage. "Listen to me very carefully, princess, because you clearly misunderstood the situation. I am absolutely desperate for that bag. If you don't pay up right now, I'm ringing Phil back, telling him you're perfectly lucid, and milking your security team for every single dime of my reward." Panicking again, Catherine stammered that she'd figure something out. "I'll strip off my own gear and give it to you if I have to. Just, please, keep your mouth shut, okay?" Her armor and weapons were all elite, ultra-rare drops worth an insane amount, making it a solid trade. Cholso scoffed, raising an eyebrow. "Are you freaking kidding me? What am I even gonna get for hawking second-hand gear? 10 grand tops?" But before he could finish his rant, Catherine dropped a total bombshell. "It's worth 1 billion. Hearing that astronomical number, Cholso violently clapped his hands together, dollar signs flashing in his eyes. Goblin. Right then, a stage 5, level 170 ruined golem snapped awake, its massive frame stomping straight toward them. The goblin stared at our guy in absolute shock. Cholso snapped, asking what his deal was. He literally just told the guy to buy them some time, but instead, the goblin just cracked up laughing, earning a furious string of curses from Cholso. But then the horrifying truth dropped. Cholso scanned the boss and saw it was packing a massive level 170 stat line. Yeah, that was an absolute nightmare. One hit from that behemoth and it was game over. Screaming in panic, the crew booked it for their lives. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt popped up. The mage's icicle explosion skill had just been triggered. The towering rock monster was barreling right at them, but it instantly turned into a giant popsicle. Cholso whipped his head around, realizing the beast was completely paralyzed. Did they actually just take that thing down? The HUD flashed with a frozen status effect, confirming a massive crowd control hit on the target. Turns out, Catherine had slammed her staff down to cast the spell, and she was already screaming her lungs out at the guys. What the heck were they just standing there for? Did Cholso seriously want to box a level 170 raid boss? They needed to run like their lives depended on it, because the ice was already cracking. The guys did not need to be told twice, sprinting away from the nightmarish boss at Mach speed. Up ahead, Cholso finally spotted the exit gate. He roared at the crew to make a mad dash for it. If they could just cross that threshold, they were safe. But out of nowhere, a heavy rope violently yanked around Catherine's neck, slamming her face first into the dirt. She shrieked in pure terror for it to let her go. Cholso snapped his head back, his blood running cold as he saw her trapped. Catherine sobbed, screaming his name over and over for help. She reached her trembling hand out to him, her eyes wide with absolute dread. This was not like before. They could not just turn tail and ditch the fight this time. But his stats were literal garbage. He desperately needed to play the hero, yet he was practically paralyzed by fear. A blow from a level 80 mob had already knocked her out cold before, so what the hell would this do? If this level 170 titan smashed her, maybe top-tier medics could miraculously revive her. But Cholso? He was totally powerless. Tears streamed down Catherine's face as a soul-crushing realization sank in. No matter how loud she begged, he was not turning back for her. In the end, he was abandoning her exactly like her parents did, dangling helplessly right in front of the giant golem, her fighting spirit completely shattered. She whispered that no one was ever coming to save her. But right at that second, a blinding, cinematic explosion blasted off right in front of her face. Dazzling rays of light illuminated the entire cavern. Rubble flew everywhere as Shin made a superhero landing, effortlessly smashing through the boulders blocking his path. He had actually shown up to rescue her. Cholso looked back, his jaw dropping when he recognized the guy. Shin flashed a cocky grin, praising them for surviving this long. He dramatically announced that he would be taking over the boss fight. Cholso was what was this clown even doing here? Then it clicked. Why had he not seen the game logic before? Shin was a scripted NPC designed to spawn right when the player took critical damage. The guy was literally waiting off stage for his cue. This whole quest was a rigged, unbeatable scenario right from the jump. You know, typical garbage game. The devs fully intended for players to get wiped here. The boss did not even have a core. Hitting it blindly just buffed the golem's stats into oblivion. Once the player inevitably gets stomped, a cutscene triggers where this overpowered NPC swoops in to violently demolish the monster. It was the classic lazy dev trick to hype up a storyline character's crazy power scaling. That explained why Shin acted like he could not feel pain earlier. When a level 50 mob had hit him before, the system basically gave him plot armor to keep him alive for this exact cutscene. Striking a totally edgy pose, Chulso cringed. He really hated this guy's vibe, but honestly, they had no choice but to let him solo the boss. And wait, who the heck was he calling servants? Pushing that aside, Shin confidently roared. Chulso was just plotting how to handle this overly dramatic NPC when, bam, a massive explosion of fire blasted right behind his head. He whipped around, completely and utterly confused by the chaos. It was Shin. The golem had yeeted him across the cave, cratering his back into the rock wall. Glitching out, Shin gasped. Chulso's eye twitched. Why the hell was this absolute moron dropping victory catchphrases after getting swatted like a bug? Unfazed, Shin charged straight back at the boss. He cockily repeated his line, claiming he had not even broken a sweat. He threw a punch, but the golem just viciously backhanded him again. Smash! Shin slammed into the wall a second time. Bloodied, but still, the cocky smirk was completely wiped off the NPC's face. Panicking, Chulso screamed at him to stop feeding. Wait, is Shin seriously only level 70? This quest was meant for level 30 or 40 players. The base form of this golem started at level 40. So if a squad just tries to DPS it down with brute force, they trigger its failsafe and get totally clapped. It would level up to 45. Beat that, and it instantly hits level 50, just constantly scaling up. So the outcome was always a guaranteed wipe. Then, a god-tier NPC is supposed to swoop in and one-shot the boss. Meanwhile, the Goblin was just watching this absolute dumpster fire unfold from the sidelines, just laughed at the whole mess, completely chilling. Chulso figured this tactic only worked in the past because literally 0 players could drag that stone monster up to level 170. Shin casually stood up, brushing off the fact that he barely lifted a finger, while Chulso practically screamed that. Since the fight was completely stuck in the mud, that arrogant guy just kept looping his voice line. Stop this absolute loser. Dude is literally the NPC hardwired to clear this exact quest. If they failed to smash that glowing core into pieces, that rock giant was basically immortal. So, the second Shin spawned in, the monster's hidden core finally exposed itself. Right on cue, Shin went back to flexing on the Titan, and Chulso's brain started racing, realizing that as long as that weak spot stayed visible, they actually had a solid shot. Shin stepped right up to the Goblin, glitching out on the same looping catchphrase, when out of nowhere, a massive boulder launched from behind, slamming into the Colossus and tearing straight through it. Chulso's jaw dropped as he realized he knew exactly where the core was. The system pinged, confirming the Goblin just popped its stone. Tossability. It completely sniped the exact weak point the NPC was aiming for. A heartbeat later, the massive giant started crumbling apart, disintegrating, right in front of them, kicking up a blinding, massive cloud of dust as it slammed into the dirt. The annoying NPC just smirked, bragging that he didn't even have to break a sweat. He dead-ass claimed they would be totally wiped out if he hadn't carried them. Chulso was absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer audacity, considering he was the one who actually dealt the final blow himself. Shin then cheerfully announced that, hey, at the end of the day, everyone was safe and sound. Chulso's mind completely blanked. Safe and sound? Panic hit him as he remembered Catherine, rushing over to her side. She was just slumped on the ground, totally frozen, staring blankly into the dirt. After a heavy silence, the squad finally dragged themselves out of the dungeon. Chulso was sweating bullets, terrified that this ticking curse was going to flat-out end his life. Meanwhile, bragging that he totally knew he picked the main characters. Surviving a pure nightmare zone like that was hardcore proof they weren't weaklings, but warned them that the tutorial was over and the true bloodbath was just starting. He currently looked exactly like the type of scumbag who would backstab a girl. Shin then randomly flexed that he was tight with the kingdom's knight vice captain, calling the dude a total gigolo, and told them to drop the subject because his deep lore was his own business. Chulso desperately hoped this yapping NPC might actually throw him a lifeline, but even mashing the skip dialogue button gave him 0 answers. At least he didn't have to listen to the cringe anymore. A second later, Shin threw up a peace sign, chirping, "Catch you later." He hyped himself up, saying he obviously crushed it because he's the great Shin. And just like that, he completely dipped on the squad. Cholsu glared at the fading NPC, muttering that the guy was a pure psycho. Even the Goblin was standing there looking totally bamboozled, leaving behind the most agonizingly awkward silence. Clenching his fists, Cholsu finally snapped and yelled, "Fine, this whole mess is on me." He noticed Catherine seemed to finally snap out of it. But Catherine's dad completely materialized out of nowhere, barking her name. Cholsu was instantly intimidated, realizing immediately he had never laid eyes on such insanely top-tier armor. This absolute unit of a man dwarfed him in both pure muscle mass and towering height. Was he just a filthy rich tycoon? Or a genuinely overpowered beast on his own? No, the sheer aura he gave off proved he was the real deal. Breaking the tension, Catherine weakly cried out, "Dad!" Cholsu's brain clicked, realizing this absolute boss was the king. The man just stared her down, coldly stating he already knew she had regained her after her severe breakdown. Did she really think her old man wasn't stressing over her 24/7? He scoffed, saying he expected her to finally grow up and act her age. Yet she was still pulling these incredibly reckless stunts. The king then turned and formally thanked Cholsu for babysitting his daughter, noting their shared prayer for her awakening was finally answered. He promised to have his admins sort out a massive payout for him without any friction. His people would be hitting him up very soon. "Are we leaving now, Catherine?" He coldly held his hand out to her, while she just stared at the floor, completely crushed and defeated. Cholsu was completely paralyzed, his past words echoing in his head about how he was nothing but a toxic, cowardly piece of trash. He genuinely wished she would just scream at him instead. Why wasn't she begging him for a rescue this time? She was walking away with a dead expression, like she was literally marching to her own execution. Look, he completely owned up to the fact that ditching her before was a massive choke and a total scum move. But this time around, he actually had the power to pull off a save. Adrenaline surging, Cholsu screamed at the king to freeze, making both of them snap their heads back. He started rambling, shouting that even a nobody like him recognized the legendary Kim Moon, the untouchable chairman of Semyoung Group, a man supposedly famous for his deep empathy, endless kindness, and flawless gentleman vibes. Am I wrong, Catherine? She completely froze, totally shell-shocked by his sudden outburst, unable to form a single word. Cholsu pushed harder, demanding, "Is he actually the hero the media paints him as? Because it looks like this so-called legend is just dragging you away. If he's so great, why do you look so completely dead inside?" He was absolutely refusing to back down. He lunged forward, desperately grabbing Catherine's, begging her to pull away and come closer. He lost his mind, screaming, "Why are you just standing there? I am literally trying to save you." But before he could even blink, the two of them instantly standing there alone, his mind spiraled. He couldn't fathom why he ever believed a guy who completely trashed his promises, a guy who was such an absolute coward that he couldn't even handle a silver medal, a total fraud who didn't even deserve an ounce of forgiveness, could suddenly flip the script and play the hero. Catherine was already long gone, disappearing into the void alongside her terrifying, leaving Cholsu completely alone to just stare blankly at the dirt. Absolutely sick to his deep down, he realized he'd always resonate more with the bottom-tier goblins. Boom! An explosion shattered the air. He whipped around, demanding, "Do you actually know the King of Knights?" Wait, he was part of the legendary trio that wiped out the Duke's massive library. Wasn't that the King of Knights and Lord Kamoon? Mr. Kamoon stepped into the spotlight with his daughter in tow, strutting past a massive mob of armored guards. He flashed a billion-dollar smile and waved, sending the crowd into an "Holy crap, it's the CEO of Kamoon Corp. Can we get a selfie? Wait, who's that gorgeous girl glued to his side?" Kamoon played it cool, brushing the hype off by claiming she was just a random squad mate he'd bumped into during a raid. But right then, he leaned in and hissed a brutal warning into Catherine. "Don't forget my status out here. If these people found out I had a kid like you, my entire reputation would be dragged through the mud." The fanboys kept hyping him up. "Kamoon, the ultimate king of knights. Praise the CEO." Out of nowhere, Cholsu crashed the party. He barked at the mob to clear out. What kind of idiots just blocked the entire street like this? The crowd fired back, screaming that he'd better pay up if he ruined their one shot to meet the absolute legend. It hit him like a truck. She was the CEO's actual flesh and blood. Sure, her life might suck right now, but she was still crazy elite compared to a total nobody like him. Facts. So why the hell was he feeling bad? Time to turn his brain off. He'd grab his paycheck, and they'd be totally even. Just then, that creepy old dude from the cell slinked up right beside him, inching toward the towering concrete walls. My, quite the VIP sighting," the geezer muttered. Cholsu practically jumped out of his skin. "Dude, you almost gave me a heart attack." He snapped back. Who the hell builds a lockup out here anyway? Why would anyone chuck a guy into a literal dumpster fire like this? The geezer chuckled. It doesn't just look like a sewer, kid. It is a sewer. The guards snagged me, but I slipped their leash and I've been camping out down here. Honestly, not the worst spot. You get a front row seat to all the dirty little secrets the outside world tries to bury. Cholso deadpanned. Bro, that's literally illegal. You're straight up a wanted fugitive. Ignoring him, the old man mused. That CEO claimed the chick by his side is just a teammate. But take a closer look. She's way more banged up than he is. Cholso blinked, totally confused. Wait, what? Where? How do you even take real damage from a virtual monster raid? Was this guy losing his marbles? The old man clarified that inside the Heaven's Gates, pain is just signals blasting directly to the brain. Which means it only feels agonizing. In reality, your physical body doesn't take a single scratch. 0 bruises. I'm telling you, the view from the shadows shows the dark truth, the old man pressed. She's covered in real-world trauma. Cholso froze, completely shook. A heavy darkness crossed his eyes. He instantly roared across the street. Kamoon, freeze right there. Don't move a single muscle, you absolute garbage human. Are you seriously kidnapping people in broad daylight? You twisted, soulless corporate psycho. Kamoon and Catherine abruptly stopped dead in their tracks, spinning around in absolute shock. The so-called king let out a slick chuckle. I haven't the faintest clue what you're rambling about. Let's not spread wild rumors, kid. How about we wrap up this little chat right now? But Cholso wasn't backing down, screaming right back. Cut the crap! You're a mega corporation CEO, right? Do you honestly think rich dudes like you are above the law? Let's be real. The girl right next to you is basically your secret. I mean, you two looked super cozy just a second ago, didn't you? Catherine gasped, clutching her face in pure terror and letting out a blood-curdling shriek. The surrounding knights immediately started buzzing. Bro, no way. Is that legit? If this drops online, his career is completely over. Another guard scoffed. Where's the proof? Rival Corps literally farm out fake news like this all the time to cancel people. But looking at the CEO's face, he couldn't care less. Kamoon just kept flashing that icy, picture-perfect. He smoothly deflected, claiming the kid must have mixed him up with some other guy, and offered a hollow. I'm afraid I have a very pressing schedule, Kamoon added. Cholso pushed harder. Then if she's not your girl, what exactly is your relationship? Dragging around a girl dressed like that in your party. What a saint of a grandpa you are. The crowd's whispers turned into intense gossip. Okay, but that is super shady. Why is he hanging out with someone that young? Is he legit cheating on his wife in public? And to think we actually stand him. Kamoon soaked in every toxic whisper, yet his fake smile never wavered. He smoothly replied that perhaps he ought to clear the air. He was just about to bounce, but suddenly, an old guy decked out in a sharp suit stormed the scene. He slammed his foot into the pavement, letting out a wild, mocking roar. Ah, so the two lovebirds are already linked up. This was the genius head butler of the massive Patrick Sungrail Corporation. The second he caught wind that their crown jewel, Lady Catherine, had awakened, he practically teleported across 1,000 kilometers. He lunged forward, snatching Catherine's hand, dropping to one knee, and booming. The absolute future of our empire stands right here. Catherine's jaw hit the floor, completely lost in the chaos. What the heck was going on, and what was her next move? The knights boxed her in, their whispers buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. Did you catch that? If that's actually Catherine, it means she's Kamoon's kid. Talk about piping hot tea. Everyone wanted a front row seat to this drama. How could he pass his empire to a girl standing there completely exposed? What kind of twisted joke was this? There's absolutely no way she's his flesh and blood. He claimed she was just some random fling he brought along for a wild night. Didn't Kimon just dig his own massive, inescapable grave? Cholso let out a dark laugh, daring him to come clean to the big boss. Kimon spat back, calling him a total psycho, but Cholso didn't back down. Why not just own up to it? Tell everyone she's your kid. Kimon snapped back that he would just play the victim card, claiming he was a lousy parent who failed to teach her basic manners. That way, the media would only stir up a tiny bit of drama that could easily be swept right under the rug. Cholso smirked, nodding along. Sure, play the crazy card, act totally unhinged. Say you mistook her for a total stranger. That gives you the perfect. But let's be real. Pulling that stunt would expose to the entire world that he'd been violently abusing his own kid. Hearing that, Kimon absolutely snapped, his face flushed red with pure rage as he screamed, "How dare you pull this garbage on me?" He stomped the dirt violently, his voice echoing. "Don't listen to this garbage. Nobody's buying this absolute nonsense." Cholso clamped his hands over his ears, his skull rattling from the sonic boom. What kind of insane skill was that? How did this crusty old boomer pack lungs like that? Right next to him, Patrick grabbed his own head in agony. Watching this, Cholso's mind raced. Was this fake wannabe butler? And this random girl he'd literally just met, teaming up to extort him. Meanwhile, Kimon stood his ground, radiating absolute arrogance. He refused to back down. He was the boss, the absolute ruler of his corporate empire, right here and right now, and he vowed to slaughter all three of them in cold blood. He instantly toggled his ultimate combat mode, barking at the crowd that he would violently prove he had zero connection to these losers. Without another word, he unleashed a hurricane of steel. His blade sliced through the nearest knight, sending a gruesome fountain of crimson into the air. As absolute chaos erupted, a blinding blast ripped through the battlefield. Cholso smashed his hands over his ears, a wicked grin creeping onto his face. The timing was absolutely flawless. Clutch move, Goblin. The little green menace blitzed the front line, gunning straight for the kill. But Cholso immediately started swearing up a storm. Why the heck did that stupid mob rush over here? If anyone figured out he was secretly teaming up with the dude who literally decked the chairman, his life was completely over, cancelled. The system flashed a brutal notification. His summoner skill was Goblin Toss. Panicking, Cholso shrieked at the little beast to bolt for its— That was way too close of a call. Breathing heavily, Cholso locked eyes on the scene unfolding in front of him and choked out, "What the actual heck is going on?" He couldn't even process who this random dude was, dropping out of nowhere like an absolute maniac. Was this guy completely unhinged? How was this even possible? Did he seriously just one-shot the Night King, then casually launch into the stratosphere like a rocket and vanish? Cholso stared in amidst the wreckage. Catherine slumped onto her knees, completely shattered. Cholso strutted over, yanked her by the wrist, and snapped, "Get up! Snap out of it!" She sobbed uncontrollably, begging him to just end her misery. Ripping her arm away, she shrieked, "Let me go! Who even are you?" She knew this cold-blooded jerk had zero, and just like always, her survival literally meant zero to him. Cholso rolled his eyes. "Don't boss me around." It was entirely his call whether he tossed her aside like trash or carried her dead weight. She was seriously living in a total delusion, hopelessly waiting for some fairy tale prince on a white stallion. Newsflash: the only guy left standing here was It was time for a brutal reality check. He aggressively gripped her jaw, forcing her tear-soaked, terrified eyes to lock onto his. She froze instantly, paralyzed by his intense glare. "Look," he muttered, "I don't know what kind of sick, twisted but guess what? Karma just delivered a massive, unholy beatdown right to his doorstep." The tyrant had been ambushed and was now paralyzed inside his heavy armor. This was her golden ticket, because right now, the bloodthirsty hyenas were already foaming at the mouth, circling her like fresh meat. You're a pro at plunging a knife in someone's back, right? So cut the pathetic whining and stop praying for a miracle. Step up and take a swing at your own flesh and blood. Channel your inner savage, just like a feral goblin. Suddenly, Cholso flinched, instinctively blinking hard, he coughed out an awkward excuse. "My bad, got a closer look. Turns out you're definitely not my girl." The second-hand embarrassment was getting physical. "Whoops, think I left the stove burning back at my crib. Got a blast." Barking out a hollow laugh, he turned on his heels and sprinted off like a total coward. Catherine collapsed in the dirt alone, her teary eyes tracking his retreating silhouette. Breaking the heavy silence, Patrick smoothly stepped into her line of sight. "What's the play now?" he whispered. "If you've got a truth bomb to drop, the stage is yours." Gently grabbing her hand, he pulled her out of the mud. As Catherine stabilized on her feet, she stared into the crowd. A sudden, blazing spark of hope chased away the shadows on her face. Taking a deep breath, she spilled every dark, twisted secret. Days later, the entire internet practically shattered. The mega-viral headline dropped: "The two-faced chairman of Kimun Corp., a saintly role model for the cameras, was a sadistic monster behind closed doors." Covered head to toe in horrific bruises, his own daughter, Catherine, had been pushed to the absolute brink of ending it all. Kimun's monstrous double life sent global shockwaves through the media. Watching the explosive broadcast on a giant screen, she had actually pulled the trigger. She confirmed to millions that she was Kimun's biological heir, and completely exposed the relentless, brutal domestic abuse she had endured from him since she was a little kid. The haters tried to label her a clout-chasing fraud, but the second the hard evidence leaked online, her identity was undeniably locked in. Once that drop hit the timeline, the internet practically broke. Every single doubt vanished as the wild headlines blew up. The mega-corporation's reputation absolutely tanked, right alongside their nose-diving stock prices. And Kimun's chairman? That old fox suddenly played the sympathy card, faking a mysterious illness just to roll around in a wheelchair. He locked himself behind a wall of heavy security, while savage reporters swarmed him day and night. And just like that, the crazy saga wrapped up. Chul-Soo flashed a massive grin and practically screamed, "Yo, that is straight up it." Man had been so stressed out he was literally losing sleep, paranoid that the old dude would randomly drop a bag on a hitman to wipe him out or something. He was just chilling at a booth with Patrick, who shot him a cold glare, deadpan asking him to keep his voice down in a public restaurant. Chul-Soo stared back, legit wondering if this guy had lost his mind. "Bro, drop the dramatic whisper and just talk normal," Chul-Soo snapped. But Patrick just sighed, pointing out that the high-def photos of his wild showdown with Kimoon were already trending everywhere. "Think about it," Patrick muttered. "If you randomly kick the bucket while their whole empire is hanging by a thread, who is the internet going to cancel for your murder first?" Chul-Soo blinked. Me?" The old guy just facepalmed. "No, you idiot. It would be Kimoon." Panic instantly hit Chul-Soo like a truck. Tears literally welled up in his eyes as it clicked. Going head-to-head with a ruthless megacorp was a massive mistake. Now he was definitely getting zero cash out of this mess. He never should have dragged himself into this toxic drama. But Patrick leaned in, telling him that he just pulled off something way more iconic than any fat paycheck. Chul-Soo just scoffed, shooting back that he would rather trust a literal bum than him. By the way, Patrick had exactly like he requested. "Bro, where did you even cop that?" Chul-Soo asked. Patrick did not even blink. "I jacked it." Before Chul-Soo could even process that, the angry knight violently yanked Patrick out of the room by his collar, growling that he was absolutely not getting away with this nonsense. Meanwhile, Chul-Soo stared blankly at his glowing system screen, completely shook before screaming, "Wait, so you are the corporate lapdog?" Phil calmly pushed up his glasses and politely begged him to drop the toxic nicknames. He only dialed him up to drop a massive thank you for finally snapping the young miss out of her coma. He was still reeling that something this twisted actually happened to her. Man had literally served her for years and completely missed all the massive red flags. Chul-Soo cut right to the chase. "Look, you would not happen to have a fat bag of cash for me pulling off this miracle, right?" Phil sighed, admitting the chairman was painfully greedy. Sure, there was a tiny misunderstanding, but leaving the guy entirely broke was just foul play. Phil dropped an apology, confessing that he actually just quit the company, too. He absolutely refused to keep slaving away for a boss who treated his own daughter like pure garbage. Chul-Soo's jaw dropped. "Bro, no way. You are literally—" He had been tossing and turning all night, stressing over how she would survive after ruthlessly backstabbing her toxic dad, especially now that her one loyal ride or die had walked out. And just like Phil predicted, the entire internet was deeply stressing over the young Mrs. Future. The timeline was buzzing with fears that something seriously shady would happen to the girl, who just single-handedly nuked the reputation of a power. So, his master plan? He put the young miss on an exclusive live streaming channel. Now she was out here thanking chat for their subs and racking in insane donations. Chul-Soo just stared at the live feed, completely mind-blown, while Phil casually mentioned dropping his entire severance package just to build her a high-tier streaming setup. Chul-Soo was legit speechless, wondering what kind of absolute madman does that. Phil just smoothly replied, "With millions of eyes glued to her screen, her viral clout is the ultimate shield against any hitmen." Right on cue, she giggled and asked her chat if they wanted to see her hit a dance. It was genius. Nobody would dare pull a stunt while she was live streaming to millions. But if her channel randomly went completely dark without a warning tweet, the internet would instantly know she got taken out. The young miss honestly cringed at the whole e-girl idea at first, but she sucked it up, swallowed her pride, and went live. Now she is throwing on flashy, main character cosplays and hitting straight-up viral dances for the webcam. Chul-Soo watched her popping off on screen, entirely baffled. How does a billionaire heiress just switch up like this? Phil smiled, explaining that, even though they were way past the point of no return, his main goal was to help her claw back everything they stole from her, or, to be exact, he wanted to spoil her with a life she actually loved. And honestly, it was all thanks to Chul-Soo. Phil flashed a genuine smile, pouring his heart. "Bro, shut up. Stop making it weird," Chul-Soo barked, his face turning completely red from the cringe. He tried to play it off, stuttering that if he should just wire him the bag. Phil smoothly fired back that a package was already sitting in his inbox. It was not hard cash, but he was definitely going to vibe with the drop, especially since the young miss personally picked it out. "Catch you later," Phil signed off. Chul-Soo literally shrieked, "Hell no! Run me my money," but the line just went dead. Phil smirked, muttering that he was not the only one who could pull a savage hang-up, and shouted out a user for gifting 3,000. "Yo, Catherine's boyfriend, huge shout out for the dono." Right on cue, Catherine's voice. Chat, do we want to see the new dance? Phil was absolutely stunned by the sheer chaos on screen, stepping back to watch his creation pop off. Catherine leaned into the frame, showing off serious cleavage to the camera, and giggled at a user named Motorcycle, purring, "Wait, how do you even hit that move?" Phil watched the crazy donation alerts roll in, finally accepting it. She might never inherit a corporate empire, but she was absolutely born to be a top-tier streamer. Meanwhile, an exhausted Rachel flashed a customer service smile, dropping her name and asking how she could help. Chulso just rolled his eyes. "I'll ask one more time. Did I get a package or what?" He figured it had to be top-tier loot, maybe some tricked-out gold armor, so he warned her to handle it like glass. Still grinning, Rachel chirped back. "Oh, absolutely. I'll guard it with my life," she promised, turning to fetch his delivery. But then, a system notification flashed in his vision. "Item is completely cursed." Just one tap was enough to fry someone's brain. Rachel had already handled the box, and her eyes suddenly glazed over with madness. Who the heck was supposed to be delivering his mail anyway? Did he look like he hired a personal bellhop? The system pinged again, identifying the gear as a bloodworm whip. It was an insanely rare, summoner-exclusive weapon, forged entirely from squirming bloodworm skin. Super high stats, but obviously carrying a massive hex that would totally backfire if the wielder didn't cleanse it first. The penalty? The player would get slapped with a randomized debuff, while their summon went completely feral. He stared at the screen, totally baffled by this toxic gimmick. If he actually swung this thing, he'd end up just as unhinged as the receptionist. "Catherine, you absolute troll," he muttered, furious that she was still dumping her garbage on him. Meanwhile, Shin was busy lecturing him, announcing their next mission was wiping out a local goblin camp. Getting right up in his grill, Chulso stood nose to nose with the guy. He locked eyes with him, radiating pure attitude. Firing off his goblin summoning skill, Chulso dared Shin to look him dead in the face and repeat that trash. Not backing down, Shin barked, "Exterminate the goblin village." It was supposedly a total beginner quest, just trashing some ugly green pests that kept harassing the locals. Since they were basically low-level fodder, Shin sneered that Chulso could easily solo the camp. He told him to hurry up and grind the mobs, complaining about their massive backlog of quests. But Chulso just smirked, pointing out the absolute irony. Here they were, geared up to slaughter goblins, while he literally had one standing right beside him. Right on cue, his summoned goblin materialized out of thin air, screeching aggressively. Chulso instantly realized the little freak was throwing major shade at him. Later on, a carriage driver named Matthias was cruising down the dirt road in his wooden cart, scratching his head over where his actual horse had vanished to. Bizarrely, a giant, feather-shedding heron was pulling the rig. Inside the bumpy ride, Chulso forcefully yanked his goblin's arm up, demanding a serious chat. The little monster snatched its hand away, sparking Chulso's temper. His summon had never acted this rebellious before. But what was he supposed to do? Just ditch the guy? Was he really going to sit there and pretend they were actually a solid team? The goblin grunted out a stream of angry gibberish and straight up turned his back on him. "Are you even listening to me?" Chulso exploded, sick of this minion ruining his entire vibe. "Whatever, do what you want, you absolute clown." The feeling is mutual, but mid-rant, a sudden memory of his friend's defeated expression flashed through his mind, making him realize how incredibly toxic a one-sided dynamic could be. Did the goblin actually feel neglected this whole time? He snapped at the creature to zip it, but the goblin kept throwing a massive tantrum. Frustrated, Chulso pinched his fingers together, threatening to physically discipline the brat. Instead of cowering, the summon actually snickered. Chulso whipped his head around, completely shocked to see a wild goblin leaping into the cart as backup. His brain scrambled, trying to process the chaos. Out of nowhere, his own summon hoisted a massive wooden club, and Chulso shrieked at him to smash the new invader. But before a single blow landed, a deafening explosion rocked Matthias's carriage. The driver panicked, shouting about the blast. A whole squad of wild goblins had essentially carpet-bombed their wheels. Chulso tumbled around, furious that the driver had hit the brakes. Were they trying to get them killed? The green horde swarmed the wreckage, with one feral monster launching itself directly at Chulso's face. The beast hammered its fists into his skull, while Chulso shrieked for his summon to trigger some defense. Instead, his own goblin clamped onto his hair and yanked hard, ripping out a pained scream. Gripping its club with both hands, his traitorous minion wound up for a home run swing, right at Chulso's head. "No, wait, don't you dare swing that thing," he screeched. Right before impact, the canvas roof ripped open, blinding them with sunlight. A heavily armed guard shoved his rifle barrel into the wagon, hollering, "What in the world is happening back here, adventurer?" Spotting the NPC savior, Chulso desperately yelled, We're being ambushed by monsters. Confused, the guard squinted. Monsters? He finally registered the squirming pot. They must have strayed too close to a local mob spawn. He told Cholso to freeze, lining up a clean shot. Panic spiked in Cholso's chest. The idiot was aiming at the wrong target. No, shoot the guy in front, the one crushing my face. The guard gave a casual and immediately blasted Cholso square in the forehead. HP dropping, Cholso cursed violently, screaming, "I literally said the goblin, you absolute potato." The gunshot spooked the horde, sending several goblins sprinting for the tree line. Spitting dirt, Cholso tackled one of the stragglers, slamming face first into the mud. "You little freaks, what is your problem?" he roared. But instead of fighting back, the goblin wrapped its scrawny arms around its head, sobbing uncontrollably and begging for its life. It cried that it only attacked because it thought its brother was being kidnapped and just wanted to rescue him. Cholso's jaw unhinged. Bro, what the heck? Since when do mobs talk? A few minutes later, the damaged carriage was rattling down the road again. Cholso stared blankly, his mind racing. Did this mean he was practically a goblin whisperer now? Honestly, with his current stats and treatment, he basically was one of them. Meanwhile, the captured goblin was roped to the back bumper, painfully dragging across the dirt and wailing for freedom. It sobbed that it was a total pacifist who just wanted to protect its family, leaving Cholso utterly speechless. Cholso straight up asked if this dude had a death wish. That absolute menace had basically tried to chomp his head off. Before, he didn't hold any grudges against these creatures. But the gloves were off now. He was ready to crash this goblin village and obliterate every last one of them. Out of nowhere, Matthias chimed in, dropping the news that they'd finally arrived. A system prompt popped up, confirming the path to the goblin village was staring them right in the face. It was the literal gateway to the dungeon. The second Cholso's boots hit the dirt, it dawned on him. He'd be trekking the rest of the way on. Matthias casually tossed out that he could tag along, but nah, he was way too lazy for that. Dropping that bombshell, he just casually dipped in the opposite direction. Cholso was left totally speechless, trying to process the absolute audacity. If this sketchy trail really led to the goblin turf, they probably had it rigged with wild traps or some kind of ambush setup. Honestly, it was a major flex that he let this guy breathe. Suddenly, two goblins were shrieking their lungs out nearby. So that was the real reason he kept them breathing. One of them kept aggressively begging, "Just end me. I gave you the green light, so finish the job. The rest of my crew is completely innocent. I'm the one who messed up by swinging first. But come on, who's gonna just stand there?" Watching their homie get jumped, Cholso violently shoved the goblin down into a sitting position, glaring with a pure, unadulterated villain stare. "Yeah, I don't give a damn," he spat. The goblin kept desperately screaming that they weren't anti-human. "We just want peace. Why are you storming our turf? Just to make us suffer?" He cried out that it was actually the humans playing the aggressor. That hit Cholso out of nowhere. Wait a second. Wasn't he only planning to zero this guy just because the system quest literally told him to? Honestly, he had zero real beef with them. He'd never even caught them slipping or doing anything toxic. Sure, goblins are stereotypically the bad guys, which probably justified his whole wipe them out mindset. But honestly, whatever. He still wouldn't lose a wink of sleep if this goblin bit the dust. Right then, another goblin peeked out, totally frantic. "Honey, what's happening?" "Honey?" Cholso repeated, totally thrown off. The tied-up goblin started desperately screaming names, begging his family to ditch him and run for their lives. Cholso barked at him to zip it and savagely hurled a rock. They shrieked, "No!" But one of the goblins somehow caught the rock bare-handed and blindly yeeted it toward another goblin. They all watched the projectile soar through the air, completely frozen in fear. That exact second, Cholso suddenly snatched up one of the goblins in his arms. Even with his wrists tied, the captive goblin rushed over, throwing his own body as a human shield, completely ready to tank the hit and protect. Cholso let out a heavy sigh. "Chill out. I'm not gonna unalive you guys. If there are toxic humans out there willing to sacrifice their own kids just to survive, there was zero chance he could call a goblin bad for risking his own neck for his family." Boom, the goblin family was instantly reunited, absolutely sobbing with relief that they hadn't been packed up. They totally dogpiled into a massive, tearful hug. Cholso was mentally reeling. Is the Goblin Lord dead-ass right now? He calls this guy a goblin, but honestly, aren't they way more human than he is? Out of nowhere, someone enthusiastically yelled, "Welcome to the Goblin Village." It was the exact same goblin who had dragged Cholso into this mess. The whole goblin squad just stared at him, totally baffled, and Cholso instantly realized he was completely exposed and in danger. This absolute weirdo was the exact reason they had extreme trust issues with humans in the first place. The goblins started swarming him, asking what rock he crawled out from. A goblin? Bro, why is he so busted? They were literally roasting him to his face. Cholso internally groaned, fully aware the guide goblin snapped at them to chill. Yo, I was stressing too when I hopped in the cart. Who would have guessed humans looked this scuffed? Cholso was heavily debating whether he should just end this dude's whole career right there. Instead, he forced out, "Can I just bounce?" This whole situation was getting way too cringe. Another goblin casually turned to him, telling him to stop overthinking it. But Cholso clapped back. "I'm overthinking the fact that I might actually nuke this entire village right now." The goblin deadpanned. "Bro, how many times do we gotta tell you to chill? Even if you're a scary adventurer who might hurt us, how could we let you leave without treating you to a meal?" Flash forward, and a blinding glow lit up the room. The system unhelpfully announced he'd been served poisonous goblin soup. When they slid the steaming bowl over to Cholso, he internally screamed. The item literally had the word poison right in the name. The host goblin turned to the kids. "Hey, stop acting feral in front of our VIP." Cholso stared down the lethal broth. "Thank God this is just VR, and I don't actually have taste buds," he thought. But seriously, how was he going to deal with these mobs? He chugged the soup, watching the little goblin zoom around. Instantly, pure horror washed over his face as he saw the damage number pop up, 169. He was absolutely dying from the nuclear-level spice kicking his throat. The goblins started losing their minds laughing, and Cholso roared, "Stop laughing, you literal trolls." They just cackled even harder, pointing at his meltdown. "I said shut up, you little gremlins," Cholso yelled. Still giggling, one of the goblins asked what the lore was behind them teaming up. "It's literally my first time seeing a human and a goblin rolling in the same squad." Cholso scoffed, clarifying that they basically hated each other's guts. "You guys even know what a summoner is? Yeah, I'm the boss. And this absolute loser is supposedly my minion." The goblin tilted his head. "Summoner? Man, I don't even know what that means." But honestly, if he managed to pull an actual adventurer to run duos with him, doesn't that make him the ultimate goat of all goblins? He was radiating pure jealousy, along with his family and basically the entire village. He was stuck here for good. Cholso couldn't help but crack up, knowing damn well these pathetic NPCs belonged in a trash-tier dungeon, meaning there was zero chance of escape. A goblin girl rocking a cute bow on her ear was whining about him being a total pain, telling him to chill for a sec while she grabbed some grub. She even asked why he was acting so salty. Bro might be a literal monster, but at least he bagged a loyal wifey. Meanwhile, this dude, despite being human, is completely maidenless with zero squad. He definitely wouldn't have the guts to take a bullet for his own kind, choosing instead to be a toxic hater who looks down on everyone. Honestly, the goblin is winning at life right now. The green dude flashed a wholesome grin, while Cholso threw his hands up, telling the crew to pause. Out of nowhere, another goblin ambushed him from the blind spot, swinging a heavy bat as a twisted thank you. The club smashed the table, but Cholso popped his high agility stat, dodging by a hair. Whipping around, he caught the goblin wifey charging straight at him, and their eyes locked in pure panic. The real enemy? A massive, nasty roach chilling right on the wood. Absolutely vile. Down below, another goblin popped out, slashing wildly with a razor-sharp dagger. But psych, the whole squad completely ignored Cholso, ruthlessly stomping out the bug while bursting into laughter. Cholso shrieked, totally failing to swat the pest. Genuinely spooked by the creepy crawler, he scrambled to his feet. Right then, yet another little green guy crawled out from the shadows, ready to clock our main character, but instantly backed down the second he spotted the squashed bug. Cholso swiped wildly, desperately trying to crush the gross thing bare-handed, but totally whiffed. He blinked, totally clueless. Wait, huh? Was he just tripping, or did something actually brush against him? Yeah, nah, it was definitely time to dip. Turns out, a whole pile of knocked out goblins were already sprawled out beneath the table, and Cholso cleared his throat, claiming he'd love to hang out longer, but he was insanely booked and busy, so got a blast. The goblin wifey gasped, totally heartbroken, while her hubby echoed the shock. She hollered after him, telling him to stay safe out there. It hit Cholso like a truck. These little monsters were actually total sweethearts. He mentally told them to apologize to their kids for him, since he couldn't bid farewell face to face. He inched toward the door, ready to ghost, but suddenly locked eyes with a goblin, slumped dead on the tiles. He totally expected this. Out of the shadows, a fiery-haired dude casually strolled up, smirking about bagging another target. Cholso froze, his jaw dropping, as he recognized poor James, just bleeding out on the cold stone. He literally just shared a meal with that guy. The redhead raised an eyebrow. You fed him? Guess you're a player too. The heck are you doing in this dump? Assuming Cholso is also there to farm some mob drops. Hearing this, the surviving goblins huddled up, trembling like leaves. The ginger nodded, guessing this place was swarming with them, and casually offered to team up and wipe them out. Cholso absolutely lost it, screaming, "How dare you lay a finger on my homies?" He instantly popped his ultimate ability and commanded the goblin squad to jump the guy. The little monsters cheered, completely confused but blindly charging forward anyway. They swarmed their new enemy, but the redhead didn't even sweat. With one brutal roundhouse kick, he totally obliterated the leading monster. The tiny creature hit the deck hard, instantly swimming in red, gasping out that this guy was an absolute freak. Furious, Cholso barked that the ginger should have aimed for him, not the poor NPCs. What an absolute scumbag. Was he seriously griefing them? The fiery-haired dude just tilted his head, genuinely baffled. Not only did this weirdo just claim a bunch of low-tier mobs were his bros, but he also triggered his aggro state out of nowhere. Do we even know each other? Did I step on your toes? Cholso squeezed his knuckles tight and growled that attacking his squad for literally zero reason was a massive red flag and wildly offensive. He launched himself at the level 78 tank with raw fury, but right as his punch neared the guy's jaw, the redhead just scoffed, calling him a total clown. A split second later, a blinding blast nuked the entire room. Cut to the Zero's clan warrior, aggressively venting about how much this Min Chol guy was getting under his skin. Dude never goes all out, even when he's raging. His teammate, a level 36 brawler named Heavenin, rolled her eyes and asked who even cared. She was just praying for some heavy-hitter boss mobs. Being stuck in one tiny room was a massive snooze fest. Such a flop of a mission, they just wanted to speedrun this and bounce. But right on cue, a badly beaten Cholso crashed onto the dirt, right at their feet. And Heavenin flinched hard, letting out a loud screech. She threw her hands up, totally freaked. Wait, is that an actual human? Their squad mate groaned, begging them to deal with this bozo. The guy literally swung at me because I touched his quote-unquote goblin friends. Heavenin blinked in pure shock. Say what now? He's besties with the mobs? Turns out, he was the one accused of catching a body in-game, but he immediately deflected, pointing straight at this absolute clown instead. Thanks to that ridiculously overpriced arm, the killing blow barely grazed him. The guy scrambled away, face-planting hard into the dirt. Honestly, let his squad scrape him off the floor. He wasn't about to play medic. He decided to wipe out the rest of those trash mobs they bought and circle back later. Meanwhile, the crew hovering over Cholso, who was knocked out cold on the ground. Heian tilted her head, wondering if they should just off this guy to clear the quest. Zeros didn't miss a beat, telling her to execute him. Right now, before he becomes a massive headache. After that, they could easily sweep up the leftover goblins. The dude swaggered over to the horde, groaning about wanting to speedrun this massive snooze fest of a goblin hunt. Without warning, he whipped his blade in a vicious arc, slicing right through the goblin's wife. Crimson sprayed across the dirt. But instead of breaking down, the goblin threw its head back in a manic cackle, pointing a mocking finger straight at him. The dude scoffed. Even if this was just a game, was he seriously cracking up while his own kind got packed up? The monster hadn't even flinched when its cubs got slaughtered. Pure proof that goblins were nothing but soulless data. Just vile, wretched vermin, ready to pull the dirtiest tricks imaginable just to survive another second. He totally knew that, right? Makes perfect sense why the system hands out extermination quests like candy. He closed the gap on the cackling monster, smirking as he announced that now it was officially game over for him. Boom! A blinding shockwave suddenly ripped through the entire cavern. Heian shielded her eyes, screaming, "What the hell is that?" Zeros roared over the chaos, screaming at Min Chol to pull it together. Right then, our main guy collapsed onto the dirt, busting into a fit of hysterical laughter. Wait, did these clowns actually— This goblin-slaying quest was a total snooze fest. If it was that mind-numbing, they could go ahead and try to solo the absolute menace still standing there. Heian and Zeros whipped their heads around, their jaws practically hitting the floor in pure shock. Meanwhile, the goblin was busy treating Min Chol like an absolute punching bag. Crimson spurted from the guy's mouth as he got brutally curb-stomped. Why? Because this wasn't just some random mob. This was the apex predator, the strongest goblin boss in the entire— Snapping out of it, Heian lunged in with a furious strike. Total fail. The boss casually snatched her leg mid-air, raising its massive club to smash her into a pulp. Zeros hurled himself into the fray, letting out a deafening war cry. A system prompt flashed. Warrior skill, explosive strike, activated. He slammed his massive hammer straight into the bedrock, triggering a brutal detonation. Touching back down on her feet, Heian pan. Did you catch that? I totally clocked that ugly mug right in the face. Zeros rolled his eyes, reminding her how she was just whining about this zone being too easy. And now she was visibly quaking in her boots. She fiercely clapped back. Who the hell is shaking? She was just caught off guard by the sheer insane stats on this thing. Why would she be terrified when they were obviously going to wipe the floor with it? Chulsu just kept wheezing from the sidelines, ruthlessly mocking their delusional confidence. He dragged Minchel's battered body into a hug, mostly because the dude had literally blacked out in real life. Chulsu tapped his cheek, hyping him up. Yo, snap out of it. Say literally, are you seriously taking a nap to dodge this massive L? When you respawn, the whole squad is gonna roast you for getting folded by a basic goblin. Heian snapped her neck toward him, glaring absolute daggers. Why are you acting like we've already wiped? Keep your mouth shut, you absolute psycho. Chulsu completely ignored her, his voice going eerily calm. Humans will stab you in the back without hesitating. But goblins? They stay loyal. Did you guys to use this quest as a cheap excuse to blow off some steam? Treating them like personal punching bags just to mount their heads as a shiny flex. She furiously screamed back that there was absolutely nothing to flex about. Zeros cut in, warning her not to waste her breath. Dealing with this aggroed boss was the only thing that mattered right now. Suddenly, he tapped into his magical reserves, letting an intense, blood-red aura engulf his body. Chulsu watched, thinking they were absolute idiots. The goblin was that it couldn't even process his commands anymore. If they had just minded their own business, they wouldn't be staring down a one-way ticket to the respawn. Yo, just finish them off already, Chulsu barked at his pet. But instead of attacking, the goblin literally threw itself onto the floor, rubbing its belly with a deranged, toothy grin. Our guy was completely losing it. I said hit them, bro! Was this thing seriously just going to ignore direct orders? The terrifying reality finally sank in. It absolutely refused to listen. If ordering didn't work, maybe desperate begging would. Throwing his pride out the window, violently shoving Zeros and his partner out of the way, he dropped hard onto his knees, slamming his forehead against the dirt, frantically begging the beast to spare him, just this once. Oh, your majesty, the Supreme King Emperor Goblin, if you don't step up and fight these guys right now, I am literally going to get deleted. The creature just sneered, thoroughly entertained. Inside, Chulsu was screaming. Bowing to a low-tier mob was absolute peak cringe. But with his authority completely gone, he was fresh out of options. Was this monster getting a kick out of his humiliation? The goblin gave a sassy, mocking wave, making Chulsu realize just how deep this emotional damage actually went. Swallowing his massive ego, he profusely apologized for treating him like garbage. Master Goblin, from this second forward, I swear I will never abandon you. No more bossing you around like a dog. I'll even cook up a 5-star feast so massive that even a tiny guy like you will be stuffed. Heian stood there, absolutely short-circuiting. Hold up, didn't he just call that thing his friend? And Chulsu completely zoned her out, frantically chanting, Your Majesty. Annoyed, Zero stomped over, barking at the weirdo to get out of the blast radius before the boom. The explosion violently ripped through the air. Chulso finally unleashed his hidden skills, leaving Heavenin completely paralyzed with shock. A sinister smirk crept across Chulso's face. The system had actually answered his prayers. He clenched his fists, proudly announcing that the Goblin King absolutely thrived on humiliating humans. Ding! 1 goblin point secured. Seeing that sweet system notification flash, our badass goblin protagonist roared, commanding his squad to rush in and utterly wipe. Stop messing around. This isn't funny at all, Heavenin shrieked, her voice cracking. Trembling, she stumbled backward, her eyes darting towards Zeros. He was slumped lifelessly against the crumbled ruins, her brain completely short-circuited. How on earth did a low-tier trash mob just casually one-shot her elite teammates? Zeros and Minchul? It literally made zero sense. Both of them were out cold, bleeding out on the dirt. Panic totally took over. Why the heck was there an insane, boss-level trap in a basic goblin hunting quest? There was zero chance they were surviving this raid. Survival instincts kicked in, her own, and just wait for her squad to respawn. Without a single second thought, Heavenin whipped around and dashed for her life. Chulso watched her retreat with absolute disgust. These humans marched in here to slaughter his kind, and the second things got rough, they tucked their tails and run. Not happening. A goblin lunged, snatching her ankle. Bam! She ate dirt, face-planting hard, as Chulso stepped up to deliver his epic monologue. Listen up, comrades. The era of humans farming us for cheap XP? Yeah, that ends right now. No more trashy subjugation quests. No more shivering in dark, damp caves, waiting to be slaughtered. Drop the fear. Your messiah has officially logged in, and I am standing right here on this bloody dirt. Adrenaline surged through the goblin ranks. They slowly stood up, stepping out of the shadows, as Cholso barked his ultimate command. These humans are nothing but backstabbing cowards. Tear them to shreds. Heavenin lay there, absolutely terrified by his ruthless decree. Her mind went totally blank. Cholso kept hyping the crowd. Sound the alarm. Rally every single goblin from the village. The great counterattack starts right now. Heavenin slowly turned her head, her stomach dropping as a massive, furious monster horde swarmed toward her. She was hopelessly outmatched. A moment later, a massive system alert echoed across the map. Phoenix Elbasar. Meanwhile, at the human fortress, the armored guards were literally goofing off, trying to come up with stupid rhymes for the word goblin. While these dudes were treating their shift like an absolute joke, our unhinged Goblin King hoisted his rusty pot into the guards squinted into the horizon, totally clueless. A massive cloud of explosive dust was hurtling straight toward their walls. Wait, were the goblins running away from something? One knight suddenly realized the terrifying truth and silently prayed he was hallucinating. Nope. The green tide violently crashed into the fortress gates, their blood-curdling shrieks piercing the air. Listen up, boys, Cholso roared over the absolute chaos. This is their precious human city, and today, we burn it to the ground. Let's rewind 3 hours earlier. Our main character had already made the savage choice to wipe the server. He ordered the entire goblin squad to regroup at the village to prep for this epic rebellion. The green dudes burst into maniacal laughter, completely hyped to slaughter some players. Back in the present, Cholso strolled right up to Heavenin and gave his troops a strict order. Do not touch this chick. If she dies, she will just respawn at the Sunday shrine back in town. And we definitely cannot let her off the hook that easily after she butchered our bros. With one of her teammates fully dead, and the other literally passed out in real life, she had absolutely zero chance of hitting that revive button. Besides, you really do not want to feel the agonizing pain of a game over, do you? He taunted. Hevonin was vibrating with sheer, unadulterated panic. Cholso just let out a villainous chuckle, eyeing her up and down. He cheekily mentioned her build was surprisingly perfect, and that he wanted to take her for a ride. Hevonin was absolutely appalled and paralyzed by the sheer audacity. Cackling like an absolute madman, Cholso hopped right onto her shoulders, steering his new human horse into battle, while screaming for human blood. Utterly broken and humiliated, she was forced to carry him. Do not even think about rage quitting, Cholso barked. I have got all your gold and high-tier loot held hostage. I know, Heavenin sobbed hysterically. Just give my gear back when this stupid raid is over. Relax, Cholso snickered. When my goblin army takes over, we will keep you humans as cute little pets. I would literally rather die, she shrieked. Fast forward a bit. A frantic NPC violently kicked the guild doors open, screaming his lungs out that goblins were breaching the fortress. He stormed into the Adventurers Guild, desperately begging for high-level backup. The players lounging inside just stared at him like he was crazy. Bro, are you trolling? One player scoffed. Who exactly is attacking us? A low-level kid nearby raised an eyebrow. Wait, goblins? Those literal tutorial mobs? But the man was dead serious, swearing on his life that an endless green swarm had overrun the city. The players groaned, asking why the heavily armed guards could not just sweep up some trash mobs. Suddenly, a battered female knight burst in, gasping one terrifying word. Goblins! Wait, what? Another dude chimed in. Is this some kind of pop-up event? Looks low-key lit. The girl beside him shot him a glare. Don't even think about jumping into that mess. Getting tangled up without a solid reason would completely trash their upcoming dungeon run schedule. Damn, ice cold, one of the guys muttered under his breath, catching every single word. But hey, if it came down to self-defense, throwing hands was totally fair game, right? Someone in the back yelled, Yo, what's— Right on cue, a goblin violently shattered the glass, launching through the window and totally wrecking the room. The twisted little monster crept closer. Without missing a beat, one of the hunters whipped out a piece and jammed the barrel straight between the creature's eyes. What even are these? The dude scoffed. Actual goblins? A knight slid his blade from its sheath, smirking. Bro, you can't make this stuff up. He thought it was a total joke, but then the horde crashed the party. Goblins flooded the guild, pouring in through every single smashed window. This was a straight-up ambush. In a flash, the knight channeled his mana, sparking a blinding beam of pure energy right in his palms. The mob rushing him didn't even stand a chance against the blazing inferno of his sword. It was the Flame Knight, cackling like a maniac as he roasted them. Nothing but absolute bugs, he mocked. The system flashed a prompt. This guy was the literal guild master of the newly minted Fire Guild. He totally saw a raid like this coming. Honestly, if there weren't at least 100 mobs to slaughter, it wouldn't even cure his boredom. Jamin, a level 52 professor, stepped up to him, freezing in pure shock. He knew damn well there weren't just 100 of them. His professor-class scanning skill was already going crazy. The terrifying reality hit him. There were tens of thousands of these freaks swarming them. The green menace flooded their space at insane speeds, packing the room shoulder to shoulder in mere seconds. Their ear-piercing screeches echoed everywhere. The cocky guildmaster instantly lost his weapon. The swarm crushed in on him, boxing him up so tight he couldn't even twitch. "Where are all these things coming from?" he shrieked. But the endless wave of monsters just kept shoving forward, steamrolling the humans. The horrifying truth dawned on one of the dudes. The entire city was about to fall. This was Horace Philibert, a stacked level 62 marksman. He was the head honcho of the Armstrong Guild. Horace spun around, locking eyes with his right-hand woman. "You're not seriously about to tell me to sit back and watch this dumpster fire, are you, deputy?" His deputy? Charlotte Stone, a fierce level 58 alchemist. Charlotte nudged up her glasses. "That's literally exactly what I'm telling you." Horace told her to go straight to hell, to which she coolly replied that it was just a curse anyway. Irene strolled up to the chaotic scene, deadpanning. "Yeah, unlike the ones from last time, these little dudes are definitely not passing the vibe check." She hollered at Michelle to back them up. A split second later, a massive explosion violently shook the entire fortress. Michelle went absolutely feral, totally wrecking everything in sight to push back the enemy wave. Our main guy was absolutely paralyzed by the sheer chaos. Screaming, he pointed at those mutated freaks as a prime example. Endless hordes of goblins kept pushing deeper into the stronghold, hunting down helpless civilians. A girl broke down sobbing, shrieking at the monsters to back the hell up. The green beasts just tilted their heads, staring at her in total confusion. Plot twist. She was actually a level 34 sorceress named Giselle. She clenched her fist, aiming right at the mob. Bam. A random level 8 goblin instantly dropped dead, face-planting into a pool of its own blood. She blinked, totally shook. Were they actually this pathetic? There were just an insane amount of them. That was the only issue. Her partner standing next to her nodded. Exactly. Goblins are literally bottom-tier trash mobs. The horde snapped their heads around at the insult. The hunters were genuinely baffled. How did these flimsy little rats even have the audacity to raid this place? In a heartbeat, Giuseppella unleashed a massive fireball. Her entire squad followed suit, raining down a blinding, The shockwave completely blew the monsters away. The hunters hyped each other up, screaming that these cursed freaks were nothing. Even the buffed ones are capped at level 20, max. He went full tryhard, absolutely obliterating the wave. Cholso watched the massacre unfold, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "This is just a sick curse," he muttered. The arrogant humans were launching a brutal... He literally dropped to his knees in front of the monsters, screaming that their brothers were getting slaughtered, and their morale was totally tanking. He desperately begged them to flex their true power. Meanwhile, Heavenine was completely lost. She stared at the total chaos, seriously debating if she should just... He screamed for them to rally behind him. A hulking goblin pounded its own chest, letting out a sinister laugh before snatching up a massive club. A second later, an even more deafening explosion ripped through the front line. The hunters just cackled, realizing this slaughter was honestly the ultimate stress relief. Wiping out endless waves of trash mobs was low-key giving them an adrenaline rush. But then, a savage goblin violently burst through the roaring flames, swinging its club straight for the hunter's head. The dude flinched, completely caught off guard. Wait, what? The beast effortlessly smashed into him, sending him flying like a rag doll. Hitting the ground, the goblin let out a wicked laugh. Even drenched in its own blood, this absolute unit had just wiped out 3 enemies with a single, devastating swing, leaving them knocked out. Cholso threw his head back and burst into maniacal laughter. "You arrogant fools," he roared. This is the brutal payback for underestimating those green freaks. His brain short-circuited. Were these seriously just basic goblins? Right then, the horde cheered like maniacs and swarmed the fortress. They totally knew they were securing the win. They were literally stomping all over the fallen players, violently ripping them to shreds. Chulsu watched the absolute bloodbath and screamed at them to knock it off, yelling that those guys were already wiped out and they needed to focus on active targets. But the monsters just kept cackling, and Chulsu stood there paralyzed, demanding they chill out because it was overkill. Then, the goblins grabbed the terrified girl by her hair. He shrieked, "Drop her! Where the hell are you taking her?" Desperate, Chulsu scrambled down in an absolute panic, and she shrieked back, "You idiot, that freak isn't letting go." The monster relentlessly yanked the girl across the dirt, howling with laughter. Suddenly, it snapped its jaws right onto Chulsu's arm. He howled in pure agony, clutching his bleeding skin. And the chilling truth hit him. These weren't allies, they were rabid beasts, totally unhinged. The horde kept hauling the girl into the shadows, giggling like psychos. Right on cue, Shin crashed the party. He practically teleported out of thin air, touching down right next to the mob, and instantly flatlined them with a single, devastating strike. Chulsu recognized him and roared in furious frustration. Shin just coldly muttered that something felt off. How did these low-level runts push this far in? He glanced over, interrogating Chulsu for answers. Chulsu swore he was completely clueless. Shin growled, visibly exhausted, saying he was utterly sick of these pests. Even though true adventurers never back down, the spawn rate was just insane. Sure, a goblin's scratch is minor damage, but tanking thousands of them was a literal death sentence. The longer this chaotic clash dragged out, the messier things got. He had to speedrun this massacre and wipe them out instantly. Suddenly, Chulsu shoved Shin's shoulder, screaming for a timeout. Goblins shouldn't just be mindless punching bags, right? Shin mocked him, asking if Chulsu seriously pictured him casually ordering hits on innocent little creatures. He scoffed, calling that straight-up villain behavior. Shin spat that he absolutely despised blind followers who didn't witness reality firsthand. Chulsu ground his teeth, his blood boiling, and exploded. Damn it! This only happened because none of you even bothered having a conversation with them. Shin whipped around, raising an eyebrow. A conversation? What a joke. He stated it was totally pointless, since the only thing hardwired into their brains was pure greed. Chulsu fired right back. Give me a break. You literally know zero about this. They're exactly like us. Shin shot back with cold reality. They are faking it. These things spawn from the abyss. No families, no kids. Every single word out of their mouths is a calculated lie to trap clueless players. Don't get it twisted, though. I'm not trying to wipe their whole species off the server. They have a right to live. But if their population gets too high, they'll completely trash this entire world. We have to farm them down slowly, just to keep the ecosystem balanced. Hearing this logic, Chulsu begged him to stop spitting absolute garbage. Did you even spend a second thinking about the ones getting slaughtered? If you just try their warm, home-cooked meals even once. It was laced with poison, Shin interrupted bluntly. Chulsu's brain completely crashed. Flashbacks hit him of slurping down that sketchy goblin stew, and he had totally convinced himself it was fine. But stepping back, the massive red flags were everywhere. He recalled the exact moment those creepy little dudes suddenly spawned right under his... Connecting the dots, it was all incredibly sus. At the end of the day, this is a literal video game. Mobs just pop into existence. They don't grow up. They don't have cute little families. It's all a massive facade. These ugly little gremlins played him like a fiddle. Shin yelled at him to snap out of it. And finally, reality slammed into Chulsu. The blindfold was off. Hey, where are you bolting to? But Chulsu was already sprinting across the battlefield, while the girl grabbed her head, hyperventilating. He looked like a dead man walking, and she knew she had to bail instantly. But before she could even process an escape route, Chulsu literally vaulted, screaming at the top of his lungs. Plot twist, guys. New plan. Every single goblin better listen up right now. His designated goblin, perching on his neck, screeched that their so-called messiah had spoken. That's a wrap. Stand down! He demanded absolute obedience immediately. But even with Chulsu projecting his ultimate command, the vicious creatures kept aggressively tearing the fallen players apart. Chulsu practically cried, begging for a ceasefire, but they completely ignored him. The brutal truth sank in. He couldn't mind control these savages anymore. Desperate, he stammered, "Hello? Did you guys deafen out the word Messiah?" Cut the violence. Suddenly, an armored knight swaggered up, giving him a weird look. Dude, what are you doing with that thing? Chulsu realized he looked incredibly guilty. His inner monologue panicked. Why was his timing so trash? He quickly stammered, "Wait, no. It's a huge misunderstanding. I'm literally handling it." But before the knight could draw his blade, Chulsu violently dodged to the side, claiming it was just the wind-up for his ultimate move. The knight stood there amazed, praising the flawless suplex he just pulled on the monster. Who sparked this absolute chaos? Chulsu stood there, totally baffled at how the entire squad could misread the situation so terribly. Right then, he barked the order to charge in and slaughter the massive mob of goblins. Letting out a heavy breath, he sensed the vibe shifting entirely. He whipped around, catching sight of the goblin gripping its skull and shrieking in pure agony. Out of nowhere, the monster spun back around, violently screaming at the top of its lungs and hyping itself up in absolute triumph. Chulsu instantly knew they were totally cooked. He screamed out, "No way! That wasn't a suplex. The dude literally just tripped backward." Right on cue, the goblin heaved up a massive boulder, winding up to launch. Paralyzed by sheer panic, He instinctively snatched Havana's arm and yanked her in front of him like a human shield. The heavy stone violently ricocheted right off the poor girl's. The system immediately flashed a notification, tagging her as temporary goblin loot. Meanwhile, Cholso dramatically vowed that her epic sacrifice would never be forgotten. Casually dumping the knocked-out Havana onto the dirt, he officially dubbed his new target, Goblin number 2. He glared at the beast, completely appalled. Was this trash really trying to attack him? How dare a measly summoned minion even try to pull a stunt like that? It was completely— The creature simply flashed a wicked smirk, making Cholso realize he still had a ton of leveling up to do to match that insane energy. Cut to Irene, squinting across the chaotic battlefield. She spotted a weirdly shaped boulder, tilting her head in confusion as she zoomed in for a better look. That is when it finally clicked. It wasn't a rock at all, but a bizarre goblin rocking some mass— Wait, wasn't that the exact same dude from their last run? What on earth was he doing camping out here? Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a She gasped, wondering if this absolute clown was seriously cracking the bloodworm whip without even bothering to cleanse its deadly curse. Cholso, entirely oblivious, cracked the whip anyway. Instantly, a system alert popped up, confirming the weapon's cursed status. It warned that wielding it in this would trigger totally unpredictable, random effects for the player. Plus, any summoned pet would instantly go completely feral. Cholso practically screamed, realizing exactly why Catherine had so casually handed the gear over. It all made perfect, terrifying sense now. Rearing back, he lashed out and yelled, "Oh, so this is the true meaning of striking with a whip." Just as he snapped the glowing cord at an approaching monster, Irene desperately lunged from behind to stop his crazy attack. But she was a second too late. Instantly, the entire zone— A blinding pillar of thick smoke blasted into the sky. Meanwhile, cut to one of the armored knights, cackling like an absolute maniac, while standing over a mountain of— He roared out that slicing through this endless wave of trash mobs felt insanely satisfying. Nearby, Director Jack coolly pushed up his glasses, muttering, "Is this really the time to be goofing off? Our stamina is running dangerously low, and the squad is already taking heavy damage." He warned the rest of the Adventurers Guild that getting wiped out by such pathetic, bottom-tier mobs would instantly make them the ultimate laughingstocks. Right on cue, one of their elite sharpshooters whipped out a custom magical revolver. He started shredding through the goblin front line, effortlessly drilling clean holes right through their skulls with rapid-fire shots. Crimson splattered everywhere as he flexed, bragging that he just landed headshot number 100. He figured that insane kill streak would finally clear the wave. But Charlotte instantly shut his ego down, telling him not to get too cocky just yet. Sure, he fired 100 rounds, but only 99 of those monsters actually flatlined. She warned him to never underestimate these freaks. Horace scoffed, holding his hands up and claiming he would never doubt their vice captain's elite comp. But honestly, did she need to go back to math class? Charlotte snapped back, demanding to know what the heck he was babbling about. Suddenly, she froze cold. A glowing projectile came zipping straight at her blind spot, followed by a lunging goblin. Thanks to Horace's clutch reflexes, the beast was vaporized in a split second. He flashed a cheeky grin, yelling, "Charlotte, that gory fireworks display was all for you." Yet, all she could focus on was a severed goblin. Meanwhile, the heavily armored knights continued their brutal clash against the furious, endless— The legendary Flame Knight stepped right into the chaotic fray, shouting that picking them off, one or two at a time, was basic, and hunting a full pack— Right on cue, he channeled his massive mana pool, gripping his heavy broadsword and swinging it with devastating force. A blazing ring of fire instantly trapped the goblins. The monsters screeched in sheer terror, but just before turning to ash, they caught sight of something super weird. Director Jack's eyes narrowed as a bizarre, flesh-toned mutant goblin suddenly spawned right in the middle of the pack. The entire horde instantly stopped and locked their eyes onto this freaky new arrival. The mutant threw its head back and let out a deafening, blood-curdling roar. Jimin frantically screamed to his master that the vibe was completely off. And right after that warning, an absolutely blinding shockwave ripped straight through the ancient fortress. Massive chunks of debris rained down like missiles. The Flame Knight quickly triggered his dodge skill to blast backward, right as the system furiously flashed a critical alert for a literal meteor strike. He roared at the top of his lungs, commanding his flames to incinerate everything in sight. A blinding pillar of pure energy shot directly into the clouds, and a split second later, an intense flash triggered a second, cataclysmic explosion. When the dust finally settled, the entire zone was nothing but a scorched, burning wasteland. The Flame Knight literally basked in the glorious destruction. He wildly flexed on the battlefield, screaming that absolutely any mob, whether it was a lowly goblin, an epic dragon, or literally anyone else, was going to get instantly deleted. But tragically, a bizarre goblin clawed its way out of the raging inferno. The Flame Knight just froze, totally stunned and having zero clue what he was staring at. As the monster finally closed the distance, it just smirked. Get a load of this dude. Just moments prior, Irene was screaming her lungs out in pure terror. She frantically tried to hold Cholso back, but he kept pushing closer and closer into the heat of the brawl. The second the whip snapped across the goblin's face, a blinding crimson beam shot straight into the sky. Irene's heart sank. She was way too late. She demanded to know what the heck he was thinking, but he just screamed back that they were completely out of time, ordering her to let him go right that second. A system prompt flashed, confirming it was just a normal fainting spell. Right at that moment, the beast morphed, its skin shifting into this deeply unsettling human-like tone. It suddenly clicked for Irene. That absolute madman had Luckily, dealing with a low-tier creature like this was still something she could handle. But in a split second, the goblin blitzed right past her with insane speed, its jaw unhinged, violently sprouting massive razor-sharp fangs. A cold chill ran down her spine as the terrifying truth hit Irene. This was definitely not your average. Hitting the dirt, Irene had a chilling realization. The most terrifying part of pure, unadulterated madness? It doesn't even recognize its own master. Right then, a goblin completely locked onto Cholso, lunging at his falling body like a heat-seeking missile. But Michelle wasn't having it. She clamped her teeth down on him and totally yeeted him out of the danger zone. The system interface flashed. Summoner skill. Bluebird activation. The goblin threw its hands up, shrieking with pure rage. Seeing her opening, Irene screamed at Michelle to go completely feral on it and beat some sense into this freak. Michelle launched herself, claws out, hissing and shredding into the goblin like a total menace. But the dread hit Irene instantly. The dust cleared, and this absolute unit of a goblin landed without a single scratch. Flipping the script, the goblin rocketed straight for Irene. She scrambled backward, desperately triggering her heavy hitter skill, Summon Gigas. Pissed off, the monster wound up a massive punch, slamming its fist right into the newly spawned terrain. A split second later, the entire earth pulverized into dust. The bluebird shot out from the wreckage. Irene's mind raced. She swore her damage math was flawless. If she didn't despawn her summons right now, the collateral damage would be insane. She grabbed hold of Romeo, screaming for the bird to get them out of there. Romeo blasted into the sky. Left behind, the goblin let out a blood-curdling roar, tracking their escape with dead eyes. Then, it went fully berserk. It pulverized the ground beneath its feet, ripping up massive chunks of jagged rock and launching them into the sky like artillery shells. It was literally trying to snipe the bird out of the air, and terrifyingly, it was working. The boulders were whistling dangerously close to Romeo's wings. "Push it to the limit," Irene shrieked. Romeo barrel-rolled through the barrage, while the goblin kept relentlessly smashing the earth with its club, spamming projectiles everywhere. The beast's raw strength was just too much. A massive, meteor-sized boulder locked right onto Romeo and smashed right into the bird. Feathers exploded everywhere as the damage registered, sending Cholso plummeting into the void. In that terrifying freefall, Irene couldn't help but think she'd wanted their next meetup to be way less pathetic. She reached out desperately, fingers locking around his wrist, dragging them both down together. A second later, they slammed into the earth with a deafening crash. Meanwhile, stepping straight out of a blazing inferno, the goblin locked eyes with its next target, the Flame Knight. The monster shrieked, completely paralyzing the Flame Knight. Panicking, the knight spammed his ultimate move, the Eternal Flame. But it did absolutely nothing. Zero damage. Suddenly, the director's panicked voice cut through the chaos, desperately warning the guildmaster. This freak of nature had literally tanked a meteor explosion and brushed it off. This boss was built completely different from anything they had ever faced. It was do or die. The Flame Knight roared back, his pride flaring up, screaming that taking handouts meant he'd already lost. "Just shut your mouth and watch the show, like you always do," he snapped. The director clenched his jaw, totally triggered by the disrespect. Watch the show? The director was a literal tactical genius, relegated to the sidelines, only because this hothead never let him cook. Ignoring logic, the Flame Knight blitzed the goblin, bracing to parry a sword strike. But the goblin countered with sickening speed. A blinding death beam eviscerated the entire fortress. Shockwaves and pure explosive energy vaporized the ground, blowing the Flame Knight completely away. The rest of the squad stood paralyzed, jaws on the floor. "Yo, did you guys just see that?" Horace stammered, looking at Charlotte. She nodded, totally shell-shocked. The director just froze, his brain failing to process the glitch he just witnessed. He realized the horrifying truth. It was a max damage hit. When a strike violently exceeds a player's HP, the brain literally short-circuits from the pain. Terrified that his guildmaster was dead, he screamed out in agony. until a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his head. Thought I got packed up, huh? The Flame Knight smirked, telling him to quit whining. The director's brain stopped working. Tears streaming down his face, he choked out, "How are you not dead?" The Flame Knight flashed a cocky grin. "Yo, Mr. Genius. Didn't you mention a strategy? Because how do you outplay a raid boss that literally one-shots you with max damage?" The director pushed his glasses up his nose. In a nightmare scenario like this, the ultimate strat is to run for your life. Defeating it is a statistical 0, but landing just one solid hit, that's doable. The Flame Knight's eyes lit up. Beating this thing was a pipe dream. But landing one strike was all he needed. He was going to channel everything into a single, god-tier death blow. Hyped on pure adrenaline, the Flame Knight charged back into the meat grinder. The director screamed at him to wait for the green light. And absolutely do not strike first. This beast had already tanked the Master's ultimate without dropping a single hit point. Plus, this absolute unit was dishing out one-hit kills with just its basic attacks. This glitch of a monster was completely off the charts. They couldn't even scan its level. The Master's overpowered buff, Eternal Flame, was supposed to let him shred right through enemy armor. A sliver of hope still hung in the air. They could actually take this beast down, but they only had a single shot left to make it happen. The creature unleashed an ear-splitting screech, pivoting its massive frame. Fueled by pure ego, the warrior hit the gas and launched himself straight into the bloodbath. Jamin knew clashing with this nightmare was absolute suicide, but there was zero chance this massive flexor was going to fold. He was dead set on making the freak bleed for all the chaos it caused, so even if he totally whiffed his first strike, he absolutely refused to quit. Jamin triggered his professor's skill. Instantly, a sleek metallic disc ruptured the dirt and rocketed upward. Multiple discs snapped together, morphing into some bizarre, futuristic artillery. System alerts flashed. Force field deployed. Welcome to the professor's lab. Jamin reigned supreme inside this zone. His word was absolute law. The system pinged again, flashing a massive override warning to pause all combat. It locked down every hostile in the area for 8 agonizing seconds, though the stun timer dropped heavily based on how insanely leveled the target was. The director screamed, "Hit it now!" Instantly, the terrifying goblin froze dead in its tracks, suspended right in midair. The Flame Knight gasped, admitting he genuinely thought he was totally cooked this time. He couldn't deny it. This boss hit like an absolute freight train. But then, a system notification popped up. He had triggered the last breath passive. It let him survive a fatal blow with exactly 1 HP left, a total one and done lifesaver. Right after, the system announced the activation of his berserk mode. The closer he was to the grave, the harder his hits cracked. Feeling that insane power surge through his veins, he instantly shoved the monster back. Taking the hit, the creature merely flashed a twisted, psychopathic grin. Panic struck the director. The beast had already snapped out of the freeze, and it hadn't even been 2 seconds. The monster instantly clapped back with a brutal counterattack, triggering a system alert that the professor's reorganization ability had fired off. He desperately tried to save his guildmaster by popping a massive AoE warp that pulls everyone out, but it came with a brutal 60-second cooldown. Jamin shrieked, "Throwing ourselves at this thing is totally useless. Only complete morons would actually die for a stupid game." Just then, one of the downed knights snapped back to reality, fully processing the absolute slaughter he just witnessed. That freak was practically untouched, even after eating 300,000 damage. Why on earth were they throwing away their lives, just to be cannon fodder? A super dumb event like this was only meant for trashing weak little mobs, not throwing down with an apocalyptic raid boss. Panic spread like wildfire as players instantly rage quit and logged off. They hollered that they would somehow jump the guy the next time they logged in. With the squad practically evaporating, Horace told Charlotte she needed to bounce right now, because winning this was mathematically impossible. She sighed, admitting he was actually spitting facts for once, and instantly slammed the logout button, declaring that even if he tried to play the hero, she was absolutely not signing off on it. Her avatar immediately started shattering into digital dust. When she suddenly caught Horace casually waving goodbye, panic set in as she gasped, "Wait, is this psycho actually staying to fight?" He cracked a mischievous grin, totally proud of tricking her. Right on cue, the system locked her out, flashing a server load warning about the gates of heaven, reminding her that logging out triggered a brutal 10-minute penalty. Charlotte screamed her lungs out, demanding he just survive for 10 minutes. She was absolutely fuming, but the server wiped her out before she could even finish. Meanwhile, the Flame Knight stayed locked in the brawl, tossing a cocky smirk at the director as he mocked. "What are you crying about, kid? Did you see the massive dent I just put in this thing? It's practically on 1 HP, and you seriously want me to bail?" The director screamed back, Are you totally blind? Why haven't you tapped out? We only managed to stun him a single time. And reorganization has a brutal 60-second cooldown. Plus, his attack patterns are complete. But before the words fully left his mouth, he choked on his own breath, utterly paralyzed by what he just spotted. The goblin had chucked a massive boulder straight at the Flame Knight. The creature cackled like a maniac, and Jamin realized it was playing baseball with a literal meteor. In a split second, Horus unleashed his own magic to shield the knight. The fiery warrior whipped around, sweating as he realized he would have been. Horus chuckled at his clutch timing. He figured the beast was looking way too cocky, so he decided to just blast it. Did this guy actually just snipe his target? What if he totally missed the fact that he was kill-stealing from a raging berserker? The Flame Knight instantly cut him off, snapping that the second this pint-sized player jumped in, this entire duel became a total joke. He ordered Horus to back off and stop ruining his spotlight. Horus just smirked, bet. Then let's stop playing nice. Without skipping a beat, the duo hit the gas, rushing the boss for a final takedown. Suddenly, Horus vaulted into the air, raining down absolute hellfire on the monster's blind spot. The goblin snapped its neck around, instantly processing the trap. But Horus grunted that this freak was way too tanky. His shot slammed into its flesh, but the health bar didn't even flinch. The goblin shrieked in pure, unadulterated rage, until the Flame Knight erupted from the sidelines, unleashing a catastrophic inferno right into its flank. It was a filthy sneak attack, but it actually managed to chip away at its health. A blinding shockwave tore across the battlefield, leaving the director totally speechless in the dust. How did it even get to this point? The odds of getting wiped out here absolutely dwarf the chances of making it out alive. So why aren't they throwing in the towel? How does staring death in the face not faze them? It completely blew his mind, as he couldn't tear his eyes away from the chaos. Right then, that rabid goblin was literally getting roasted alive inside a raging but somehow completely tanked the damage. The beast charged right out of the blaze without a single scratch. Cut to Chulsu, finally snapping out of it. Gripping his pounding skull, he groaned. Ugh, my brain. What the heck just went down? Blinking through the haze, his hands brushed against something squishy. Wait, what's this? He gave it a good squeeze, fully vibing with the texture. Plot twist, he was basically using a pile of decapitated goblin heads as a mattress, absolutely fuming. Earlier, this guy had face planted straight into her chest, and then had the sheer audacity to complain about the impact. Glaring with pure disgust, she hissed, "Tragically, it looks like you're still breathing." Chulsu blinked. "Hold up, aren't you the chick who was surfing on that?" Irene instantly snapped, screaming at him to stop fondling the dead monsters. She demanded to, "Is that psycho goblin yours? Recall it back to your inventory, right now." Chulsu barked back. "What? Why the hell would I do that?" She practically ripped her hair out. "Are you utterly clueless? You launched an attack without even cleansing that bloodworm hex." Chulsu just stared blankly at the dirt, totally zoning out. Irene wasn't letting up, snapping that while he was taking his little beauty sleep, his minion went completely feral and was currently bulldozing the entire map. Did he have zero empathy for the pure agony he forced onto his own summon? It was literally being forced to shred people against its own will. She pleaded that for his own good, and to stop a total player wipeout. "You need to despawn it, now." Chulsu just shrugged. "Bro, I don't know how." Irene froze. "Excuse me?" He threw his hands up, shouting, "I literally don't know. My I doesn't even have a recall button. That feature straight up doesn't exist for me." Panic washed over Irene's face. "What kind of glitchy garbage is that? You're literally maining a summoner class. How on earth can you not unsummon your own mob?" Chulsu was screaming right back. "I just told you, the mechanic isn't there. Do you think I want this creepy thing? I want it gone more than you do." Irene's jaw hit the floor. She couldn't believe his toxic mindset. "Why would you even say that? Aren't you worried it'll get wrecked?" Chulsu scoffed, brushing off the dirt. "Wrecked? Really? You're harassing me to hit a non-existent button and stressing over a monster. Look, so what if it catches some stray hits? It's not like they're griefing it on purpose. Intentional damage is way worse anyway. In my book, everyone falls into two categories. People who have screwed me over, and people who are going to. So who cares if they take some collateral damage? Mind your own HP bar, girl, because I am sitting at a cozy 100%. Zero mental damage, zero physical damage. But mid-flex, a blinding flash illuminated his back. He whipped around instantly. His berserker goblin was just wiping the floor with everything in sight. Chulsu stared, completely, utterly lost. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the Flame Knight swung his heavy blade, panting as he realized the raid was failing. Glancing at his teammate, he grunted. Was he keeping this OP beast a secret? The goblin unleashed a blood-curdling screech, doing a wild barrel roll before digging its claws deep into the dirt. As massive dust clouds swirled, a terrifying shadow materialized out of thin air, launching itself right at the Flame Knight. The warrior scoffed. Still hungry for more? Fine. I'll send you back to the lobby. Bracing himself, the knight tried to pop his ultimate skill, but a bright red system prompt flashed. Insufficient mana. His eyes widened. Wait, what? The beast was already closing the gap, forcing him to drop his heavy broadsword. The goblin lunged, latching directly onto his face. A split second later, the knight's entire body erupted in a blinding green aura, a forced system reset. Watching from the sidelines, the director completely lost his mind. What the hell is he doing? You promised you'd carry us. Why is the guy who swore to kill this thing just dropping his weapon? He started furiously punching the knight's armored chest, screaming at him not to throw the match. You have to clutch this like you always do. And if you really can't carry this raid, then at least figure out a way to keep me breathing. The Flame Knight just stood there like a statue. The director shook him frantically. Look at you. You look like a guy totally burnt out on life. There's zero shame in retreating. We need to dip. Now. He was practically bawling, ugly crying with snot and tears dripping down his chin. What kind of absolute morons actually gamble their real lives over a stupid game? The Flame Knight stayed dead silent, before finally grabbing the hysterical man by the collar. Shut your mouth. Didn't I warn you that your non-stop screeching was going to throw off my focus? Right then, he shot a glance at Horace. I'm logging out of this mess. You can stay if you want, but I'm not taking the heat if you catch a game over. Horace just flashed a casual smirk. Oh, I'm out too. This lobby is way too toxic for my taste. The Flame Knight raised an eyebrow. Toxic? Who? What are you talking about? And in that exact second, he spotted Chulsu sprinting straight at them, trailing a massive, aggressive mob of goblins. The group shrieked in pure terror. It was then that Chulsu noticed the terrifying truth. His pet monster was finally bleeding. 700 grand for a bounty? That was way too sketchy. If this dude was capping, it was game over. He'd be eating dirt 900 feet deep all over again. Step 1. Pull him back and patch up those gashes. Irene blinked, utterly clueless. What exactly is that? She asked. If you're seriously trying to drag that little guy out right now, just drop it, she warned. With that berserk debuff active, he'll tear you apart. She insisted they wipe, but was yanking the goblin back his only play? Chulso shot back that he had a backup plan. Irene glanced at the smoking crater. That blast literally just popped off, she muttered. Out of everyone in this whole busted village, only the rookie shot caller of the Flame Guild packed enough firepower to pull off a stunt like that. The second a summon's HP hits absolute zero, the connection snaps, wiping that berserker virus totally clean. Chulso's eyes narrowed. So, you're basically telling me to let him get flatlined by those Flame Guild tryhards, he snapped. And if he actually bites the dust, can I even bring him back? Irene shook her head, calm as ever. He won't get wiped out. Wait, he'd literally just pass out and respawn? Since summons don't actually kick the bucket, she brushed it off like it was just another Tuesday. But obviously, this wasn't just some random mob to him, and they were way past textbook logic right now. Chulso flared up, voice cracking. So I'm supposed to just trust your vibe and gamble his actual life? She froze, totally thrown off. His life? Chulso doubled down. His life is literally my life, okay? I can't even picture breathing without that little dude. He'd straight up rather catch a game over than exist without his goblin. Irene stood paralyzed, that raw emotion triggering memories of her own fur baby back in the real world. Her brain short-circuited. How on earth did things get this deep in a game? Was he seriously losing his mind, screaming over a pixelated companion like this? If she were the owner, her pet wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Suddenly, she snatched his hands, practically pleading. I am so sorry. I won't let your precious little guy fade away. I promise. She swore to drag him out of hell if she had to. Chulso just stared, completely losing the plot of her meltdown. Everything is going sideways, he yelled. If we're out of options, I'm pulling him back right now, Irene shrieked. We are totally out of time for that. But a light bulb just went off in her head. When he stopped looking at his jammed goblin, like some throwaway digital tool, he proved it was a living, breathing soul with its own heartbeat. This crazed beast was basically a terrified rescue animal left in the dark, and the ultimate cheat code to win over a scared baby's heart is a solid snack. Chulso blinked hard. Wait, snacks? She nodded slowly, warning it wouldn't be a cakewalk. Yet she was dead certain it would hit different, purely because his heart was in it. Chulso was absolutely lost. Part of him wanted to smack some sense into this girl. But hold up, He had literally never popped the feed goblin skill to reel his buddy back in. Without hesitating, he sprinted like an absolute madman. Skidding to a halt, the realization hit him like a truck. He hadn't dropped a single treat since day one. A glowing system prompt flared up, flashing his unique tamer perk. The feed got out of nowhere. A massive, juicy sausage materialized in his palm. Cholso's eyes lit up. This was the absolute cure. With zero backup plans left on the table, it was now or never. He dashed forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Hold on, buddy. I'm coming." "Are you insane? Stop!" Irene shrieked. If he was holding that trump card, why the heck did he trigger the summoner aura right out in the open? A split second later, Irene watched in pure horror. An entire stampede of wild goblins was suddenly swarming right on Cholso's tail. Booking at full speed, he glanced over his shoulder and nearly choked. A literal sea of green. He stared hopelessly at the single, lonely sausage clutched in. Then the system chimed in. This wasn't just a snack. It was the mythic goblin sausage, packing enough riz to lure back a runaway goblin bride. Cool down, once per 24 hours. Sweating bullets, he glared at the item, wildly waving his arms at the mob. "Back the heck up, you gremlins!" He was already pushing max agility, but this hyper-aggressive horde was closing the gap insanely fast. He was shrieking like a banshee. Hearing the chaos, the Flame Knight glanced over, completely baffled. What the? Why was the entire zone suddenly aggroing into a massive mob? Horus's avatar started glitching out as he muttered, "Did somebody drop top-tier bait?" If they didn't bolt right this second, they were about to get absolutely obliterated. The moment Cholso zoomed their way, the Flame Knight spun on his heels and booked it. He literally snatched the director's arm and yeeted him across the field. Damon shrieked in absolute terror. "No, wait, don't!" Hanging on to a single, pathetic HP point, the Flame Knight smirked. "Catch you on the flip side, boss." A millisecond later, a tidal wave of goblins crashed over him, sending him straight to the respawn screen. But the horde kept their eyes on the prize, Cholso. He finally skidded to a halt in front of his partner, gasping, "Did you seriously sneak out on me?" The little guy dropped his gaze, looking super guilty. Cholso shoved the snack forward. "Here, man, it's the ultra-rare sausage." "We are literally seconds from getting jumped. Scarf it down," the goblin rumbled, locking eyes onto the meat with sheer delight, drool absolutely pooling. That intense fixation, Cholso instantly knew it was the madness debuff taking over. Gripped by total panic, he roared, "Eat, just eat." Is he a total menace? Nah, absolute sweetheart. Let the little guy keep this premium sausage. Cholso literally begged him to chow down. The moment the green gremlin waddled over, tongue flopping out like a golden retriever, Cholso officially dubbed him the ultimate good boy. He shoved the snack straight into the creature's gaping maw, but out of nowhere, the rest of the mob lost their minds, desperately trying to swipe the prize right out of his grip. They absolutely swarmed the grub, like a pack of starved piranhas. The poor little guy got instantly buried under the mob. We're talking several hundred rabid goblins, all squeezed together in a chaotic mosh pit, just chasing one measly piece of meat. Completely blind to what they were stepping on, our MC hit the dirt just to survive the stampede. And as those filthy, crusty toes relentlessly stomped all over him, he mentally roasted the absolute garbage out of them. What a bunch of vile, useless trash. Just a mindless horde of toxic, greedy little freaks. Shin wasn't capping. There were way too many of these brainless clowns. Hitting his absolute breaking point, he roared out with every ounce of oxygen in his lungs, praying they just drop dead. Just as the chaotic green swarm piled up into a massive, writhing mountain, one lucky claw finally grazed that holy sausage. But then, the earth beneath them violently splintered. A tense heartbeat passed, making it seem like a totally false alarm, until the floor literally gave out, plunging the entire goblin mountain into the abyss. They vanished into a colossal, newly ripped crater. And the craziest part? This was all triggered by his armor. Taking a hit came with a ultra-rare, 1% chance of popping off. A literal apocalypse spell that shatters heaven and earth. His jaw dropped. He hadn't the slightest clue his gear was packing that kind of nuke. A system prompt suddenly flashed. He had just wiped out a goblin who genuinely trusted and simped for him. The Goblin Lord was absolutely hyped about this betrayal, awarding him a single, savage point. But suddenly realizing he was also plummeting into the void, he let out a soul-leaving-the-body shriek. Cue his loyal sidekick diving straight into the death drop. Bouncing off the jagged cliff sides like a pinball, he snatched Cholso mid-air and rocketed right back into the clouds. Touching down just inches from the massive crater, our MC squinted and asked if his brain had finally rebooted. The monster just giggled like a maniac. He loudly clapped back, claiming that if the dude was starving, he should have just spit it out from the jump. Smack. A rogue sausage miraculously landed right beside them. The green dude instantly chucked his master aside and sprinted for the snack. And while he was aggressively, Cholso just stared, contemplating this living fever dream. Ding! The system confirmed he'd wiped the goblin horde, cashing him out with a massive golden payout. While he was sprawled out on the dirt catching his breath, Irene dropped out of the sky, right into his personal space, smirking that his absolute unhinged phase seemed to be over. She scanned the apocalyptic wreckage and raised an eyebrow. Did he seriously solo every single mob out here? Groaning, he dragged himself up and shot her a glare. Was she seriously back to annoy the soul out of him? What is she, his helicopter mom? Irene let out a massive, exhausting sigh, instantly firing back, asking if her checking up on him was really that annoying. She dropped the small talk and cut right to the chase. Was he the reason this massive mob swarmed the area? He instantly hit her with a flat no, but she saw right through his absolute cap, peering over the edge of the bottomless pit. She reminded him that sure, these green runts might be considered bottom, but we're talking about hundreds, maybe thousands of them swarming at once. The innocent locals couldn't be left to tank that kind of collateral damage. And yeah, even if the players got wiped, they'd just respawn without dropping any loot. But regardless of the game mechanics, he had zero right to grief random NPCs who were minding their own business. He needed to step up and fix this mess. He practically barked back, snapping that he already got the memo. He was literally about to handle it anyway. Fast forward a bit, and a squad of local adventurers finally rolled up. The insane noise had dragged, but staring at the mammoth crater ripped into the earth, their jaws practically unhinged. Down at the very bottom sparked a blinding mountain of gold. The hoarded loot, dropped by the wiped-out mob. Jammed right next to the treasure was a wooden sign reading, Village Support Fund. First come, first served. Cut to a super intense, shadowy boardroom meeting. A suited guy leaned in, mentioning he'd gotten word that this latest run was an absolute W. The tension in the room spiked instantly, and he pitched a deep dive into the insane stats of test subject 667. A grizzled old man confirmed the hype. Subject 667 had officially shattered the maximum damage ceiling. Not even their most psychopathic, unhinged criminals had pulled off numbers this cracked. It turns out that soft, squishy empathy baked into human nature acts as a massive nerf, actively weakening the summoned beast and making it go completely rogue. But 667? That dude is dead inside. Zero empathy. Doesn't that make him the ultimate weapon? The suited guy smirked, noting that regardless, this was a god-tier breakthrough. They had finally hit the jackpot. They had burned through so much cash and blood for this exact moment. But after a dozen brutal server wipes, their chaotic savior had arrived. Yet, the reality that he pulled such an immaculately lethal goblin proved that 667 was fundamentally more twisted and goblin-brained than any player before him. If a lunatic holding that kind of apocalyptic power decided to just spam it everywhere, it would be literal game over for reality. The old man's eyes darkened, declaring they couldn't let him off the leash. They had to keep an iron grip on this wild card for as long as humanly possible, no matter the body count. To pull this off, they're deploying Iscariot, and that mysterious geezer? None other than Sung Riel. Cut to our boy, doom-scrolling the community forums, zeroing in on the massive hype surrounding the goblin ambush at the village. Luckily, the whole disaster blew over without any massive casualties. And the best part? Nobody suspects he's the actual mastermind behind the chaos. Thank God he actually took that girl's advice. But dodging a massive witch hunt from a mob of salty, enraged players? Totally worth it. The feed even featured an interview with some random mage, dropping his hot take. The dude straight up admitted that before securing the bag, he wanted to unalive the culprit. But now, he just wants to absolutely deck him. Cholsu glared at the screen. Who is this absolute clown? He let out a massive groan and muttered a string of curses, sweating over how dangerously close that call was. He still could not fathom how trusting a bunch of mobs dragged him into this giant dumpster fire. Speaking, did his little green gremlin actually trigger that entire apocalypse just over a missed meal? Either way, he was suddenly strapped with the title of Goblin Master, while literally knowing zero about the summoner meta. He would definitely need to pick that girl's brain during their next link-up. She is rocking a crazy high level and commands some epic spirit bird, so she radiates pure, pro energy. But seriously, why would a top-tier player randomly carry a noob like him? The vibe was definitely sus from day one, dropping random compliments calling him cute, obsessing over whether his goblin even had a name. Plus, she is absolutely gorgeous. He would totally date her. Bam. Out of nowhere, an old dude materialized right beside his shoulder. Cholsu nearly jumped out of his skin, dropping an explicit curse out of pure shock. The geezer just smoothly introduced himself as Sung Riel. Cholsu immediately labeled the guy a psycho, claiming he totally saw this. Like, what is his deal? Has he been stalking him this whole time? The elderly man simply smirked, noting the raw panic literally painted all over Chul-Su's face. He definitely did not pop up just to chat. Annoyed, our boy snapped, basically asking if the old man was begging for a punch straight to the jaw. Sung Ryul completely brushed off the threat, claiming he knew exactly why the kid looked so incredibly stressed out. Chul-Su tried to play it cool, but Sung Ryul dropped the bomb, stating it was all about the goblin. Chul-Su flinched, barking out in pure shock. How the hell did he figure that out? The old man shrugged like it was painfully obvious. He calmly explained that Chul is about to get massively nerfed into the ground, which completely explains the panic attack. Blinking hard, Chul-Su demanded, "What kind of garbage is he spouting about his stats dropping?" Realizing the kid was completely clueless, Sung Ryul revealed that the devs had spotted a game-breaking glitch, specifically within the summoner class. An emergency maintenance patch was dropping imminently to wipe it out. Chul-Su desperately prayed the geezer was just trolling him. But deep down, he knew his goblin's god-tier strength was way too broken to be a legit feature. His eyes blew wide open in sheer terror. Launching himself straight out of his gaming chair, he screamed, "Is that actually legit? Are they seriously going to patch out this exploit?" Sung Ryul just played innocent, casually claiming he had zero inside knowledge. Right then, a random player nearby nudged his buddy. "Yo, did the system just ping? What is the announcement?" the buddy casually replied. That it was no big deal, just a massive heads up about a bug fix patch rolling out in exactly 7 days. Hearing that, Chul-Su's soul basically left his body. Diving straight back into virtual reality, he spent ages totally zoned out, nervously flipping a rock between his fingers. Reaching his absolute breaking point, he violently shot up and chucked the stone with insane force, screaming absolute profanities. His loyal goblin instantly bolted after the projectile, fully convinced it was a tasty snack. Meanwhile, our boy violently yanked at his own hair. If this insanely overpowered goblin was the exact critical error the developers had hunted down in the summoner skill tree, then his account was absolutely the prime target. He had exactly 7 days before the nerf hammer dropped, but there was zero chance he was returning to being dead broke. He desperately needed to grind out 2 billion won before the clock totally ran out. Storming over to Shin, the NPC immediately humbled him, telling him to check his massive ego, just because he managed to wipe out a measly 30 goblins. The flex was beyond embarrassing. In reality, Chul-Su had basically slaughtered 18,000 of those freaks, but whatever. Pushed to the edge of blind rage, he officially snapped and started ruthlessly roasting his own pet goblin, barking at Shin to hand over the next batch of missions immediately. The clock was ticking. Who was on the hit list today? Shin just stared back in dead silence, as a glowing blue system prompt materialized right in thin air. To unlock the next tier of quests, he absolutely had to grind up to level 40. Chul-Su was literally seeing red. He was currently stuck at level 38 and thought this run would be an absolute breeze. He had literally only jumped one single level after massacring 10,000 mobs. Spamming structured quests for huge XP drops was infinitely more optimal than mindlessly grinding random trash mobs out in the wild. Hustling straight to the Adventurers Guild, he found the board totally wiped of any god-tier quests, but amidst the absolute garbage, one creepy listing actually caught his eye. A mission titled Demon Mask, dragging him deep into a pitch-black cavern hidden inside some forgotten ruins. Staring at the paper, his mind completely raced. What the hell did this sketchy run actually entail? And why was the payout a massive 10,000, making it literally the most insane reward out of all the leftovers? Spotting the absolute highest tier quest on the board, he instantly went for it. But wait, Hyewoning had the exact same idea, and their hands slammed onto the parchment at the exact same time. Recognizing his face, the girl violently flinched backward, shrieking at the top of her lungs that he was that totally deranged creep. The realization hit him too. It was the chick he had completely hogtied back then. Thanks to her blasting his business, panic flooded his veins. He sweated bullets over his suddenly ruined reputation, especially since her deafening scream echoed through the entire guild hall. Blades instantly hissed from their sheaths as the crowd zeroed in on him, hurling vicious insults and trapping him in a heavily armed circle. They labeled him an absolute psycho. Just as things got heated, a level 32 spellcaster stepped up. Okrai ruthlessly ripped the bounty right off the board, commanding the mob to stand down. She casually teased, "Why not bring all that energy over to Granny?" Completely furious, our boy demanding to know who she thought she was snatching his mission, since he clearly claimed it first. Unbothered, the old woman fired back, noting he obviously completely missed the fine print her seasoned eyes caught. Tapping the very bottom corner of the scroll, she forced him to read the tiny rules. The raid required a bare minimum of 3 players. He instantly threw a massive fit, loudly bragging he could easily solo the entire thing. So why on earth did he need to babysit 2 dead weights? Stabbing a finger at Hyewoning, He reluctantly admitted he definitely needed her to tag along, but then scoffed right in Granny's face, mocking her for being way too ancient. Flashing a knowing smile, she coolly replied that if he seriously wanted to ditch Granny, that was totally his call. But could he actually survive without her carrying him? Pivoting back to the hostile crowd, he desperately argued there were tons of other adventurers who would gladly ditch the old lady to join his squad, but his street cred was already completely trashed. The mob knew his face. He was the exact clown who messed around with Han Ki-moon's daughter, cursing up a massive storm in his head. He realized he literally didn't have time for this ridiculous drama. Stomping right back to the old woman, he aggressively declared she was hired, locking her into the raid. Then, glaring at Hye Won-ning, he tossed her the final spot on his roster. The poor girl was absolutely mortified. Yet she couldn't even dare to back out. With the most awkward trio finally assembled, they plunged straight into the dark, echoing cavern. Deep inside, a gargantuan bear ambushed them. Throwing a desperate punch at the beast, Hye Won-ning internally screamed about why she was stuck with this total loser all over again. Chol-soo violently lost his patience, shouting that at this garbage pace, they literally wouldn't finish the dungeon until next year. Tears welling up, she sobbed that she was going as fast as humanly possible, but he ruthlessly barked at both of them to peel their eyes open, since they could clearly see the level gap. Pushed to the edge, she snapped back, asking if he seriously expected her to one-shot this tanky thing. He let out a massively frustrated groan, complaining that these were just basic trash mobs. Desperate to speed-run the grind, he boldly spawned his pet Goblin, completely ignoring the massive risk of getting reported for using illegal summons. His hyperactive sidekick burst onto the scene in a flash, zooming past the terrified girl with an absolutely psychotic grin to jump the bear, only to get violently blasted out of midair by the old lady's rogue fireball. Oblivious, she confidently declared she would wipe out all these tiny pests herself, making our guy frantically yell at her to back off and stop sabotaging his play. Meanwhile, the giant beast stared dumbly at the smoking crater near its paws, right before the goblin rocketed up, delivering a savage uppercut to its jaw that instantly floored the massive creature. The little demon cackled like an absolute maniac, making Hye Won-ning shriek in pure terror, realizing it was the exact same goblin from before. Why the heck was it back? Chol-soo bluntly revealed it was his own personal summon, leaving her jaw completely dropped on the floor. He smugly explained he held the master contract to this beast, who could literally one-tap enemies, so they needed to shut up, stay out of the splash zone, and watch. After grinding for a while, they totally cleared out the dungeon's trash mobs, strolling way deeper into the eerie shadows and high spirits. Suddenly super curious, Hye Won-ning just had to know how a boomer like Granny even got into Heaven's Door, drifting into nostalgia, the elder reminisced about the virtual reality world, softly confessing she only logged in to follow her late husband's footsteps. The girl's eyes totally sparkled, gushing over how insanely romantic that was, practically begging for more tea about her hubby. What was his vibe? What kind of class did he main? Granny fell totally quiet, struggling to piece her feelings together. Right then, the goblin let out a weirdly hyped grunt, prompting our hero to snap his head up. He stared in awe, asking if this towering nightmare was actually the demon mask boss. Completely froze up, hyperventilating that she assumed it was literally just a mask. So what the actual hell was this colossal abomination? Watching Granny fearlessly step toward the terrifying beast, frantically begging the older woman to keep her distance. But Granny just stared up at the horrifying boss with the most unbelievably tender, loving eyes. Flashing back to her husband, back when he first booted up the game, strapped inside his high-tech VR pod. She used to nag him, asking if staring at pixels was seriously that entertaining. She had been so annoyed back then, complaining about that bulky machine eating up the entire room, throwing a massive fuss about how those nasty electromagnetic waves, or whatever they were, would absolutely fry his... He's been strapped into this gaming pod for literal hours. He just complained about being dead-ass bored trapped indoors, but hey, at least this VR setup hits different. Popping an apple slice into his mouth, she admitted it was honestly clutch of the government to hand out these rigs to kill time. So, her hubby kept grinding, already sweating his way up to level 17. Catching his sweet wife suddenly spawning into the server, his jaw dropped. Wait, what are you doing in here? She hyped him up, explaining she snagged a spare rig from a bestie, just to co-op with him. The graphics are insane. It literally looks like real life. Gesturing at her floating username, he totally roasted her. You straight up spelled it wrong, and you are acting exactly like a boomer right now. Startled, she blinked. How did you even know what I typed? He just sighed, telling her it was literally hovering right above her head. Talk about a noob moment. But then she glanced up at his tag, a giant smirk spreading across her face. Okay, but what on earth is that you— Cut to present reality. Her husband, rocking the simp tier tag I love Park Okrio, was currently looming over everyone as a hulking, possessed demon mask. Watching the old lady casually stroll toward the beast, Hyeoning shrieked that it was way too sketchy. Right on cue, the demon swung its massive blade high into the air. Unfazed, Okrio just tossed a casual apology over her shoulder, letting them know they were going to have to carry the elderly for a bit. Triggering her ultimate, she channeled a swirling vortex of dark matter between her palms, and yeeted a shadow bomb straight. Chulsu let out a hyped string of bleeps. Holy crap, that is sick. Grandma actually has hands. But mid-hype, Okrio dashed right past him, dragging her husband, and the severed demon mask launched itself straight at Chulsu's face. His goblin familiar whipped around in sheer panic. Meanwhile, Hyeoning stood frozen, her brain completely short-circuiting over the chaos. Wait, did that sweet old granny just solo a boss monster? Spotting the old lady hauling a body through the thick dust cloud, Hyeoning squinted hard, trying to decode the dude's hovering gamer tag. Since it was squished together in one chaotic block of text, she barely deciphered, I love Park Okrio. Her mind raced. Hold up, do they know each other? Then the granny's warning clicked. Is this what she meant by helping out? Suddenly, a sharp pinch on her calf snapped her back to reality. She whipped around to see what the fuss was about. But the second her eyes darted up, absolute horror dropped her jaw. Chulsu had been hijacked by the cursed mask, and the glow-up was absolutely putrid. He morphed into a grotesque, swollen goblin, with a massive gut and floppy ears. Disgusted, she shrieked a slew of insults, screaming that she hated this so much. Right after Hyeoning bolted out of the shadows, the deformed monster hot on her heels. She squealed in pure frustration as his grimy claws swiped through the air, desperate to snatch her. Dodging like she was in the Matrix, she violently arched her spine backward, refusing to let that vile creep lay a single finger on her. Pivoting flawlessly on her toes, she launched a savage roundhouse kick straight to his skull, knocking the cursed mask clean off. Her eyes gleamed. Wait, if raw damage is all it takes to break the curse, why not just delete him from the server entirely? But here is the catch. The mask instantly auto-targets the closest player to the victim. Like a homing missile, it launched directly onto her face. Right before the dark entity consumed her mind, she desperately screamed at Chulsu to fix this mess. Finally snapping back to reality, he gagged hard and started dropping massive F-bombs. Glaring furiously at his goblin, he lost his mind. You literally watched the whole thing. Why the heck were you dipping instead of saving my life? But then, a shadow fell over him. He slowly turned to face a boss-level nightmare. Hyeoning had mutated into an absolute unit, her muscles bulging with terror. As the roided-out girl stalked toward him, panic paralyzed his legs. He was too terrified to even make eye contact, but her heavy footsteps just kept advancing. She violently slammed him against the dungeon wall. Sweating buckets and trembling, he pathetically begged her to chill out because they were homies. Zero hesitation, she buried a devastating hook deep into his gut, knocking the wind out of him as a geyser of blood blasted from his mouth. In pure survival mode, he yanked his loyal goblin forward, using the poor guy as a literal meat shield to block the furious tank girl's barrage of fists. Spitting blood, it finally clicked in his brain. Son of a gun, this psycho mask completely overrides the player's controls. Now it made total sense why he blacked out earlier. Desperate, he barked an order at his goblin to strike the cursed artifact locked onto her face. Wielding his tactical baton, he swung hard, and instantly, the cursed mask detached from her skin. Plot twist. His aim was complete trash. He practically caved Hyeoning's face in instead. The brutal impact sent her flying like a rag doll, while the mask shot straight back toward the duo. Instinctively acting like a total coward, our MC shoved the trembling goblin up front, screaming at it to tank the parasite tried to latch onto the goblin's face, but literally bounced off its comically massive nose. Out of options, the evil artifact locked its sights back onto Chulsu. Scrambling for his life, he sprinted down the cavern, screaming, "Why the heck is this thing targeting me again?" Spotting an old lady hauling a body right in his escape route, he aggressively yelled at her to move out of the freaking way. But Okrio was not having it. "Back up, you absolute moron," she snapped. He tripped over his own feet, totally stunned that a boomer just roasted him like. Glancing at the unconscious dude slung over her shoulder, he squinted. "Hold up, I have definitely seen that username before." It was the exact same guy who was possessed by the demon mask just minutes ago. I love Park Okrio. He locked eyes on the old woman's gamer tag and it clicked. She was the exact same Okrio. Letting out a string of bleeped-out curses, he snapped, "Wait, so you two are siblings?" She immediately roasted him, calling him totally clueless, dropping the bomb that they were actually married. His jaw hit the floor as he yelled. that he couldn't care less about their relationship status. These boomers had completely played him, tagging along on this raid just to troll him. The second they clear this dungeon, they're dead meat. Hitting the gas, he dashed past them. Right on cue, the geezer let out a ragged groan, begging his wifey to hit the brakes because his head was spinning. She blinked, genuinely shook that he was already conscious. Bam! Out of nowhere, the cursed mask latched straight onto her face. She violently bucked her husband off her back, leaving him squawking in outrage while she stood there, completely paralyzed. Catching the commotion, our boy whipped around, wheels turning. Wait, wasn't that demonic face-hugger gunning for him? Watching his paralyzed wife, panic hijacked the old man's features. He spun on Cho Su, barking that he was an absolute moron. Sure, you Zoomers might bounce back, but seniors like them would straight up flatline without even twitching. That sheer audacity lit a fire under our MC. He barked back. Are you seriously expecting me to? He started raging, demanding to know what kind of elderly folks even grind hardcore VR games at their age. We're basically getting puppeted by this mask, sparking all this absolute chaos. Do you boomers even grasp the spawn rates, drop locations, or aggro mechanics here? If you croak from a heart attack, who takes the heat? And what do you even mean? The youth will just walk it off? Why are you geriatrics even logging into a death trap server in the first place? Suddenly, Haewon's voice cut through the shouting. Pivoting on his heel, he spotted his two loyal sidekicks, number 1 and number 2, sprinting his way. He raised an eyebrow. Wait, she tanked a goblin ambush and actually survived? Panting hard, she roasted his negative IQ. Look, dummy, until player killing mode is toggled on, squad mates literally take 0 friendly fire. But seriously, what is up with your buffed movement speed? Did you dump every single stat point into agility? He nodded, then jabbed a finger at the paralyzed grandma. Didn't she realize that boomer just scammed them? The sneaky lady had fully intended to peel that cursed mask off her hubby and slap it right onto our squad. He was low-key plotting a brutal revenge arc the second they hit the exit. But karma acted fast. The mask was glued to her instead. He burst out laughing, totally relishing the instant karma. But Haewon suddenly caught a brain. She dropped a wild question. Had he ever fantasized about shapeshifting into a goblin? His face scrunched up in pure disgust. Why the heck would I ever want to morph into some ugly mob? She quickly clarified, ruling out those basic low-level runts, pointing instead to the absolute unit of a goblin he had summoned earlier. That beast was insanely OP, after all. So, didn't he want that kind of raw, glitch-breaking power? He chewed on the thought, muttering that his summon completely ignored his commands. Lately anyway. Plus its buffs would eventually run out. Okay, sure, the summon packed a massive punch, but it was totally unpredictable and went rogue half the time. Why was she suddenly so obsessed with this? She countered, asking what her own vibe was when she wore the cursed item. He deadpanned that she looked like an absolute psycho. Flaring up, she shrieked that she meant her physical stats, prompting him to admit she was straight up terrifying. She had ballooned into a giant, flexing muscles that looked ready to pop. Bingo. Her theory was locked in. She revealed the mask's hidden mechanic. The second you equip it, your avatar morphs into your ultimate fantasy self. She was a total gym rat in real life, but struggled insanely hard to bulk up, constantly dreaming of shredding some serious gains. Now look at the geezer. He was naturally super short. So if he was deeply insecure about his height, it totally explains why he was built like a literal titan when they first crossed paths. The MC's eyes widened. Wait, so by your logic, this grandma just transformed into her deepest desire too? She nodded grimly. Over in the danger zone, tears pooled in the old man's eyes as he stared at his corrupted wife. Drawing his blade, he choked out a plea for her to hold on just a second longer. He swore he was going to save her right now. Staring at her massively swollen belly, the heartbreaking truth dropped. Her lifelong dream flashed back to their youth. They fought a grueling, silent battle with infertility. After yet another soul-crushing trip to the clinic, the doctor coldly told them to just give up hope entirely. Leaving that devastating appointment, they wandered into a quiet park. Her young husband softly plucked a wild dandelion, gently nudging her to wipe that frown away. Why waste tears on this? Lots of couples struggle to build a family. It absolutely wasn't her fault, so why break her own heart over it? But the tears wouldn't stop, so he pulled her close, begging her to breathe. They were going to live an amazing, perfectly happy life, just the two of them. Who needed a kid anyway? He promised he'd play the role of her bratty son one day, and she could be his precious daughter the next. They'd be each other's entire world. So she really needed to stop stressing. Wrapping her in a warm embrace, he flashed a gentle smile, asking if she was really going to cry over something so small. Whispering sweet nothings, he called her his baby. vowing to fiercely protect and pamper her like a precious child for the rest of their days. Cut to the present, blade in hand, he was fully ready to honor that vow and protect her from this nightmare. But our MC wasn't having it, declaring that trauma dump. Even with an opening, this psycho mask was zipping around like a glitch, making it literally impossible to snipe. But our girl wasn't about to just dip and leave those innocent boomers hanging. Being possessed by that thing was straight up nightmare fuel. She was completely locked out of her own body, unable to twitch or make a sound. And since they were stuck inside a dungeon, hitting the logout button wasn't an option. It was basically sleep paralysis on steroids. Stripped of all control down to her pinky finger, pure dread consumed her, wondering if this torture would ever stop. Knowing that poor Grandpa had been trapped in that exact hellscape up until today, she locked eyes with Chil Su and proposed a rescue op. But mid-sentence, she realized this dude was already making a break for the exit. Whipping her head around, she spotted him bailing and screamed his name in pure disbelief. He just casually shot back, asking if she was seriously planning to wear that cursed thing just to save two random seniors. She snapped that she wasn't an idiot. The plan was to obliterate the mask, but he hit her with a deadpan, "Why should I care?" That freaky facehugger was way too fast to catch. He told her if she actually wanted to grind levels, she needed to bounce and go farm some normal mobs instead. A sly smirk crept onto her face as she wished him a safe trip. Honestly, it was a massive win for her since she'd be sweeping the entire loot pool solo, including that sweet, ultra-rare, unique monster drop. The moment those words hit his ears, his greed totally spiked. She hyped it up, claiming the boss was practically a glass cannon, begging him to just check the stats. Seriously, had he ever seen a mob rocking a title like that? If this thing was actually a heavy hitter, the XP and loot drops would be straight up god tier. That little sales pitch hooked him completely, and the hype was getting real. Without missing a beat, he whistled for his goblin, closing in with a gnarly whip gripping his hand, and an absolutely unhinged grin. Watching this creepshow unfold, Haiwan yelled out, demanding to know what the heck he was holding. Meanwhile, the poor goblin looked absolutely terrified. Our guy cracked the whip, telling her to sit tight and grab some popcorn, because this was their only shot at shattering that mask. He was flexing a super rare drop, an exclusive summoner weapon, forged straight from bloodworm hide. The catch? It's horribly cursed. Crack this bad boy without cleansing it first, and the player gets smacked with a totally random debuff, while their summon goes completely feral. But to him, that berserker state was a massive buff, cranking his minion's stats through the roof. Sure, the goblin would lose its mind, but tossing it a sausage instantly cancels the frenzy. The only real gamble was that random player effect. Like, how bad could the RNG? He just prayed he wouldn't instantly black out from stacked debuffs like his last run. But hey, Kim Chul Su is a high roller. He lives for this chaotic energy. With zero hesitation, he lashed out, unleashing a brutal strike on the sprinting, panicking goblin with a deafening crack. A wicked smile plastered across his face. RNG. Jesus blessed him. He scored the jackpot, a temporary debuff that cranked up his target's vulnerability to crazy levels. He immediately aimed at the old lady, barking at the goblin to lock onto the mask glued to her face. Rip it apart and a juicy sausage was his. But the little green dude was completely out of his mind, unable to process a single word. Instead, the crazed mob lunged straight at its master, nearly giving him a heart attack. Reacting on pure adrenaline, Chul Su snatched the feral creature mid-air. The goblin executed a flawless mid-air flip, vaulted completely over the grandpa, and drop-kicked the old lady directly in the face. With maximum velocity, the sheer impact sent the parasite flying off her skin. Panicking, the old man screamed her name and rushed over. But she had already collapsed, dramatically groaning that the pain was literally taking her out. Thankfully, friendly fire was toggled off for squad mates. Pushing through, she told her hubby to chill. She was totally okay. But she warned him that if he took one more step, that freaky facehugger would hijack him next. Watching this twisted game of tag unfold right in front of him, Chul Su let out a loud, frustrated. Stepping up, Haiwan shoved the old man back, demanding he grab his wife and run. She and Chul Su would handle this boss fight alone. But in a flash, the cursed item violently clamped onto Haiwan's face. The grandpa froze in shock for a split second, before scrambling to help his wife to her feet, gasping that they had to escape this nightmare instantly. Meanwhile, Chul Su aggressively waved his hand and shouted that the demon mask's insane resistance proved it was 100% a unique boss. There was zero chance he was letting this walking loot box escape now. Snarling like a rabid dog, the frenzied goblin scuttled toward the possessed girl on all fours, launching itself with a blood-curdling screech. But landing a hit on the corrupted Haiwan wasn't going to happen. She effortlessly caught its leg mid-air, then delivered a brutal knee strike, absolutely shattering the creature's spine. Our boy's jaw dropped. He yelled out that this was basically impossible. She didn't just evade a frenzied attack, she perfectly countered it. The battered goblin writhed in agony. Yet the little psycho refused to stay down. In response, Haiwan lifted her leg incredibly high before bringing her heel crashing down onto its skull with terrifying force. Chulsu let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God he didn't take any recoil damage. That devastating strike looked lethal from his angle. And honestly, it scared the living daylights out of him. Glued to the fight, he realized something was incredibly off about this encounter. Even with the goblin completely cracked out on frenzy, it couldn't land a single scratch. Her attack power might be low, but her fluid, pro-level evasion, that was off the charts. Right then, she swung a massive haymaker, putting her entire soul into the punch. The impact absolutely launched him. Violently, mind completely blown, he realized something terrifying. The goblin was already a total powerhouse, but this clueless girl? She hit like an absolute freight train. A sinister hiss echoed as the monstrous goblin slithered out from a dark fissure. Suddenly, the cavern roof groaned. Massive stone slabs threatening. Our boy shot his gaze upward. Seeing tons of deadly debris plunging straight for his skull, he let out a furious string of curses, screaming about his garbage luck. Meanwhile, the elderly couple scrambled frantically toward the exit. But seeing the tunnel collapsing around them, the old man quickly pulled his wife to the ground, fiercely shielding her frail frame with his own back. Tears welling up, he confessed that he finally remembered his wedding vows, promising to cherish and protect her like a baby forever. Growing old had clouded his mind, making him forget the things that mattered most. The crushing loneliness she must have endured broke his heart, and he choked out a desperate apology. Seconds later, an avalanche of jagged boulders swallowed them completely. Coughing up dust, our hero slowly regained consciousness. He was pinned tight under crushing rubble, right as Haiwan frantically screamed his name, yelling to ask if he was alive in there. Spitting gravel, he snapped back, demanding to know where the heck she was hiding. Was this entire disaster her fault? She peered through the wreckage, spotting his hand, and nervously asked if he could wiggle it. In response, he coldly flipped her off, making her squawk in offended disbelief. But wait, right beneath his twitching fingers lay the cursed demon mask. Since he was literally trapped under tons of rock, he figured he might as well try bashing the creepy relic. Gritting his teeth, he scoffed. Did she think he was the only one paralyzed in this mess? Tightening his bruised knuckles, he glared at the artifact, declaring that playtime was officially over. Dead serious, he channeled every ounce of strength into one desperate punch, dealing a pathetic 18 damage points. Surprisingly, the mask let out an agonizing shriek before instantly shattering into useless dust. Golden level-up notifications flooded his vision, while Haiwan offered a super awkward smile. Did that overpowered item seriously just shatter from a basic tap? Honestly, this whole epic boss fight felt like a lame game of tag. Cholsu gasped in pure disbelief, shouting, "Wait, did the—" And more importantly, where was his epic loot? Panic setting in, he wildly flailed his free arm, desperately demanding his hard-earned drop. Then he noticed it. Right below his palm rested a one-of-a-kind summoning artifact, a brand-new demon mask. He strained to snatch it, swearing under his breath, knowing he had to secure the bag before some vulture stole his prize. But out of nowhere, a blood-curdling roar rattled his bones, freezing him stiff. Heavy, menacing footsteps echoed closer and closer. Heart pounding in his chest, he waited, and the absolutely unhinged, twisted face of the goblin lunged out of the pitch-black shadows. A sickening wave of dread washed over him. He had totally blanked on this monster's existence. The creature was still hopelessly raging with frenzy. In sheer panic, Chilsu summoned a juicy sausage to bait it, but his arm was hopelessly wedged between massive boulders. Ignoring the snack completely, the ravenous beast crept agonizingly close. Sweating bullets, our guy frantically wondered, was the cave simply too dark for the monster to spot the food? But as his vision finally adapted to the gloom, he noticed a horrifying detail. One of the goblin's eyeballs had literally popped out of its socket. Was this nightmare fuel just a side effect of its crazy berserker state? The dangling eye locked dead onto him. Paralyzed with pure terror, he desperately squirmed to escape. But the jagged rocks trapped him like a vice. The monster's rotting face was now inches from his own, breathing right down his neck. His traumatized brain pictured that horrid face splitting into a massive, razor-sharp maw, and he let out a deafening, gut-wrenching scream. Unfazed, the goblin leaned in, flashing an absolutely wicked, bloodthirsty grin. Spotting him wildly thrashing his hand, Haiwan freaked out, shouting to ask what the heck was attacking him. Bam! The goblin delivered a devastating, monstrous punch, blasting our protagonist right out of his rocky prison like a human cannonball. He rocketed past the stunned girl, his flying body literally smashing a clear tunnel through the cave-in. Skipping like a stone, he soared all the way to the cave's mouth. Just as a deafening crash echoed, and bright, blinding sunlight flooded into the sun, the elderly couple peeked out from the shattered rocks, shedding tears of pure relief at being alive. However, Haewon was still trapped deep inside the danger zone. Scanning the chaos, she spotted the unhinged goblin aggressively swiping for the mask. Panicking, she yelled that they needed to ditch this place immediately. Once outside, they found Chul-Soo awkwardly jammed headfirst into a solid boulder. Raging mad, he furiously confronted her. "So you just had to snatch the legendary loot before running away?" he roared, dropping a barrage of insults. Did she honestly expect him to buy her innocent act? "Oh, you are so dead the second I break loose," he threatened fiercely. Trembling like a leaf, she stammered, desperately asking how on earth she could pry him free. She swore she had zero clue that soul-bound unique drops couldn't be traded between players. She legit only grabbed it to hand over to him. Was there seriously no workaround to transfer it? Absolutely livid, he screamed that she was totally screwed. The very millisecond that goblin snapped back to normal, he was sending it straight after her. Interrupting the chaos, the bruised old grandpa hobbled forward, extending a battered pouch. He explained it held their entire life savings, bowing deeply in extreme gratitude for saving their lives. Pulling his shaken wife close, he glared at her, strictly demanding why she hadn't thanked their savior yet. Flustered, Okja mumbled a clumsy apology, prompting the old man to bark at her again in absolute frustration. Were they seriously trying to buy his forgiveness with straight cash? It was definitely a possibility. And honestly, the sheer size of that gold stash would completely dictate whether he let them off the hook. Haewon shot him a glaring look, snapping, was he seriously about to rob them blind? That was literally every last dime they owned. But the old geezer gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her that it was they were officially pulling the plug on this whole virtual reality nightmare. Just like the guy warned, they needed to ditch a death trap where any random second could literally be their last. He promised to toss his gaming rig in the trash and actually spend quality time with her in the real world, meaning all this virtual gold was completely useless to them now. Haewon blinked in absolute confusion, while our main character flashed a wicked smirk. Did she miss the memo where these boomers practically threw their wallets at him to save their necks? Plus, they were logging off permanently anyway. Since you obviously cannot swap in game coins for cold hard real-life cash, the loot was trash to them. But oh man, he really should have kept his mouth. The grandpa instantly whipped his head toward the girl, eyes wide, demanding to know if this virtual currency actually translated to real-life dollars. She nodded, explaining how the bank legally swapped every single coin into literal cash for players. Hearing that, Okre instantly shifted gears, suddenly whining that dumping their fortune would be a mass. Chul-Soo barked out at the little huddle, aggressively demanding what the heck they were whispering about. Haewon urgently whispered back that they should just completely ghost the game right this second. A quick apology would do the trick. She urged them to smash that logout button while he was still pinned. Our guy was absolutely seeing red. He roared at the top of his lungs, violently thrashing as he demanded to know what the hell they were plotting right now. But the trio just cheekily stuck their tongues out at him, tossing out a totally sarcastic peace out as they casually. The chaotic goblin frenzy buff had completely worn off by now. The scammers literally dissolved into thin air, right in front of his face, leaving him grinding his teeth so insanely hard, simmering with rage, he finally stomped back to Shin. The NPC scanned him up and down, casually noting that our dude had officially hit level 40. Apparently, he was actually turning into a... You could easily tell just by glancing at his crazy new stats that he packed a way heavier punch now, but he was still miles away from the top tier. Still, Shin decided the kid was finally worthy of a massive... The knight smoothly invited him on a dramatic little stroll, but Chul-Soo instantly lost his mind. He cursed like a sailor, screaming, "Where the hell are we going? Just hang..." Shin totally ignored the outburst, softly explaining how he had spent an eternity hunting for a guy exactly like him. Someone who actually shared his twisted, grand vision. The MC sprinted after him, aggressively waving his gnarly goblin weapon around, screaming that he was literally sick to his stomach of this annoying NPC. But Shin just launched into a massive monologue about the lead that ruthlessly tore apart humans and monsters. A brutal bloodbath that ultimately ended with humanity violently crushing their enemies. Meanwhile, the totally broken and defeated monster hordes, thanks to that, a massive era of peace and endless prosperity, totally took over the human realm. But obviously, the good vibes crashed and burned fast. With zero monsters left to slaughter, totally bored humans just started brutally ripping each other apart. The duo slowly crept into a pitch-black, eerie chamber. Chul-Soo rolled his eyes, furiously asking what the heck this massive lore dump had to do with him. And more, without skipping a beat, Shin dramatically sparked a massive torch, flooding the terrifying and grimly continued, explaining that humanity desperately needed a fresh punching bag to absorb all their Society basically realized that keeping terrifying monsters around was literally the only way to stop humans from self-destructing. The two of them slowly stepped up to an absolute unit of which held a horribly mutated, colossal beast trapped behind the thick metal bars. Our guy stared at the freak of nature in total shock, muttering that he honestly never imagined something this insanely massive was secretly chilling right underneath the city. If that absolute raid boss ever broke, Shin locked eyes with him, spitting out the harsh truth that throughout the entire bloody history of mankind, people only ever stopped backstabbing each other when a bigger, scarier villain showed up. Monsters were a temporary peace among greedy humans. A massive civil war was already brewing, and to instantly shut it down, Shin had to trigger a horrific master plan. Even if a massive chunk of the in the crossfire, dropping this beast was the only foolproof way to dodge an even deadlier apocalypse later. Chulsu just scoffed, asking why the heck this dude was trying to solo carry a ridiculously— Seriously, what was so insanely vital about this boring backstory that the game literally locked out his ability to mash the skip dialogue button? Shin just coldly ordering the punk to shut his mouth and listen. He was officially going to spark a brand new, terrifying bloodbath between the human race and the monster legion. Our main character threw his hands up, loudly yelling that he gave zero craps about some dramatic, edgy race war. Just drop the freaking quest objective into his inventory already. Shin solemnly warned that this dark path would be utter hell. He fiercely demanded the player join his chaotic— Suddenly, a glowing blue system window popped up, flashing two massive options: agree and refuse. Our guy flashed a cocky smirk, instantly realizing the game basically held his— But honestly, what kind of chaotic mess would happen if he just flat out rejected it? Just to test the limits of this buggy NPC, he smashed the refuse option. Shin desperately reached his hand out. He stressed how completely vital Chulsu was to the master plan. Totally unbothered, the gamer aggressively clicked refuse. Did the lazy developers seriously hard-code this encounter to totally force player compliance? Snickering like a troll, he mercilessly spammed the reject button over and over. But after the 10th consecutive rejection, the system totally snapped. The incredibly overleveled NPC finally lost his digital mind, declaring that the kid left him absolutely zero choices. If the player refused to walk the dark path willingly, Shin was fully prepared to violently beat. Suddenly staring down the barrel of a literal level 70 boss, Chulsu absolutely panicked. He wildly flailed his arms in the air, screaming at the top of his lungs that it was just a harmless prank, but the damage was already done. Shin was completely locked into his battle animation. The absolute unit lunged forward with blinding speed, brutally slamming in— Except, wait a second. The blinding pain was totally fake. Back in reality, his health bar barely even twitched, considering a literal level 70 juggernaut had just directly smashed into him. Then, a massive realization hit his brain like a freight train. This specific basic logic slaps him in the face. There's zero chance he can crush Shin right now while stuck at level 70. Earlier, he barely survived a forced loss boss fight against a massive golem, and if he catches another L here, his only way out is to submit and join forces. Shin casually glances over, dripping with sarcasm, and sneers. Is that your best? He literally hasn't even landed a scrap. Our boy's Goblin summon stands ready for action, but he frantically whispers to the creature to hold back. This is supposed to be a fake brawl, no action, but the Goblin just yeets a massive boulder straight at Shin. Watching the damage meter absolutely explode, our MC loses his mind, swearing up a storm, and screams that they were just putting on a show. He sprints over to Shin, panicking and asking if he's still breathing. But looking at the brutal aftermath, it's obvious that single strike was totally lethal. Shin coughs up blood, weakly muttering about how insanely overpowered our guy has gotten. Praising the absolute nuke of an attack, Shin flatlines and evaporates into pixels. Chulsu just stands there, totally stunned, wondering how on earth he's supposed to grab his quest now. With his main quest giver literally dusted, he's forced to grind mobs instead. He commands his Goblin to absolutely shred a nearby giant scorpion. These venomous beasts swarm the desert wasteland surrounding the ancient ruins. But out of nowhere, some random dude named Sleeping Mage kill-steals it with a massive lightning strike, barking at Chulsu to back off and know his place. Our MC grits his teeth, realizing the player competition out here is absolutely cutthroat. He hasn't even snagged a single drop yet, and this clown is ego-tripping? Screw this guy. Who does he think he is? Does he own the dungeon, or did he buy the whole open world? Chiolsu's questline is bricked, and the clock is ticking down fast before the new patch drops. His window to abuse his Goblin's broken stats is rapidly closing. He simply can't afford to waste time bowing down to random tryhards anymore. The smug mage gears up to cast another spell, but Chiolsu's goblin instantly blitzes him and completely obliterates the monster in a flash. The mage loses his mind, whirling around and screaming at Chiolsu to stay in his lane. But the second the red player killer icon flashes over our MC's head, the mage completely panics. Sweating bullets, he awkwardly stammers, "Fast forward to level 44, and reality hits our MC like a truck. Despite grinding non-stop for days, his total loot hasn't even cracked 1 million won. That's practically pocket change compared to his goal. Farming low-tier mobs pays garbage, and he desperately needs a multi-billion won jackpot. Exactly like the epic bounty he scored from taking down Geiger. That triggers a memory of the mysterious old, and it finally clicks why that veteran was constantly diving into endgame dungeons. Snagging this overpowered goblin should have instantly skyrocketed his net worth. So why is he still broke and struggling? Sunreal once warned him that even if he craves the adrenaline of top-tier raids, timing is everything. Having a cheat code summon that literally one-shots bosses is utterly wasted in this trash-tier zone. To make matters worse, the developers are rolling out a major bug fix patch right now. At the end of the day, he completely ran out of time to pull off a massive heist. Are you kidding me? What kind of rigged nonsense is this? It feels like the entire universe is actively plotting his downfall. Someone has totally hexed his account. There's no other explanation. While he's busy throwing a massive tantrum, a shadow creeps up from behind, gripping a solid brick. A chilling system alert suddenly flashes red. Player killing mode activated. Before he can even react, the attacker viciously bashes his skull in, instantly sending our MC into the dark void. He violently gasps awake at the city respawn point, only to find Sungreul chilling right beside him, casually asking what he's up to. Like seriously, is this guy his personal babysitter now? Chiolsu shoots him a massive glare and groans, "You again." The old man smirks, pointing out that he literally just healed his broken avatar and dragged him back from the brink of death. So maybe chill out with the attitude. Our guy should be kissing the ground because the veteran just happened to be strolling through. At the exact right second, Sungreul raises an eyebrow, asking what kind of monster totally flattened him in an alleyway. Shock jolts through Chiolsu as the memory of the alert hits him. Realizing he got straight up ganked by another player, he leaps to his feet, roaring, "Who the hell has the guts to jump me?" His fists shake with pure rage, as he commands his goblin to hunt down the scumbag for some instant, bloody payback. But Sungreul hits him with a reality check. How exactly does he plan to track the phantom attacker? He didn't catch a name tag, and he literally hasn't crossed anyone hard enough to earn a target on his back. If it wasn't a personal grudge, then why the heck would someone randomly crack his skull? Dropping a player doesn't even let you loot their gear or gold in this game's mechanics. So where's the payoff in griefing him? Chiolsu narrows his eyes, his brain spinning, and spits out a prime suspect, Han Kimin. But the veteran quickly shuts that down, scoffing that an elite heavyweight like Kimin would never stoop as to pull off a petty back alley mugging. Sungreul promises it's a dead end, telling the kid that without a solid suspect, he needs to drop the revenge fantasy right now. Just treat it like bumping into a toxic random on the street and moving on, or getting completely before it flies off. Life just serves up massive L's sometimes, right? Chiolsu kicks the dirt, absolutely fuming, and screams at the sky, "Why does this garbage only happen to me?" Sungreul ignores the tantrum, sharply telling him to open his eyes and focus on the massive crisis, staring. Doesn't he have a ticking time bomb to deal with? The massive server patch is dropping any second now. And then, a wave of sheer panic washes over. The goblin's run is coming to a dead end. He's got no clue who dragged him down, but plotting revenge is going to have to take a back seat. Right now, cold hard cash is his only obsession, and knocking out this high-paying quest is top priority. Suddenly, a light bulb flickers on. Smirking, he locks eyes with the old guy and asks, "Yo, Shin didn't actually kick the bucket, right?" Panic was creeping in that he just fumbled the bat. Since the NPC got wiped out, he'd just respawn right back in his spot. He starts spitting curses, demanding to know why the hell he's— The old man just shrugs, dropping the fact that they literally just met. Blinking in utter confusion, the MC calls him out for being a shady, scheming boomer. He's sweating bullets because he needs 2 billion right this second. Can he really grind enough quests to hit that massive goal before the new patch? Sungreul nods, backing him up. After all, the beast he summoned packs ridiculously broken stats. Sure, you could crown him the strongest player around, but diving into dungeons, raw power ain't gonna cut it. There are way too many wildcards in the mix. "I'm wiping this dungeon in a single day," he brags. But even with that hyped-up mindset, fully clearing it drains an entire week. And keeping it 100, he's totally clueless about how long surviving a top-tier dungeon is actually gonna take. He was practically foaming at the mouth to jump in. Grinding his teeth in absolute panic, the main character chokes out, "Wait, does this mean it's game over?" An insanely massive opportunity, and it's slipping right through his fingers. He absolutely breaks down, bawling his eyes out. Choking back tears, he admits he saw since he scored such a god-tier summon, his master plan was to milk it dry, right up until the update. It's literally the only reason he survived this long. Forget stepping into high-ranking dungeons, he's totally washed. Take away the Goblin, and he's just a straight-up nobody. Boom! Player killer mode suddenly flares to life. The old guy straight up clocks him across the jaw, leaving him reeling and yelling out in pure outrage. "What the hell are you doing? You got a death wish or something?" Sungreal glares down at him, barking a harsh order to snap out of his pathetic meltdown. If you throw in the towel now, what happens to the Evaton Guild? Even as we speak, those guys are sweating blood. They are grinding endlessly to prove they didn't conquer that hidden dungeon just because you carried them. They want to show they can dominate without your help. And they keep snatching victory after victory. You are the beast they can never drop their guard around, the threat they have to constantly keep in chains. A monster like that? They call that a rival. Your Goblin. He is the ultimate boss the Evaton Guild is trying to take down. Do you seriously still think you're absolutely useless without that Goblin? Whack. He slaps him again, straight up calling him a brainless idiot. Begging the guy to stop swinging, he collapses to the dirt and gasps out Sungreal's name. Then, his eyes widen in pure shock as the old man's words finally hit him. Chilsu awkwardly breaks eye contact, muttering a super shy thanks. A warm grin spreads across the old guy's face. "You ain't regretting those words now, are ya?" Blushing like crazy, Chilsu tells him to shut his trap, instantly getting back into hustle mode right before blacking out. Smash cut to Catherine kicking off her live stream. She hypes up the chat, announcing today's insane challenge. Pulling off the second she looks off camera, she silently mouths a string of curses, completely stressing over the fact that she absolutely cannot afford to get hit. Like, she's not even a slippery assassin, she's a squishy mage. The chat completely loses its mind. Shook that their innocent streamer just panicking, she instantly slaps on an angelic smile. "What are you guys talking about?" she purrs, acting like she doesn't even know what swearing is. For today's stream, she's locking horns with a lightning beast famous for its cracked speed, aiming to clear the entire mission without taking a single scratch. This bounty pays out a massive 10,000 points. Failing is literally not an option for her. Fired up, she charges into the hunting grounds, but minutes drag by and the zone is a total ghost town. Sweating awkwardly, she flashes a forced grin to the camera. Not a single mob in sight. Wow, such a peaceful aesthetic we have going on today. A random mage catching some sleep nearby lazily opens an eye. "If you're out here hunting," he mumbles, "you're in the completely wrong neighborhood. This is a literal dead zone. Mobs don't exist out here, which is exactly why the player count is sitting at 0. Back in the day, this spot was an incredibly chill grinding area packed with players. Everyone shared the aggro and even partied up. It was honestly a total vibe, until that guy showed up. He dropped in out of nowhere and completely wiped the entire monster population off the map. Sure, the system forces the mobs to respawn, but they get insta-killed the second they load in. Suddenly, right in front of Catherine's shocked face, a swarm of massive scorpions glitch into existence, only to get instantly shredded by a flying boulder, completely nuking them in one hit. Ding! The system flashes a giant "Mission Success" banner, but her jaw is practically on the floor, leaving her totally blind to the notification popping off. The sleepy mage sighs. You catch that? Every single mob that dares to respawn here just ends up as free EXP for him. If you've got beef with how things run here, take it up with him directly. The dude never hides, and he sure as hell doesn't run. He jerks his thumb to the side. Catherine whips around to spot two tiny silhouettes way off on the horizon. Yup, the MC was just chilling over there. And out of absolute nowhere, some unhinged boomer sneaks right up behind him and straight up bashes his skull in with, "What the heck is even happening?" she gasps, totally bewildered. Why on earth did that guy just jump Chilsu from behind? She squints, trying to get a closer look at this crazy old man. Then it clicked. She had definitely seen this bald, wrinkly dude before. Holy crap, he was the exact same shady broker who sold them the intel about the hidden dungeon. But why the hell was he jumping Chulsu? And how did these two even cross paths out here? Watching this geezer casually sling Chulsu over his shoulder and bolt, she sprinted after them, screaming his name. But it was totally pointless. He was already way out of earshot. Right then, her interface glitched, popping up a frantic system window from her manager. He was losing his mind, screaming through the screen, asking what the heck went down since the live stream just blacked out of nowhere. He threatened to call the cops and the literal SWAT team right this second. She begged him to chill out, saying his timing could not be better, and that she had one massive favor to ask. She needed a shadow, a bodyguard to watch her back, and she did not care how much it cost. She wanted a total pro who could get the job done fast and with zero mistakes. Meanwhile, Sung Ryol was lecturing Chulsu about stacking his cash. Chulsu absolutely lost it. No duh, you think I don't want to be rich? How the hell am I supposed to grind 2 billion won? The new patch drops in literally 3 days. The old man wound up to smack him again. But our boy had enough. He swung right back, clipping the geezer. He called him a massive bozo, snapping, "Did you seriously think you were OP just because I let you land a few free shots?" Sung Ryol scrambled to his feet, whining that he should let a guy finish talking. Plus, he pointed out that Chulsu totally threw the first punch anyway. The old dude scoffed. Obviously, pulling billions in 3 days is impossible. 2 million won at best. Chulsu blew up. "Are you freaking kidding me right now? What am I supposed to do with 2 million won? Boil it into a stew?" The old man shot back, saying it was just his starter fund. "Look, you cannot hit the jackpot if you do not even buy a damn ticket. Right? The clock is ticking. The wallet is empty. So maybe it is time to let RNG take the wheel." But Chulsu suddenly hatched a completely different side hustle. Mercenary dungeon runs. He literally stood in the town square flexing a cardboard sign. Randoms walking by were side-eyeing him, wondering who this weirdo was. He rebranded himself as Turbo Gamer Ready. Soon, a player rocking the username Booty Priest rolled up, demanding to know who this so-called Turbo Gamer was. He wanted to meet the legend. Chulsu deadpanned that he was staring right at him, telling the guy to cut the crap. Our MC sighed, asking why everyone always thought he was capping. "Look, just run one raid with me. Just one. If we wipe, I will refund every single penny." The priest hit him with a cocky smirk. "Oh yeah? Then bet you cannot clear the Duke's Grand Library." 3 of his buddies, all level 30 noobs, spamming random keyboard gibberish, crowded around. Chulsu, having literally zero clue what that dungeon even was, confidently flexed that he would totally crush it. The trio stared at him like he had 2 heads, before absolutely losing their minds laughing. The priest mocked him, asking if he was living in an anime. Does he even grasp the sheer nightmare of the Duke's Grand Library? Even as a level 44, he would get locked out. Chulsu rolled his eyes, snapping that if they were just here to troll, they could get lost. Wiping literal tears of laughter from his eyes, the priest admitted there was actually one specific raid he needed a carry for. He would hire him, but on one condition. If Chulsu choked, he had to cough up a full refund. Our boy shook on it, telling them to hurry the hell up because the clock was ticking. The priest flashed an evil grin, casually dropping that the recommended level for their raid was 46. It was an insanely over-leveled death trap, but he wanted that sweet, fast experience. He was secretly cracking up, scheming that a level 44 had zero chance of soloing a level 46 boss. His squad would just camp in the back, munching popcorn and leeching free XP. The second Chulsu got wiped out, he would demand his refund. Boom. Free power leveling with literally zero effort. Plot twist. Chulsu straight up vanished, leaving the whole squad standing there looking like absolute clowns. Chulsu cackled, counting his newly scammed loot, calling them a bunch of brain-dead suckers. Seriously, who throws their cash at a totally random stranger to carry them through a raid? And did they actually expect him to believe a level 31 noob could even bypass the gates of a high-tier dungeon? If he could, he would have soloed it already. He was literally patting his own back for this galaxy brain scam. Sung Ryol might be a sneaky bastard, but even though his original advice was totally different, this mercenary gig was pure gold. Faking raid carries to boost his rep? That is exactly how he bagged nearly 40,000. One in just 2 days. And that boomer had the nerve to say he would barely scrape together 2 million. Suddenly, a wild system alert pinged, declaring that the Goblin Lord totally respected his toxic scamming skills. Reward? 1 Goblin point. He blinked, genuinely stunned, realizing he had completely wiped that annoying creature from his memory. Now this little troll was mocking him. That goblin was about to be totally obsolete anyway. What the heck is he supposed to do with 1 measly point? He aggressively swiped the pop-up away, but a creepy, grinning goblin face materialized right in his face. He froze, totally jump-scared, before violently punting the little freak away, screaming at it to back the hell up. As soon as the sun set, our boy hit the streets again, hungry for his next hustle. Some random player shoved past him on the way out, knocking shoulders. The guy instantly flared up, snapping, "Yo, watch where you're going. How about my bad?" But our boy completely ghosted him. He just strolled right past, with a massive grin on his face, leaving the dude spinning a finger by his head. Figuring our MC had totally lost the plot. I mean, nobody gets that hyped just off a lucky gambling streak, right? The second he hit Baniero's gotcha stand, he dumped his entire wallet on the counter. The NPC, Baniero, just blinked and mentioned he was a totally fresh face around here. Each pull costs a cool 100 gold. And the prize pool for today? Absolute fire. First up is the legendary Teardrop. The Lion King Gauntlets. This guy was an absolute menace during the brutal clash between humanity and the monster horde. But his sheer, raw power actually earned him the title of Lion King from the very people he fought. Next up, the Shooting Star Greaves. These bad boys literally swap out your standard dash for a straight-up short-range teleport. Talk about living up to the hype. And finally, the Guardian Signet, another legendary piece of gear that straight-up turns your body into unbreakable steel. Cholsu slammed his palm onto the wood, practically buzzing with adrenaline. He shouted that he wasn't here to mess around. He was dropping 34,000 gold, down to the very last penny. That massive flex instantly turned heads. Two random dudes sauntered over, straight up calling him a total moron for blowing his entire life savings on a single gamble. Our MC just death glared them and snapped, "Why are you guys getting all up in my business?" One of the guys just cackled, hyped that this kid was actually going all in. Seeing the massive pile of cash, Baniero smirked and announced the games were officially open. The NPC slid a card from the deck, gave it a quick peek, and slapped it face down. He repeated the exact same motion until the board was set. Cholsu stared at the spread, heart pounding in his chest. 10 pulls. He reached for the very first card, praying to the RNG gods for a god tier drop right out of the gate. But right before he flipped it, that annoying dude barked, "Hold up!" Cholsu whipped around, visibly pissed, telling him to back off and let him play. "It's my cash, man." But the guy just smirked, pointing out that an entire crowd had gathered to watch the show. He wasn't seriously going to kill the vibe by rushing the reveal. "Look real closely at Baniero," the guy whispered. "Check out that arrogant, smug-ass stance. The rookies never catch it, but he only stands like that to mask his actual facial expressions. Just keep your eyes locked on him. Notice that little flinch every time his fingers brush the deck? He knows exactly what's hiding under there. He's already peeked." Baniero knows exactly who just hit the jackpot. The crazier the loot, the harder the guy twitches. I've only ever seen him tremble that hard once before in my entire life. That card you're touching right now, it's loaded, and the whole room can feel it. The suspense in the room was absolutely suffocating. The crowd practically smothered him, leaning in to witness history. Cholsu flipped the card and revealed a literal snapped twig. Absolute garbage. Our MC instantly snapped his neck back toward the expert and demanded, "What the hell kind of secret Twitch garbage were you feeding me?" The dude awkwardly coughed, sweating as he muttered that it was all just part of the gotcha experience. But his buddy chimed in, telling Cholsu to chill. This was just the warm-up, right? He'd only burned through 1,000 out of his 34,000 stash. Cholsu chewed on his bottom lip, anxiety creeping in, but forced himself to admit they had a point. His pockets were still heavy enough to keep rolling. He started rapidly flipping the remaining cards, straight garbage, every single one. He slammed down cash for another 10 pulls, nothing but duds. He swiped his card again, and again. And when the RNG completely screwed him over yet again, something inside him just snapped. He launched himself right across the table, viciously yanking on Baniero's hair. Finally panting and dragging himself back to his spot, Cholsu did the math. He only had 10 grand left to his name. Was this entire system just one massive, rigged scam? Just then, a heavy hand clamped down onto his shoulder. It was the exact same guy from earlier, whispering, "Remember what I told you?" Gotcha superstitions exist for a reason, kid. When your luck hits rock bottom, sometimes you just gotta let somebody else click the button. But right as the dude reached for the board, our MC aggressively swatted his hand away, snarling, "Get the hell off my back!" A second later, though, it clicked. What if he was the one cursed with the trash RNG? He desperately needed a catalyst to break this brutal losing streak. Without warning, he ripped his pet goblin right out of his inventory. The onlookers stumbled back in pure shock, screaming, "Is that seriously one of the junk drops from the gotcha? Did this dude seriously pull a living goblin as a consolation prize?" Cholsu hauled the little gremlin onto the table and ordered it to pick a card. Instead, the goblin went totally feral, violently sweeping the entire deck across the wood. Cholsu instantly started. As one solitary card fluttered to the ground, our MC angrily snapped at the backseat gamer, grumbling that he should have just let him flip it in the first place. But then, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He locked on to Pinheiro, who was suddenly trembling like a leaf, and shouted out loud. "Yo, why the hell does the dealer look like he just saw a ghost?" Cholsu stared intensely at the frozen NPC, then slowly shifted his gaze down to the fallen card. He whispered, was this actually it? His very first jackpot? The crowd erupted as one guy yelled out, "Dude, Pinheiro is sweating bullets right now. He's literally whistling, trying to act natural." The self-proclaimed gacha expert just flashed a massive grin, chuckling that the RNG gods had finally blessed him. He claimed it was only the third time in history he'd ever caught Pinheiro making that horror. Chiolsu violently whipped his head around, snapping, "Shut your damn mouth!" Then, he glued his eyes back to the card, realizing that if Sungrail's intel was actually legit, pulling the Lion King's gloves meant a massive instant cash-out that would wipe his debts completely clean. He dropped heavily into his seat. The surrounding players froze in dead silence as his fingers brushed the glowing card. In his mind, taking second or third place was absolute. It was first place or bust. Smirking, he snatched up the loot, fully convinced he just bagged the king's legendary gear. Suddenly, some random player lost his mind, screaming that he actually pulled the Lion King's gloves. But his jaw hit the floor as he stared at the card. Sure, it was an insanely rare 8-star drop, but it was literally just a cosmetic vanity skin. Complete Instantly, the entire lobby swarmed him, totally freaking out over his god-tier luck, and pulling